أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. On that day, which means the day of judgment, nothing will benefit the human being, neither wealth nor children, only the one who brings to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala a sound heart. The sound heart, or al-Qalb al-Salim, is a heart that's free from the defects and the spiritual blemishes. So this heart actually is considered the spiritual heart and not the physical heart, although the spiritual heart is centered in the physical heart. One of the extraordinary things about the modern era is that we're finding out things about the heart that were previously unknown to peoples who went before us. Although we can see within the ancient traditions, for instance in the Chinese tradition, in Chinese medicine, the heart houses what's known as Shen, which is the spirit. And the Chinese characters for thinking, thought, love, intending to listen, and virtue all contain the ideogram for heart. So the ancient Chinese knew that. Also, in almost every culture in the world, people use metaphors that deal with the heart. We call people in English hard-hearted people, people who have hard hearts. In other words, they're cruel people. Somebody who has a cold heart or somebody who has a warm heart. We talk about people wearing their hearts on their sleeves. In other words, they don't hide their emotions, they don't hide their states from other people. We talk about also the idea of he affected me in my heart or in my core. In fact, the English word core, which means innermost, in Arabic the equivalent is called lub, actually comes from the Latin word which means heart. So the core of the human being is the human heart. And also the word courage is from the same root word. So courage being centered in the heart. The most ancient Indo-European word for heart means that which leaps. And there's an idea of the heart beating or leaping in the breast of man. And also people say, for instance, that their heart skipped a beat when they saw somebody. People whose hearts, when they're in love, they often express things in terms of the heart. He stole my heart, or she stole my heart. So many, many metaphors that are used in terms of the human heart. Now the ancients were aware of spiritual diseases of the heart, and this is certainly at the essence of the Islamic teaching. In fact, one of the first things that the Quran immediately sets out is to define three types of people: the mu'minun, the kafirun, and the munafiqun. The mu'minun are people whose hearts are alive, and the verse that indicates that is when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَوَمَنْ كَانَ مَيْتًا أَوْ مَيِّتًا فَأَحْيَيْنَاهُ وَجَعَلْنَا لَهُ نُورًا يَمْشِي بِهِ فِي النَّاسِ. The one who was dead. In other words, they were dead, their hearts were dead. And also, and so they were revived with faith, and then they were given a light that they walk with it amongst human beings. Also the hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, which is الفرق بين الذي يذكر الله والذي لا يذكر الله كالفرق بين الحي والميت. The difference between the one who remembers Allah and the one who doesn't remember Allah is like the difference between the living and the dead. So the mu'min is somebody whose heart is alive. The kafir is somebody whose heart is dead. And the munafiq is somebody who has a disease or a sickness in the heart. That's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, في قلوبهم مرض فزادهم الله مرضا. In their hearts is a disease, and so they were increased in their disease. And this is also in accordance with another verse that says, فَلَمَّا زَاغَتْ قُلُوبُهُمْ أَزَاغَهُمُ اللَّهُ. When their hearts deviated, Allah made them deviate further. So when somebody turns away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala causes them to divert even further, to deviate even further from the truth. Now, the physical heart, which is centered slightly to the left of the human being, and it's interesting also that the Arabic language itself is a movement from left to right. Some of the people of Ishara indicated that writing should be towards the heart. In other words, the whole purpose of writing is to affect the heart. This is also the reason why the tawaf, or the circumambulation around the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is done with the left side facing the house. Some of the scholars, they said, because the heart inclines towards the left, and so the purpose is that the heart is inclining towards the Kaaba, or towards that centrality of the divinity in the life of man. Now, the actual physical heart, which is beating in our breast, beats at about 100,000 times a day. It's pumping 2 gallons of blood per minute and over 100 gallons per hour. If you actually took 100 gallons of water and moved them physically with your body from one place to another, by the end of it you'd be quite exhausted. And yet this human heart is pumping 2 gallons of blood per minute, over 100 gallons per hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for an entire lifetime. The vascular system that it's sending this life-giving blood is over 60,000 miles long. In other words, more than 2 times the circumference of the earth. So the blood is actually being forced through the body over 60,000 miles of vascular system in the human body. Now, one of the interesting things also about the heart is that we know that it actually starts beating before the brain is formed, which means that the heart has its own beat. In other words, the heart itself begins to beat without any central nervous system. Now, the dominant theory is that the central nervous system is what's controlling the entire human being from the brain. And yet we know now that the nervous system does not initiate the beat of the heart, that it's actually self-initiated, and we also know, or we would say initiated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And also we know now that the entire heart, all of the connections to the brain can be severed in a heart transplant, and another heart can be put into a human being's body, and the heart continues to beat without any connection to the brain whatsoever, because we cannot regenerate nerve cells. So the fact that the heart itself is not only the center of the human being, but it is not beating because of the brain, because of the central nervous system. Now, another interesting thing about the brain is that the human being, there are many actually people that think that the brain is also the center of consciousness. And yet the Quran very clearly states, لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا. They have hearts that they're not able to think with, or they're not able to understand with. And so the understanding from that, according to the Muslims, is that the center of the intellect, the center of human consciousness, is the heart and not the brain itself. And it's only recently that human beings have realized that there are over 40,000 neurons in the heart. In other words, there are actually cells in the heart that are communicating, and there's understood to be a two-way communication between the brain and the heart. In other words, the brain sends the heart messages, but the heart is also sending the brain message. And these things are only recently being discovered. There was a study done by 2 physiologists in the 70s, John and Beatrice Lacey, that found that the brain actually sent messages to the heart, but the heart did not automatically obey. the messages. Sometimes it's speeded up, and other times it's slowed down, indicating that the heart itself has its own type of intelligence. Now, the brain gets signals from the heart that reach the amygdala, the thalamus, and the cortex, which relates to emotions. The cortex, or the neocortex, relates to learning and reasoning. And these are only recently discovered, and we don't fully understand them. But what we do know is that the heart is an extremely sophisticated organ, and it's also, according to the hadith, it's a source of knowledge. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said that wrong action is what irritates the heart, and you do not desire other people to see it. So the heart actually knows wrong action, and this is one of the reasons why people can do terrible things, but ultimately they're affected. If you look, for instance, in Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, what the brilliant Russian author was indicating in that story was that the crime itself is the punishment, because human beings have to live with the results of their actions. And that the soul, when somebody does a crime, when somebody does something that is against the heart, is against the soul, then that actually affects the human being to the degree that they will go into a state of spiritual agitation, and they will use many, many ways to cover this up. This is what kufr is. It's a covering up. They will use alcohol, they will use drugs, they will use sexual experiment, they will use all seeking power, seeking wealth, seeking fame, all of these ways to try to basically to go into a state of heedlessness, into a state of submersion into the world that makes us forget our essential nature, that makes us forget our hearts. And so people become very cut off from their hearts. Now, one of the things about being cut off from the heart is that the more cut off from the heart you get, the sicker the heart gets, because the heart needs nourishment. And heedlessness is basically starving the spiritual heart. When you go into a state of unawareness, of lack of awareness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and of your ultimate concern, which is the akhirah, the infinite world in relation to the finite world, that we're only in this world for a temporary period. And so that when you look at the infinite world in relation to the finite world, suddenly your concerns become focused on the infinite world and not on the finite world. And yet, when somebody is completely immersed in the finite world, believing that they will be here forever, believing that they will not be taken into account for their actions, that this action in and of itself ultimately leads to the spiritual death of the heart. But before it dies, and then becomes putrid and completely foul, it will show many symptoms. And these are called the diseases of the heart. These are the spiritual diseases of the heart. Now, these diseases are divided into two. There are two types of diseases. The first are called shubuhat. And these are diseases that relate to the understanding. So, for instance, if somebody is fearful of their provision from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if they're afraid that they won't get their food for the day or their provision, this is a disease of the heart, because a sound heart has trust. A sound heart actually trusts in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and a sick heart has doubt. So the sound heart trusts in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala absolutely. And this is why the heart does not worry. The heart, it's the nafs, it's the ego of the human being, it's shaitan, it's the caprice, the hawa, and dunya, the love of this ephemeral world, that all lead to this state of fear, of anxiety. The heart in and of itself is actually an organ designed to be in a state of stillness, but the stillness will only come about by the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمَئِنَّ الْقُلُوبِ. Isn't it by the dhikr of Allah that the heart is stilled? that this is what the heart wants. It wants to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when Allah is not remembered, when human beings forget Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then what happens is the heart goes into a state of agitation. It goes into a state of turmoil, and it gets diseased because it's not being fed. Just like the cells need life-giving oxygen in order we need to breathe. If we stop breathing, cells die, and we die. The heart also needs to breathe, and the breath of the heart is the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is what feeds the heart. This is what nourishes the heart. The company of good people is the food of the heart. The exercise of the heart. All of these things are necessary for the heart to be sound and healthy. And this is basically what the Quran has come. It's come to remind people that their hearts need to be nourished. And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us that the human being that will be in a good state in the next world is the one who brings a sound heart. Now we enter into the world basically in a state of fitrah, or a state of the original nature, the inherent nature of the human being, and then we learn to be anxious. We learn anxiety from our mothers. We learn anxiety from our fathers. We learn anxiety from our society. All of these things, and this is why the human being is created in a state of anxiety. That the human being is literally created. The Quran says that we're created in a state of hala, and this state of hala, which is anxiety, is the one group of people that are removed from this state are illa al-musallin, the people who are people of prayer. They're people of prayer. And this prayer is not the prayer of 5 times a day, but there are people who are الَّذِينَ هُمْ فِي صَلَاتِهِمْ دَائِمُونَ. They're always in a state of prayer. They're always in a state of connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the highest station. This is the station of people who do not, neither buying nor commerce diverts them from the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're the ones who remember Allah standing, sitting, and reclining on their sides. These are the people who are not the people of ghafla. They're not the people of heedlessness. So this first type of disease, these are called shubuhat. And then the second type are called shahawat. And the shahawat are the desires. They're the base desires of the self. For instance, food, sex. These are shahawat. These are appetites. And these are also diseases when they're out of proportion to their natural state. And basically what we have in Islam is we have a method or a means by which our hearts can become sound. They can become safe again. The Prophet ﷺ, they said that the dhikr that he did more than any other dhikr was Ya muqallib al-Qulub, thabbit qalbi ala dinika, O turner over of the hearts, make my heart firm on your deen. And so this is basically what Muslims have to be reminded of. Now, we have a text here which is known as Matharat al-Qulub. Mathara is what's known as ism makan. It's the place, or it's also it's a tool by which the tahara comes about. So mathara itself is a tool by which, and this is what this book is. It's the alchemy of the hearts. It's how to transform the heart. And it was written by a great scholar, Shaykh al-Mawlud al-Musawi al-Yaqubi al-Mauritani. He's from Mauritania. He was a West African, a brilliant scholar who mastered all of the Islamic sciences and also mastered the inward sciences of Islam, and then wrote this didactic poem in order to teach people the means to purify their heart. And the reason he said that he wrote it is because he looked around and he realized that everybody that he saw had a diseased heart. And he felt that people learn abstract sciences of Islam like grammar and rhetoric and logic, and yet those things they might really not have a great deal of need for. Whereas the heart, given the fact that on Yawm al-Qiyamah, the heart is the only thing that we're going to be asked about, the state of our hearts. It's the only thing that's going to benefit us. Because إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Actions are by intentions. So even your actions are rooted in intentions. And مَحَلُّ النِّيَّةِ الْقَلْبِ. The place of intention is the heart. So every action that you do, in fact, is rooted in your heart. And this is why in reality, when you're asked about your actions, you're asked about the intentions behind the actions. And given the fact that intentions emanate from the heart, what you're being asked about is the human heart. And so when he realized that, he said, suddenly Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inspired him to write this text. And he based it upon many of the previous texts that had gone before. Imam al-Ghazali, Hujjat al-Islam, the Proof of Islam, Imam Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, in the Ihya Ulum al-Din, his famous book, The Revivification of the Sciences of the Deen, is a book that he actually wrote in order to purify people. And this is why the fourth section of the book, which is the final section, is al-munjiyat wal-muhrikat, those things that save us and those things that destroy us. And many of them deal with the heart. And the first book is Kitab al-Ilm, which is the book of knowledge, and knowledge is centered in the heart. So really every book in the 40 books that are in the Ihya Ulum al-Din are all basically about rectifying the human heart. If you look at the world today, the tribulations, the trials, every war that we have, every bit of suffering all over the world, it's rooted in human hearts. The reason that people aggress against other people is out of diseases of the heart, covetousness, desire, the desire to conquer, the desire to exploit other people, the desire to steal their natural resources. All of these things are from diseases of the heart. A diseased heart cannot do that. Every murderer, every rapist, every idolater, every foul person, every cruel person, every person that shows any act of cruelty, all of this is emanating from diseased hearts. If the hearts were sound, none of these actions would be a reality. And therefore, if we want to change our world, we don't change the world by attempting to rectify the outward. We change the world by rectifying the inward, because the inward precedes the outward. Everything that we see outside of us is in reality coming from the unseen world. It's from the unseen world that the phenomenal world emerges, and it's from the unseen realm of our hearts that all actions emerge. And so if we want to rectify our actions, we have to first rectify our hearts. One of the things that the famous American preacher and civil rights activist Martin Luther King said was that in order for people to condemn injustice, they have to follow four stages. The first stage is, in fact, they have to indeed ascertain that there's injustices being perpetrated. In other words, they have to point that out. And in his case, it was the injustices against the African American or the black people in the United States. The second stage was to negotiate, to go to the oppressor and to demand justice. If they refused, then he said the third stage was self-purification. In other words, we have to ask ourselves, are we ourselves wrongdoers? Are we ourselves oppressors? And this is something, the fourth stage then was to take action, once you'd actually looked into yourself. Now, one of the things that the Muslims of the modern world really fail to recognize is that all of the things that are happening to us, all of these terrible things that we're seeing, it seems that we don't want to look at ourselves and ask ourselves, why are these things happening to us? And if we ask that in all sincerity, the answer will come back in no uncertain terms that this is all from our own selves, that we have brought all of this upon ourselves. And this is the only empowering position that we can take, and this is why this is the Quranic position. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says quite clearly that He makes the oppressors, some of them, He puts over others. In other words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that some of the oppressors, we put them over other oppressors because of what their hands were earning. And what that verse is telling us is that, according to Fakhruddin al-Razi, radiallahu anhu, he says that this means that whenever there's oppression in the earth, it's a result of other people's oppression. So those people who are aggressed upon are in fact being aggressed upon because of their own their own oppression. Now, this is obviously not the case for tribulation. There are definitely times when mu'minun are tried. But if they respond accordingly with patience and perseverance, Allah will always give them victory. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ was in Mecca. There's no doubt that they were being oppressed. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them victory. Within 23 years, the Prophet ﷺ was not only not oppressed, he had conquered the entire Arabian Peninsula. And all of those people were begging mercy from him. Even though they deserved to be recompensed with punishment, the Prophet ﷺ forgave them. And this is the difference between somebody who's purified, whose heart is pure, and somebody whose heart is impure. The impure people oppress. And the pure people not only forgive their oppressors, but they actually conquer them by the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then they elevate them. They actually elevate them to a state. And this is what Muslims have to recognize, that we have to purify ourselves. And this is what this book is. It's a book of self-purification. And if we take it seriously, if we work on our hearts, if we actually implement these things, we'll begin to see changes in our lives, see changes around us, see changes within our own family dynamics. If we begin to implement these things. And that's why it's a blessing that we have this book, and it's a blessing that this teaching still exists in our community. And what's left for us really is to take that teaching upon ourselves, to take it seriously. And so we're going to go, inshallah, through these diseases of the heart that have been clearly articulated by this great scholar. And we're going to look at the diseases beginning with bukhl, miserliness, to look at its etiology, to look at, in other words, what caused it, to look at what are the signs and symptoms, and then to look at what are those things that we can do to treat it. There are two types of treatment. There is a theoretical, in other words, there's things to understand about it because it actually helps to understand your disease. And then there's things that are practical. There's things that we need to do to actually change it. If you use the techniques that are given by the imams, you will see results. But it's just like the prescription that the doctor gives you. The doctor can only write a prescription. He can give you the medicine, but he cannot force you to take it. This is what's left for us to do. It's left for us to take the medicine. But the imams have given us the medicine. Our teaching is there. It's clear. It does work. And it's something that we can change ourselves with it. And if we do, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised that we'll be rewarded in this world and in the next. So what's left for us now is to go through these diseases, inshallah, and then to set out and implement them, inshallah. Bismillah. رب العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت الحكيم العليم. اللهم انشر علينا رحمتك وانزل علينا حكمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم انشر علينا رحمتك وانزل علينا حكمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم انشر علينا رحمتك وانزل علينا حكمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. Inshallah, we did the introduction last week, and it's actually should have been on here. It's page 1, so I'll get that to you. For people that had this before, please burn the other one. Don't throw it away because it has the Arabic on it. Burn it or shred it or something. Because there's been, what's that?
I don't know, if it doesn't shred the letters, you still have to burn it. So, because the letters, I mean, technically all languages are actually considered sacred and should be honored. That's what I was taught by one of my teachers, Mauritanian Shaykh, because he said the probability of the language having revelation is too high. And so, but Arabic definitely, these letters are in the Quran, and there are verses of the Quran that are letters. Alif, Lam, Mim, those are letters, right? So, and then it's a respect for the written word. So, but discard that because there are mistakes in it, and I corrected them, most of them, inshallah. And because this is a work in progress, as they say. All right. So, after the introduction, he says, فَقُلْتُ بَادِئًا بِقَرْبِ الْبَدْءِ إِذْ هُوَ أَشْرَفُ مَعَالِ الْبَدْءِ. And this in Arabic, there's a play on words here. He says, I began by starting with the heart of beginnings, or I say beginning with the heart of beginnings, which is courtesy spelt backward, since this is the highest and noblest of beginnings. What he's saying is, you look at the word al-bad', right, which is, it has to do with like beginning. Bada'a yabda'u is the root, and from it you get Bedu, the first people, Bedawi, the Bedouin. What happens, he says, فَقُلْتُ بَادِيًا بِقَلْبِ الْبَدْءِ. I say by qalb al-bad'i. It literally means the heart. I begin with the heart of beginning, but it's a play on words, because it also means, and I begin by flipping bad'i, the word bad'i, around, because qalb means heart, but it also means to turn over. So what he's saying is, I'm beginning by flipping the beginning over, and if you flip it over, you get adab. Right? So the word bada', which means beginning, if you turn it around, it means adab. So what he's saying is, I'm beginning with adab. Right? It's just the Arabs like to do things like this in their poetry and in their writing. It's a word play. So he's saying, I begin with the heart of beginnings, and he means by that adab. So he's saying that he's beginning with adab, because this is the highest and noblest of beginnings. فَأْدَبْ مَعَ اللَّهِ عَلَى وَجَلَّ بِأَن تُلَازِمَ الْحَيَاءُ وَالذُّلَّ. So he's saying, have adab with Allah. Now the word adab in Arabic means a lot of things. Adib has come to mean an erudite person. Somebody who's learned is an adib. And the reason the Arabs say that is because generally with learning comes manners. And so really at the root of the word adab is courtesy. There's an idea of courtesy. So somebody who's a mu'addib is a teacher of children. So the idea that the mu'addib, if you look at the word mu'addib, it literally means the one who is causing somebody to have adab. So the teacher of children is somebody really who's teaching them how to behave properly. That's the idea. So behavior is at the heart of this science. It's about proper behavior. And what he's saying is, فَأْدَبْ مَعَ اللَّهِ. Have adab with Allah. Behave properly with Allah before anybody. Right? That's the most important thing, is to behave properly with Allah. And how do you do that? That's what he's saying. بِأَن تُلَازِمَ الْحَيَاءُ وَالذُّلَّ. You do it with two things. Haya and dhul. Now, haya in Arabic, which, is anybody Filipino here? Huh? Now there's a word that they use in Tagalog, which is really important in Filipino culture. not just Muslim culture. Haya or... Huh? Hiya. Is that it? Yeah, in Filipino, shame. In Filipino culture, not just Muslim, amongst the Tagalog, the northern Filipinos, hiya is shame. It's a very important concept in their culture. Christian Filipinos as well as other Filipinos. And that is from the Muslim influence on the Filipinos, because the Muslims had a big influence on the Filipinos before the Spanish got there. What's that? In Pakistan, same thing. Yeah, haya is a big concept here. Now, the root word of haya is related to life itself, right? Hay is living. Hayat is life. It's related to life itself. Now, there's a famous hadith that every religion has a quality that is characteristic of that religion. لِكُلِّ دِينٍ خُلُقٍ وَخُلُقُ الْإِسْلَامِ الْحَيَاءُ. And the character of my religion is haya, is shame. Now what shame means, right? We use this word shame. And if you grow up in this culture, probably not anymore. But and you're dating yourself by admitting this. But if you grew up in this culture, you would have heard as a child, shame on you. Right? Shame on you. And now it's a bad word, shame. In modern American culture, don't shame a child. It's considered a bad thing to do. You know, everything, it's okay, self-esteem, make them feel good about themselves. You know, even if they just slit their brother's throat, well, he's obviously had a trying childhood and, you know, we have to make allowances or something. I mean, this is what this culture has gone to. In traditional culture, they divide cultures into shame and guilt cultures, anthropologists. They say that guilt is an inward mechanism and shame is an outward mechanism, which shows how much they understand about this concept. What they mean by that, guilt comes from a German word which has to do with debt. And so when you're indebted, you feel an obligation to the person you're indebted to. The idea is, what guilt does, if you do something wrong, there's an internal mechanism that you feel guilty. And you want to relieve that guilt by rectifying what you've done wrong. So, most primitive cultures are not guilt-based cultures. They're shame-based cultures. The reason you don't do something wrong is because you don't want other people to shame you. You don't want other people to say, how dare you do that? How shame on you. And you don't want to bring shame on your family, on your tribe, on these things. Now what Islam does to that concept is it honors it. It honors it. In this culture, it's been completely dishonored. It honors it. But what it does is it takes it to another level. And that level is that you have shame before Allah. In other words, you recognize that Allah, even if people don't see you, Allah always sees you. And you have shame before the angels. So it takes it to another level, which is the unseen world. So the Muslims are a shame-based culture, but that shame transcends the cultural sense of feeling shame towards one's elders or towards one's parents, and takes it to another level which has an interior mechanism that is not akin to guilt. So the point is that haya is having shame before Allah. And that's why he says, if you want to have adab with Allah, in other words, correct behavior, have shame. Have a sense of shame. In other words, have a feeling that Allah is watching you, and so you feel shameful to do something that's displeasing to Him when you know He's watching you. In the same way, most healthy people don't want to do something displeasing to their parents when they watch them, because their parents, are the means to which they came into existence. They've supported them all their life. They've, the mother changed cleaned the child and spent nights awake for the child, all these things. So this is an honoring of the parents, and you don't want to do something that you would feel ashamed of in front of your parents, right? So that's what he's telling us. And then the other thing, another thing that he tells us is to have dhul. And dhalil is somebody who is, lowly, abject, humbled, dhalil. Like dhilla, dhul wal hawan in the Quran, it mentions about people that incur the anger of Allah get this dhul thrust upon them. What he's saying is have this before Allah. Be dhalil. A dhalil is like a slave that's afraid to do anything in the presence of his master. There's a type of humble. And so that's what his definition of adab is having these two things. And then he says, munkasiran tahta al-haya wa khadi'a tahta al-mahabati ilayhi dari'a. Not only that, but being dejected out of shame. You're munkasir. Munkasir means broken, in kasara. So you're literally broken in the presence of Allah when you recognize that you're bringing to Allah yourself and your wrong actions. And it's what they say, it's not much to write home about. Right? In other words, when you really think about all Allah has given you, and then you think about what you've given to Allah, you feel this inkisar, munkasiran tahta al-haya, out of shame, khadi'an. And also, khada'a means to be humbled before Allah in awe, tahta al-mahabati ilayhi dari'a, and imploring Him to change your state. So this is what he's saying is adab with Allah. And then he says, مُلْغٍ مُرَادَكَ إِلَى مُرَادِهِ خَارٍ مِنَ الطَّمَعِ فِي عِبَادِهِ. That you give up what you desire, your designs, you're emptied of them for what He desires of you. So now what it's saying is you're giving up what you desire. And the Prophet ﷺ said, or is reported to have said, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يكون هواه تبعا لما جئت به. None of you truly believes until his desires are in accordance with the very thing that I've brought. In other words, your murad is the murad of what the Prophet brought, and what the Prophet ﷺ brought is what Allah wants from us. So that's what he's saying is adab with Allah, is to give up your designs for His. Emptied of desire. And moreover, not having tama'. Tama'un is greed, avarice, desire, right? Always wanting something out of something. Every time you do something, there's an ulterior motive. That's a tama' is somebody who's always got, he wants something out of it. What's in it for me? That's always his root. And he's saying get rid of that concerning His servants. In other words, don't want anything from His servants. Want something from Allah, because Allah is the one that possesses everything. So this is what he's saying. This is how he begins, by giving us a definition of adab. And ultimately, and then he says, مُبَادِرًا لِأَمْرِهِ وَمِنْ دَخَلْ. Dakhalun in Arabic is a hidden fault. It's a aib inside you that nobody sees. And he's saying, مُبَادِرًا لِأَمْرِهِ. Quickly go to what He's commanded you to do, and beware of this isa'at al-adab, this hidden fault of bad adab with Allah, having bad courtesy with Allah. And it's very subtle, because there's a hadith that says, إِنَّ أَحَدُكُمْ لَا يَتَكَلَّمُ بِكَرِيمَةٍ لَا يُلْقِي لَهَا بَالًا وَتَجُرُّهُ سَبْعِينَ خَرِيفٍ فِي النَّارِ. One of you will say a word, and he gives it no consideration at all, and it will take him 70 years into the hellfire. So the point is that adab it's a subtle thing, and loss of adab. And this is why one of the things that you learn in diplomatic circles is there's something called protocol. And very common amongst people who get into circles that they really don't belong in is they make breaches of protocol and they don't even know it. And everybody else is totally aware of it. Now this is exaggerated in a genteel society where all the forks, there's like for every, and it's obviously an object of comedy in a lot of films where somebody will not know which fork or knife to use with the salad and he's making a fool of himself, it's a breach of adab. Right? And sometimes you're aware of it, but other times you're not. Right? Now, obviously, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there are many things, if you don't learn the commands of Allah, you won't know when you're breaking them. If you don't know what a stop sign is, you just pass through it. You know, and somebody says, didn't you see that what? The stop sign. Oh, that red thing? Is that what that means? Yeah. If you don't know what it means, you don't care. You just go right through it. Right? But the problem is, accidents happen that way. And with Allah, bad things happen. When you breach adab with Allah, bad things happen. You bring harm on yourself. This is why he's saying, fi ayyi wajh, this should be a serious fear of yours to have. And I was once in Mauritania, and I was with this sheikh, and we saw this mouse, and it was coming out of this hole. And it would come out, and if it just heard one sound, it would stop and shoot back into the hole. And he said, that's taqwa. You know, that is taqwa. It's you're worried about getting eaten alive by your own mistakes, right? So you have this kind of wajal, or this fear of Allah. Now ultimately, it turns into love. I mean, that's the highest maqam, and he'll get into that later. So our fear is not like, Allah is this horrible. No, on the contrary. But you don't want to incur the wrath, because Allah does have a wrath. And then he says, here, I'm going to go through this quicker than I did the last time, because we need to get on with this. And then he said, إِن تَتَحَقَّقْ بِصِفَاتِكَ تُمَدْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْعَبْدُ بِأَوْصَافِ الصَّمَدِ. If you realize your attributes of servitude, you are assisted with the attributes of the independent one. What this means is, if you have haya, if you have dhul, if you have faqr, right? Poverty, right? And if you realize these qualities or these attributes and empty yourself, right, of all its opposites, like shameless behavior, arrogance, kibr, or izz, actually. And khudu' is the opposite of kibr. And then faqr, ghina. What he's saying is, if you realize, so this is shame, poverty, and humbleness, and right, so you get freedom, wealth, and izz, dignity. What he's saying is, if you do that, then you will gain dignity from Allah and wealth. So in other words, by realizing your ubudiyyah to Allah, you get the hurriyah. That's real freedom. Because in completing your ubudiyyah to Allah, you're no longer a slave to yourself. And that's the only free person. Right? Anybody who's a slave to... If you can't control yourself, you're a slave to yourself. Somebody can say, I'm free. But then when the food shows up, they can't stop themselves. That's not freedom as far as a Muslim is concerned. Somebody say, I'm free. But when an opportunity to have illicit relations emerges, they can't control themselves. Right? Even if they're the President of the United States. Right? Seriously. He's a Rhodes Scholar, went to Cambridge. Highest levels of education. And yet he's a slave to the lowest aspects of himself. He can't control himself. Right? And that, for us, that is not a free person. That is Abdul Hawa. He's slave of his passions. So Abdullah is the one that when that situation arises, he has taqwa of Allah. And even though the temptation might be there, the desire, because human beings are human, the shahwa might be there, something like that, he can control it. Because he's not a abd of it. He's a sayyid of it. So if it's the wife or the husband, then the shahwa is mubaha, it's permissible. But when it's illicit, khalas. And that's the hur. That's somebody who's free. Same with any other shahwa. You look at all of them. They're all the same. And those are the more common ones. Imam al-Ghazali says the stomach and the genitals are the two dominant ones. If you can control those, the other ones are easy. But the tongue is the same. There's people who can't stop backbiting. You tell them. You can tell them. And I've seen this amaze me. I've seen this literally. I've pointed out to somebody something, and then less than 3 or 4 minutes later, they just start saying the same thing without even being aware. I've seen, and I'm sure I've done things like that as well. I mean, I'm not pointing out, but I've seen that many times. So there's that exists in us, this inability to control our tongues, to speak badly about others, to say things that we really shouldn't be saying, and people can't control it. They can't control it. So learning to control the tongue is a major thing. All these type of things. So if you realize this, you'll gain izzah and wealth from Allah. Now, part of the problem with human beings is they don't want to be impoverished. They don't want to be humbled. They don't want to be, because they perceive in these qualities abjectness. I don't want to be poor. Right? And yet the Prophet ﷺ chose poverty over wealth. He chose it. He didn't have any money in his house. He slept on the floor on a bed made out of some leather and palm fibers. Right? He didn't have any jewelry. He didn't have any. He had 2 pillows in his room where guests used to come. Total poverty. In this culture, if that's the way somebody lived, they'd be in a state of total humiliation. Why? Because they're looking at what other people think, not what's the best thing for me. So what he's saying is that you'll have dignity with Allah. You're mu'azzaz with Allah. You're mu'azzaz with Allah. I mean, look at in Surah Yasin, the prophet who came, they came to warn the people, and the people were threatening them. Allah says, "Azzazna bi thalithin." We gave them izzah with a third. So Allah gives izzah to whoever He wants. يَعِزُّ مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَيُذِلُّ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. Right? Allah, تُعِزُّ مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَتُذِلُّ مَنْ تَشَاءُ. You give izzah to whoever you want, and you humble whoever you want. Right? I mean, you look now at people in the world who used to rule the world, and now their offspring are begging. They're begging. They used to rule the world, and now their offspring are begging in the streets. Right? It's an amazing thing, and Allah can do that to any people He wants. And so the secret of creation is that if you realize the opposite attribute, that Allah gives you its opposite. In other words, if you realize humility before Allah, Allah will make you aziz before the people. But if you're arrogant with Allah, He'll maybe let it go for a little while, but when He takes you, He completely humbles you before everybody. Right? That's what happens. And so this is a big secret that He's giving us. So He's saying, indeed, there's no... And then He's reminding us, وَلَا نَجَاةَ كَالنَّجَاةَ الْقَلْبِ. There's no salvation like the heart's salvation. Right? None. إِذْ كُلُّ جَارِحٍ لَهُ مُلَبِّي. Because every limb answers the heart. See, what he's saying is if your heart is saved, your limbs are saved. But if your heart's not saved, your limbs aren't saved. And this is why there's a hadith that the tongue, the heart lies under the tongue. Right? Now the tongue is the most, it's called tarjuman al-qalb. It's the interpreter of the heart. Because it's telling you what's in the heart. That's why a munafiq is so wretched, because he's saying with his tongue what's not in his heart. And that's not what the tongue was created for. It was created to express what was in the heart. So he's oppressing his tongue and his heart. Right? So the heart is an amazing organ, because the tongue articulates it. Now, the tongue is what takes people to hellfire. So, if the heart is rectified, then the tongue is rectified. And that's why Allah will always say, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَقُولُوا قَوْلًا سَدِيدًا يُصْلِحْ لَكُمْ أَعْمَالَكُمْ. Say good, be upright in the way you speak, because that's an indication that the heart's upright. It's translating what's in your heart. If your tongue's upright, it means your heart's upright. And that's why all the limbs every morning, when they wake up in the spiritual world, they all shake according to the hadith. And they say to the tongue, اتق الله فينا إن استقمت استقمنا وإن عوججت عوججنا. Fear Allah with us, because if you're straight, we're all straight. And if you go crooked, we're all crooked. Right? That's what all the limbs say to the tongue. And so a good deal of spiritual work is working on the tongue and doing dhikr of Allah, replacing empty chatter with remembrance of Allah, using the tongue for what it was created for, not wasting time with the tongue, not doing all these things. So the tongue is important, but the most important thing is the heart. And what he's saying is that ba'ada wasl bid'i, and he again does a play with the adab, right? After the foundation of this beginning, which is adab, once you've realized adab, and realize that that's the whole point of existence in this world, is to have adab with Allah and with the creation of Allah. That's why you were created. To have adab with Allah and to have adab with the creation of Allah. Which is why the Quran is called Ma'dabatullah, the place you learn adab. It's in the hadith. It's Ma'dabatullah. It's the place you learn adab. So it was sent or revealed to teach us adab. After you've done that, then he's saying, فَالْإِتْقَانُ لِعِلَلِ الْأَفْئِدَةِ الثُّنْيَانِ. The second thing to put on your foundation is to know the diseases of the heart. You have to know that the heart has diseases, right? So once you've got your foundation, which is understanding adab and what it is, then you have to know knowledge of the heart's ailments. So after you have a firm grasp of this foundation, then a mastery of the heart's infirmities is the second stage, right? Because you can't get to maqamat. I mean, ultimately what we want is to be right with Allah. But that's trying to get, you're here and you want to get here, and you have to go up like that. So it's trying to get there without going up the stages, the process. And those are darajat. And Allah says He raises people in degrees. So the first degree is you have to recognize what you want, which is adab, and then you have to recognize what's preventing you from getting it. And those are the diseases of the heart. And so he says, عِرْفَانُ أَمْرَادِ الْقُلُوبِ وَالسَّبَبِ كُلٍّ وَمَا يُزِيدُهُ عَيْنًا وَجَبٍ. Knowledge of the diseases of the heart and their causes, because you have to not only know what they are, but what causes them, and how to remove them, is an obligation incumbent on every human being. Ayn wajib, or on every adult Muslim. Now, what the ulama say is, you have to have some knowledge of them, right, to free yourself from them, because of the verse in the Quran that says, قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا وَقَدْ خَابَ مَنْ دَسَّاهَا. He has success, the one who nurtures his soul, and he's destroyed who stunts its growth. So tazkiyah, right, tazkiyah of nafs, right, and also because Allah says, يَوْمَ لَا يَنْفَعُ مَالٌ وَلَا بَنُونَ إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. On that day, nothing benefits them, neither wealth nor children, only the one who comes to Allah with a pure heart. So according to the Quran itself, the only people saved on Yawm al-Qiyamah are people that have qulub salima. How do you get a heart, a salim heart? And it says Ibrahim had a sound heart, qalbun salim. So we want a qalb salim. How do we get a qalb salim? And it's interesting that salim is related to aslama, right? Aslama, Islam is moving towards that, aslama. He says that this is the ruling of the Imam al-Ghazali. There's a biographical note, you can read that, about Imam al-Ghazali, who's really the master of this science. And this poem is really an abridgment of Imam al-Ghazali's 4th volume of the Munjiyat and the Muhlikat and the Munjiyat. Those things that save us and those things that destroy us. But he is the master, radiallahu anhu, of this science, and he's the mujaddid of the 5th century, by consensus, by ijma' of the ulama that came after him.
What is the proof of Islam?
Hujjatul Islam, that's a name that he was given. The proof of Islam. Hujjatul Islam. That's his name. In other words, what it says is that the fact that Islam can produce somebody like Imam al-Ghazali is a proof that it's true. That's a proof. He himself is a proof of the truth of Islam. That's what that means. And he has massive impact on Christianity as well. People don't realize that, but he had an incredible impact on Christianity. His books were all translated into Latin within 100 years after his death, which is phenomenal. And a lot of their theology was from him. Also, the refutation of the philosophers, Tahafut al-Falasifa, is a very important book that he wrote, The Incoherence of the Philosophers. Anyway, Imam al-Ghazali considered it a fard ayn. Now, he says here, منها ذلك من رزق قلبا سالما وليس لازم ذلك من رزق قلبا سالما. It's not necessary for a person who was given a sound heart. Because other than Imam al-Ghazali, some of the ulama say that if they had a qalb salim, if they were just born with a good heart, they don't have to learn this stuff because they don't have problems with it. Now, Imam al-Ghazali said no. He said these diseases are ghara'iz. Ghariza is instinctual. It's something part of our nature. Instinctual, ghara'iz. What he's saying is Imam al-Ghazali considered the disease of the heart to be inherent to the human condition. You can already see them manifesting in children. Greed, avarice, hatred. Little children will say, I hate you. They learn it. And at that moment, that's what they feel. I mean, thank goodness it doesn't, last, but at that moment, that's what they're feeling. So you can see already in children these diseases showing up. Now, what does it mean then that all children are born into fitrah? Right? Because that's obviously the question that arises from that. And if that's the case, do we believe in original sin, which is the Christian concept that people are corrupt by nature? And this is a kind of idea. In other words, there's a corruptibility here in our nature. Now, the difference between the Muslims, we would say that there is an inclination to this, and it is instinctual. And this is what Imam al-Ghazali is saying. The difference between the Muslims and the Christians is that we do not believe in any way it's a result of Adam alayhi salam's wrong action, what they would say his khati'ah, al-khati'at al-ula in Christian Arabic theology, the original sin. Because we don't believe that Adam alayhi salam did anything to bring on the wrath of Allah, that he fell, he slipped, he forgot, he didn't have a azam according to the Quran, alayhi salam, he's a prophet. He made tawbah to Allah and Allah accepted his tawbah, and therefore there was nothing, he had no blemish. And so his offspring do not suffer from that at all. That's what we would say. But the fact that there are instincts, then what does that mean? Well, this relates to the black area of the heart. In other words, inside the heart's a spiritual organ, and inside the heart, I don't know how big it is, but there's a black dot in the heart. Now, I don't know if I've never seen it physiologically described, so I'm going to assume it's probably an unseen reality. But it's there, it's in the heart. And what that is a seed. There is a seed in the human heart that has the potential of becoming like a cancer and overwhelming the heart. Most people don't know it, but they've actually, many people in the world have tuberculosis, right? They have a bacillus in their lung, but it's dormant. And if they were exposed, or if they were in a situation where they began to get ill and starve, or their immune system goes down, then the tuberculosis emerges. In a sense, it's like that. There's a dormant element in the human heart that, if nurtured, will destroy the human being. And this is why there's a hadith: if Ibn Adam does something wrong, a black spot appears in the heart. Right? Nuqta Sauda, or Nukta Sauda. And if the person makes tawbah, it gets erased. But if he doesn't, continues on, it grows until the whole heart becomes pitch black. And then and this is like when somebody, a'udhu billah, loses their humanity. And we call it hard-hearted. And even in the African dialects, and because I asked a Hausa man this, I said, how do you express somebody who has a really bad heart? And he told me in the Hausa, and I said, what's it mean? He said, black-hearted. So, Hausas are dark-skinned, so this is not like a racist type thing. It's just something, obviously, black is the word being used, and it's the word used also in the Quran, right? And the tabyad, wujuhuhum wa taswad wujuhum, the faces become white. It does not mean white like white skin. It means light. There's a light, and the absence of that light is a darkness, which is why a black person can have light in their face, and the white person can have a completely dark face, and vice versa. So this is about spiritual entities. It's not about skin colors and things like that. I just wanted to emphasize that point. So what he's saying is then that Imam al-Ghazali considered it such, fil adami, in the Adamic nature, وَسِوَاهُ غَالِبَ فِيهِ رَآهَا لَا سِجَايَ لَازِبَ or لَازِمَ. What he's saying is Imam al-Ghazali considered it to be part of the Adamic nature, whereas other scholars considered it to be predominant in man. In other words, most people have these qualities, but not necessarily everybody. And this is the difference. So some people, they're just good. I mean, you can see children that they're altruistic. They share. This is not the norm, but there literally are children that aren't greedy about toys. They'll actually share with other children. They don't have a problem, right? I mean, it's not the norm, but they do exist, and this is the point, is that some hearts, for some reason, for whatever secret that is, they are like that. So Imam al-Ghazali, and then he said, وَعْنَ بِأَنَّ الْمَحْوَ حَتَّى لَا أَثَرْ لَهُنَّ يَبْقَ لَيْسَ فِي طَوْقَ الْبَشَرِ. He's saying that you have to know that to remove these diseases until there's nothing left is not in the human capacity. And this comes from the ayah in the Quran, وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. The one who has wiqaya or protection from the evil of his soul is from the people of success. And the fact that Allah said, وَمَنْ يُوقَ, the one who is protected from the evil of his soul, he is the one who has success. Allah didn't say, وَمَنْ يُزَالُ شُحُّ نَفْسِهِ, the one, or مَنْ يُزِيلُ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ, the one who removes that shuh, or who the shuh is removed from, is success. No, it says the one who's protected from it. So again, it's like that tubercle, it's like that bacillus that's there in the heart. But if you're protected from it, it never goes into tuberculosis. It's only dormant. Mm-hmm. Right, that was taken out of the Prophet ﷺ's heart. Now, about fitra, what then does fitra mean? When we say in the hadith, كُلُّ مَوْلُودٍ وُلِدَ عَلَى الْفِطْرَةِ, every child is born on fitra. You see, Muslims always translate that to, for some reason, in English when they translate it, every child is born a Muslim. It does not say that. It doesn't say that. It says every child is born in fitra, which is not the same as in Islam. Although Islam is called in the Quran Deen al-Fitra, right? Fitrat Allah allati fatara an-nas alayha. It is the fitra. Islam is fitra. What does that mean? It means we're naturally inclined to it. So fitra is the inherent nature that human beings are naturally inclined to. And what the human being is naturally inclined to is to goodness. In other words, if you take a human being and you raise them correctly and nurture them, they will incline towards the truth. But they also have the qabiliyah, or the susceptibility to go astray. So what the fitra state is it's either or. It's either or. Now obviously there's going to be things that affect the fitra state. One of them is parents, states of parents, legitimacy, right, in terms of the birth. Even though there's no fault according to the Sharia on the child, there is an effect that illegitimacy does have in the unseen realm, which is confirmed by several hadiths. So there are, and this is why it's important for people before they have children to choose righteous. If there wasn't a reality to the parents, there'd be no meaning to choosing righteous people as mates, right? For a man, you're supposed to look for taqwa, and for the woman, you're supposed to look for deen, right? One of the salaf said, don't marry your daughter except to a taqi, because if he loves her, he'll show her ihsan, goodness, and if he doesn't like her, he won't oppress her. So taqwa is something you're supposed to look for, and the point being is that when you marry, you have to think of future generations. And so you want the children to be raised properly, and so parents are important that they have on Shafi. Bring you something that's enough. It'll be enough for you. Min haddiha wal asli wal ashafi. Of these diseases from their etiology, their root, how they got caused, and how to cure them. And so he begins with bukhul. Now bukhul, the reason he's beginning with bukhul is not because it's the worst, but because he's going by alphabetical order. And bukhul is the first one. Bukhul, the bakhil is a miser. Bukhlun is miserliness. The bakhil is, he's going to give the definition. So he says, فَمِنْعُ مَا يَجِبُ شَرْعًا أَوْ مُرُوءَةً هُوَ الْبُخْلُ لَذَايَ يُذْكَرُ. To begin with, the refusal to give what is necessary either by sacred law or by virtuous merit is the essence of miserliness, bukhl. That is mentioned among the diseases of the heart. Now, what he's saying here is there's two aspects to bukhl. One is one that relates to the sacred law, sharia. That's hukum shar'i, the legal judgment that the sharia gives. The other is what's called muru'ah. And muru'ah is a very important Arab concept that comes from actually the word for man. Chivalrous, manly, virtuous, right? Virtuous. So in the Arabic pre-Islamic culture, muru'ah was a very important concept. The closest thing that we have to it is chivalry, probably. If you know anything about European history and the knights of chivalry, this idea of acting virtuously because of chivalry, the muru'ah, the expectation on you to do that. So he's saying the first one is related to sharia rights, like zakat. فَالْوَاجِبُ الشَّرْعِيُّ كَالزَّكَاةِ. Right? وَالنَّفَقَاتِ. You're not, it's not giving women child support. It's sharia. It's a sharia right of a woman to get child support. Or حقوق الناس, the nas. Nas is a word for nas. حقوق الناس are the rights of people. There's haqq. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions about the people who وَفِي أَمْوَالِهِمْ حَقٌّ لِلسَّائِلِ. There's a right, or حَقٌّ مَعْلُومٌ لِلسَّائِلِ وَالْمَحْرُومِ. In their wealth is a haqq, is a right to the sa'il, the beggar, and the one who doesn't have money. His needs aren't taken care of. Right? So the miser is the one who doesn't take care of people who's able to. And those are related to sharia. And there's a hadith, فِي الْمَالِ حَقٌّ سِوَى الزَّكَاةِ, and some of them translated that there's different interpretations, because there's another hadith that says لا حق في المال إلا زكاة, you know, أو كما قال, there's only zakat is the only haqq, but generally there is a haqq in wealth, nafaqat and these different things. So if you don't give them, you're a bakhil. Now, in terms of muru'ah, this would relate to those things that a bakhil, well, he's actually going to go into some detail about this. So he says, for instance, as an example of the other ones, تَرْكُ الْمُضَايَقَاتِ فِي الْمُحْتَقَرِ, right? Or فِي الْمُحَقَّرِ. It's not being ضيق. It's not constricting somebody or making things difficult, right? Examples are not giving people a hard time over some paltry matter. In other words, you know, somebody owed you $10, and you know, you have plenty of money, you don't have any needs, and you start giving them a hard time over it. You know, you owe me $10, I've been waiting for you to pay it a long time, and It's no big deal, right? It's a muhaqqar. It's something insignificant. If you do that, then that's a bakhil. By muru'ah. Not by sharia, because you have a right by sharia. He owes you the money. But by muru'ah, by virtuous merit, it's something that's really despicable. And then he says another example is وَتَرْكُ الْإِسْتِقْصَاءِ فِيهِ أَحْرَى, right? مِنْ جَارٍ أَوْ قَرِيبٍ أَوْ مِنْ أَثْرَى. So he's saying that leaving nitpicking, abandoning nitpicking over trivialities, right? Avoiding such things, unfortunately didn't put those right. Avoiding such things is even more important for a neighbor, a relative, or a wealthy person, right? So that's what it says. So, for instance, getting nitpicky over trivialities, right? Things that aren't really important. And this is especially true if you're the neighbor of the person, or you're a relative of the person, or if you're wealthy. It's even worse if you're wealthy. Nitpicky wealthy people, right? Because a wealthy person should have a type of rahab, a type of magnanimity, a generosity of being that they don't worry about it. It's no big deal. And there's a hadith that there's a man who was a wealthy man, and he didn't have any hasanat, except that he used to say to people, his servant, when he'd go out, tell him to collect money, he'd say, if they don't have it, just tell them not to worry about it. See, that's what he's saying there. That's muru'ah. And he died, according to the hadith, on Yawm al-Qiyamah, Allah says to him, to his angels, this man was forgiving of people's transgressions against him, and I'm more worthy of forgiving transgressions. In other words, if he's going to forgive his debts, then I'll forgive his debts. So that's a sign that this is not an insignificant thing. It's a big thing. And if somebody's wealthy, it's encouraged to let go of debts that they really don't need. If they see the person's having a hard time, just say Bismillah. Don't worry about it. Things like that. That's encouraged by Sharia. No. Then it's despicable from them. Do you see what I mean? In other words, if the person borrowing it has money, they're bakhil as well. What are they doing borrowing money? And there's rich people that do borrow money. Right? That's how a lot of them get rich. Like the hedge fund people, right? Those guys made billions, and they lost billions, but they made it because their buddies shored them up, right? Gave them all that money. And that's big. That's called bi' al-gharar in Sharia. What they were doing, completely haram. And it's like the worst type of the leveraging, what they do. It's unbelievable. The thing is so haram. And because haram, there's a continuum of haram, and that's way down there. Likewise, if one is buying a sacrificial animal, or doing something, hosting guests, you don't get picky about if your guest spills something on the floor. You don't start saying, can't you watch yourself a little bit? That's a brand new carpet I have. There's no muru'ah there. You're supposed to make him feel, no, don't worry about it. I love tea on my carpet. Right? That's the Afghanis, I heard, have a proverb. They say the best thing for a carpet is spilt tea, right? That's obviously to make the guest feel good when he spills the tea, because they say no, and they say the proverb, and it's okay, alhamdulillah. So the point is, you don't worry about it, and that's muru'ah, right? It's showing meritorious virtue. And so he says also, like buying a funeral shroud. You're buying a funeral shroud. You're not haggling over the price, right? It's just inappropriate, because it should remind you of death, and so you forget about dunya. Really, that's the point. So he's saying it's inappropriate. Or a sacrificial animal. You want to get something good for Allah. And you start saying, no, that's too much for that, or this and that, right? Things like that. Or purchasing something you want to donate to needy people, right? You should want to get something that's good and not something cheap. So looking for something cheap, there's bukhl in that. Trying to get a bargain on something for sadaqah or something for Allah is bukhl. And there was a short story written by E.J. Cullen called How Some People Feel About Jesus. It was a brilliant short story, but it was about a rummage sale for the church. They're always having rummage sales, like to support the church. And he said that for him it was kind of like he realized that that's really that's what they cared about, the church, so much that they're going to sell their worst junk to support it. Right? And really that's important in Islam, the idea. And that's why it was really kind of shocking that some Muslim mosques start having these like rummage sales and things like that for the mosque. I mean, that's a bad sign. Because you should give the mosque the best thing that you have, not the worst thing. Not the stuff you want to get rid of. Right? And it's a bad sign. So, then he says, وَمَنْ يُضَايِقُ من المضايقة في حقه كالجار غير لائقة هتك أستار المروءة كما قال أجلاؤه الهداة الحكماء. That the one who gives a hard time for somebody who his right makes it inappropriate, like a neighbor, then he in fact has torn away the veils of dignity of his muru'ah. And this is as the majestic and wise guides have stated. In other words, the ulama have told us this. And then he says, كَمَنْ يُؤَدِّي الْوَاجِبَاتِ دُونَ طَيِّبَةِ نَفْسٍ أَوْ يَؤُمُّ الدُّونَ. Like somebody who is fulfilling his obligations without good cheer. So here's your zakat. You know, you're supposed to actually put your hand down, let them take, their hand should be on top. You should do it with smiling face and feel like it's an honor to do that. And they're honoring you by letting you fulfill the haqq of Allah. And also, Ya'um ad-Duna, trying to find spending from the least of what he possesses for it. Now, so there he gives you the definition. So bukhl has two types. Bukhl which is shar'i and bukhl which is muru'ah. And they're both considered in Islam because karam, generosity, is one of the highest qualities of our Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In fact, it could be stated after his rahmah, inna akramakum 'inda Allah atqakum. He was the most atqa of us. And so he was the most generous, the most noble. And kareem means generous and noble. So the Arabs see it also as nobility, right? Nobility. And Allah is al-Kareem. He's the generous. So it's really important to recognize that it's not just enough to be doing what the Sharia tells you, but also to go above and beyond that by showing generosity to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then he says, he gives us its etiology, the origin. وَأَصْرُهُ حُبَّ الدُّونَ لِذَاتِهَا أَوْ لِتَنَالَ النَّفْسُ مِنْ لَذَّاتِهَا. The origin of this is love of dunya. The reason you're a bakhil is because you love the stuff you're bakhil with. If you didn't love it, it's no big deal. Bismillah. No big deal. But the fact that you love it, you want to hold on to it. And then another thing about, another word for bakhil is mumsik. Mumsik, right? In Spanish culture, Mexican, they say coda, you know? They go like that. It means like he doesn't have a hand to give out. He got cut off at the elbow, right? He's cheap. So he's just got an elbow. So the mumsik is somebody in Arabic. It means also constipated. And the idea is that they're unable to let go of what is actually beneficial to let go of. So the idea is that, if you don't give out of your wealth, it'll kill you. It'll poison you. And that you have to let it go. And that's why imsak is miserliness. And also, the root word for gold, pure gold, iqyan, is iqi, which is the meconium stool of an infant. So gold is related to feces, and there is a relation to it, and that's why the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith in the Musnad of Imam Ahmad radiallahu anhu, he said that جعل الله ما يخرج من ابن آدم مثلا للدنيا أو كما قال. Allah has made what comes out of the son of Adam as a metaphor for the dunya. You see, in other words, ultimately the dunya is like feces. You eat it, it's all beautiful and good food and everything, and in the end, it just comes out smelling and unpleasant, and nobody wants it around. And so the height of dunya is gold, and gold is like that. And the desire to hold on to it is like somebody who can't let go of his feces, which is why zakat is also considered the feces of your wealth. It's fadaratul amwad, which is why Bani Hashim can't take it. Bani Hashim, the Prophet's family, cannot take zakat. It's actually considered like the filth of your wealth. It purifies your wealth because everybody who earns money will always have shubuhat or muharramat in their wealth. There's always doubtful matters. And by giving zakat, it's like you're purifying your wealth in the same way that when you eat food, there's benefit and there's harm in the food. Hopefully, the body absorbs the benefit and removes the harm. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ in the dua of coming out of the toilet, the ghaib, he said, Alhamdulillah alladhi razaqani ladhatahu wa abqa fiyya quwwatahu wa adhhab anni adahu. Praise be to the one who has provided me with its delight, the taste of it, the good of it, and retained in me its benefit, its strength, the energy derived from food, وَأَذْهَبَ عَنِّي أَذَاهُ, and removed from me its harm. And so this is the same idea with zakat. What you're doing is Allah's helping you to remove what's harmful from your wealth. In the same way that the bakhil, if he holds on to it, it harms him in the end. And Imam Ali radiallahu anhu said, he said the worst person is the bakhil. Because he said in dunya, he suffers, he's mahroom. And in akhirah, he's mu'azzab. You know, he's punished in the akhirah. So in dunya, he doesn't even benefit from his wealth. There was an article in, I think Discovery or one of these magazines, about hidden millionaires in America. And they were just talking about how there's all these people in America that live these middle-class lives, and they've got millions of dollars in the bank. And what they were saying in there is, you know, they don't want to spend the money because they want to save it. And so the point is, that's the nature of the bakhil. He doesn't benefit from his wealth in the dunya, and then in the akhirah he's punished for hoarding it. So it's horrible. It's a terrible thing. And the Prophet ﷺ, Jadd ibn Qais, who was one of the munafiqeen, the Prophet ﷺ asked who was the Sayyid of this tribe, and they said, oh, Jadd ibn Qais, illa nastabkhiluhu, except he's a little bit of a miser. And the Prophet said, he can't be your Sayyid. The Sayyid can't be a miser. And he said, وَهَلْ هُنَكَ دَاءٌ أَدْوَى مِنَ الْبُخَلِ? Is there any disease you know that's worse than bukhal, than miserliness? He said, he's not your Sayyid. So the point is that you can't be a Sayyid if you're a bakhil. So he said that the origin is either love of dunya or for its own sake, just simply because it's dunya, or because the self wants some benefit from the dunya. Now, according to Ibn Hazm, he would probably say that one of the benefits that the self is trying to get by hoarding wealth would be to alleviate the fear of poverty. So in other words, just the fact that he's got millions in the bank makes him feel good, even though he's not benefiting from it. And that is assuaging his hala', his anxiety, because خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ هَلُوعًا, right? So he feels good. But the amazing thing about it is these people never feel good, because they're always worried about, oh my God, the stock index, NASDAQ, look at that. Well, what's going to happen? You know, they're pacing up and down. I'm only worth 6 billion now. I was worth 12, like Soros, right? I was worth 5 billion yesterday. I'm only worth 4 billion today, right? He's 70 years old, right? Even if he set out to spend $1 million every day, he wouldn't finish it for the rest of his life. Right? It's unbelievable. So these people, it's a deep disease. Well, that's ultimately, it is a type of worshipping of money. Abdul Dinar, ta'asani Abdul Dinar wa dirham. How wretched is the servant of the dinar and the dirham. So it is, ultimately that's what it is. Trusting in the almighty dollar, like they say. And they actually call it the almighty dollar. Can you believe that? And one day, boy, when it crashes, might be sooner than we think, too, the way things are going. What's that? Yeah, and actually his book's been translated into English. It's a brilliant book. It's called In Pursuit of Virtue. It's a good translation, too. In Arabic, it's called Mudawat al-Nufus. He's really worth reading. It's a brilliant book. And it's about this subject. So anyway, then he says, so how do you cure it? عالج بمن بجمعها قد تعبوا دهرا طويلا فحوم طلبوا فبينما هم دارجوا مراقي زهرتها إذ هجمت حلاقي. So listen to this, is so amazing, I think. He's saying, treat it by realizing that those who indeed have achieved it did only so by exhausting themselves over long periods of time. In other words, how bad do you want it, right? If you want it that bad, you have to work for it. And working for it means day and night. Meanwhile, life, right, is passing you by, right? People spend all this time at work. They never have time for their families because dunya, have to keep working, have to make more and more. And this obsessive, it becomes an obsession, right? And so the actual life passes by. And the experiences of life are lost, right? Like somebody said, life is busy. What happens when you're busy doing other things, right? So everybody's in this just obsessive search for security and for wealth, and in the end, their life is over. So he said, look at those people, how they've wasted, exhausted themselves getting it. And then he says, and just as they're starting to climb the heights, right? Just as they're starting to achieve what they did, right? They've got everything they wanted, and just as they're approaching the heights of its splendor, suddenly, without their permission, death assails them. Right? And, I mean, here, really, I think that Dodi and Diana is a really good example of that, in all honesty, because, and that's why people were so devastated by that. People really were. In England, they were devastated by it. Because it's like, no, she can't die. It's like, her life was the life that all of these people wanted, right? Fame, beauty, lineage, right? All of these things, wealth, she had it, quote unquote, she had it all. That's what they say in this culture. She had it all. Right at the prime of her life, right? 38 years old. Death it's not invited in. That's what he says. It comes without invitation. Hajamat means to come without invitation. You didn't invite it. It just shows up. It's time to go. And it takes the person. So all these wealthy people have to die. And then also he said, also realize, right? Treat it also by recognizing the disdain shown to misers. Nobody likes a miser. Nobody. And he's saying even misers don't like each other. Right? And that's how bad it is. The hatred people have for them, even amongst themselves. And then he says, with this same treatment, treat the one whose heart's ailment is love of wealth. Right? So, if it's hubb ad-dunya also, treat it that way. And then he says, the next disease, so that was bukhl. Next disease is batar. And he says, وَالْبَطَرَ الْمَرَحُ جِدًّا وَالْمَرَحُ فَسَّرَهُ الْمِلْحُ بِشِدَّةِ الْفَرَحِ. Batar is, it's hard to translate it. Wantonness is reasonably close. Its definition, he says, is excessive mirth, according to the people of knowledge. Milh means the scholars, is too much exuberance. The Arabic word, in my footnote there, due to the richness, difficult to render into English, the word batar has several meanings, among which are the inability to bear blessings, bewilderment, dislike of something undeserving of dislike, excessiveness with blessings. The author defines it as excessive mirth, farah, and informs us that its cure is hunger and reflecting on death, which indicates it's caused by excessiveness in the blessings of this world, with little reflection on otherworldly matters. So wantonness, which in English is a reckless extravagance, comes close to the meaning. Now in the Quran, and we'll stop for Dhuhr in a second. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَأَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ وَلَا تَنَازَعُوا فَتَفْشَلُوا وَتَذْهَبَ رِيحُكُمْ وَاصْبِرُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الصَّابِرِينَ وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ خَرَجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ بَطَرًا وَرِيَاءَ النَّاسِ وَيَصُدُّونَ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَاللَّهُ بِمَا يَعْمَلُونَ مُحِيطٌ. Allah says, obey Allah and His Messenger, and don't dispute amongst you, because you'll fail, and your power, your strength will go, the wind that carries you will go, and be patient, because Allah is with the patient, and don't be like those who leave their homes batara, like filled with this kind of excessive joy and pride about their state. Riya an-nas, showing off to people. يَصُدُّونَ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, and they're preventing people from the way of Allah. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا يَعْمَلُونَ مُحِيطٌ, and Allah encompasses what they're doing. Right? And then another one, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also says, وَكَمَا أَهْلَكْنَا مِنْ قَرْيَةٍ بَطِرَتْ مَعِيشَتَهَا فَتِلْكَ مَسَاكِنُهُمْ لَمْ تُسْكَنْ مِنْ بَعْدِهِمْ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا وَكُنَّا نَحْنُ الْوَارِثِينَ وَمَا رَبُّكَ مُهْلِكَ الْقُرَى حَتَّى يَبْعَثَ فِي أُمِّهَا رَسُولًا يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِنَا وَمَا كُنَّا مُهْلِكِي الْقُرَى إِلَّا وَأَهْلُهَا ظَالِمُونَ وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّن شَيْءٍ فَمَتَاعُ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَزِينَتُهَا وَمَا عِندَ اللَّهِ خَيْرٌ وَأَبْقَى أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ 564. So Allah says, how many cities have we destroyed? بَطِرَتْ مَعِيشَتَهُمْ, they were so happy with their livelihood, their standard of living. Right? They were so happy, they were really in joy about how good things were. And now he says, فَتِلْكَ مَسَاكِينُهُمْ, now look at their empty places. Go to the ruins of Rome, go to the ruins of Carthage, go to the ruins of the Acropolis, go to, all of these places, and look at those ruins and realize that one day there were people filling those things, they thought everything was fine, and now nothing left. Right? And the same is going to happen here, just like it happened in Russia. It's going to happen. It happens wherever there's batar. It's a big disease of the heart. And the Americans, this is a particularly American disease. A particularly American disease. I think it's really important for Americans to have an awareness of how severe this disease is, because it's related to being really pleased with your standard of living in a way that leads to a type of extravagance. And so there's an idea, what happens in this culture is, we'll worry about paying it later. I've got plastic, it's no problem. There's excessive extravagance. There's no thought of what does this mean for the future generations. What does the national debt mean for the children down the road? Every child in this country is born like in $40,000 in debt. Literally born $40,000 in debt. And that's a result of their parents and grandparents and great-grandparents' excessiveness. Right? Because they don't have to live like that. They're living beyond their means. And that's what batar is. It's living beyond one's means because you're so happy, that it's all there. I can have it all now. And he's going to go into the cure, but we should stop, inshallah, and come back if you don't mind. He says that the cure for batar is عالجه بالجوع وذكر الآخرة, to treat it with hunger and remembrance of the akhirah. Now, what he means by ju' there is fasting, or by not eating a lot. One of the things in traditional medicine, which usually was related to a spiritual cosmology, whether it was Unani, Greek medicine, or Ayurvedic, or Chinese, or traditional Arabic medicine, one of the beliefs is that too much food killed the spiritual heart. So the people that eat a lot tend to become hard-hearted. Now, I think it's also interesting that in Western medicine, people that eat a lot of rich foods literally become physically hard-hearted. In other words, they get arteriosclerosis, which is sclerotic hearts. And sclerotic means hard, rigid, stiff. So the spiritual heart, usually what happens like that in the physical world is also a reflection or a metaphor for the physical world, the spiritual world, right? This is a metaphor. So too much consumption of the pleasures of the world will harden the heart. And that's the meaning there. And Abu Madian al-Ghawth, Abu Madian al-Ghawth, who was one of the great spiritual masters of North Africa. He was a scholar who went to the Qaraween, graduate of the Qaraween. and he's more known for his tasawwuf than for his outward knowledge, but he was a scholar of outward knowledge. He was constantly saying that ju' really is an important concept. Fasting, feeling emptiness in the stomach. It's good to fast, according to Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, 3 days out of the month. That's the best, according to Imam Malik. To do the fast of Dawood is generally considered to be excessive, even though there's a hadith that says it's the best fasting. The Sahabi that actually, the Prophet, he asked, one of the Sahaba asked the Prophet to give him a fast, and he said, fast 3 days out of the month, the Ayam al-Bayad, which are the days when the moon's the fullest. And he said, I can do more than that. Utiqu akthar. And he said, I can do more. Obviously, the first thing was the moderate. That's a moderate thing to do. Because the Prophet ﷺ's way is moderation. And if you fast 3 days out of the year, which equals how many months? 12. So 12 times 3 is 36. Every hasana is 10 times 360. That's as if you fasted the whole year. Alright, so it's just doing those 3 days is like fasting the whole year. So, what's that? Yeah, I'm going to get to that. The next, then he said, I can do more than that. So the Prophet ﷺ said, then fast Mondays and Thursdays, which is 2 days a week. And then he said, I can do more than that. And then he said, then fast every other day, which is the fast of Dawood, and don't do more than that. So he started to fast every other day. It's in the Sahih. When he got to old age, he said he wished he would have listened to the advice of the Prophet ﷺ and only fasted 3 days. Now, Ibn Abi Jamrah and others take from that hadith that this was a sign that the Sahaba, if they did a nafilah, they did it until they died. In other words, it was something they really took on as a spiritual practice and didn't leave it, because the hadith, خَيْرُ الْأَعْمَالِ أَدْوَامُهَا وَإِنْ قَلْ. The best actions are those that are consistent. The point being is the 3 days of the month, Ayam al-Bayad, are good days if you can fast those days. It means keeping track of the lunar calendar. Most calendars will tell you when the full moon is. So it's usually the 13th, 14th, and 15th. It's the day before the full moon, the day of the full moon, and the day after the full moon. So you can literally, if you get a calendar that has full moons on it, you could do that, and then just remember to fast those days. They're good days to fast. Inshallah, we'll all make the intention to do that, and Allah give us tawfiq in doing that. Fasting Mondays and Thursdays, that's a good thing, no doubt about it, but it's also difficult to maintain it, particularly because of the changes when you live in more extreme climates and you have very short winters but very long summers, unlike Arabia, where it's pretty much balanced all year long because they're very close to the equator. So in more extreme climates it gets a little more difficult to do that because fasting does tire you out. And then he says, and to remember the akhirah. Doing dhikr of the states of the akhirah is important. Tafakkar fi ahwal does not come into me right now, but doing tafakkur of death is a really good practice to do. Remembering the states of the grave, the akhirah, meditating on that, they're important ways of reminding ourselves. And then he says also use the ayah, لا يحب الفرحين. إن الله لا يحب الفرحين. Allah doesn't love farihin, people of batar, excessive farah with their dunya. They're really happy with their dunya. Right? I mean, this culture, there's all these billboards showing people in these kind of ecstatic, right, smiles, and they've always got their mouths open for some reason, right? I mean, you don't look at billboards. I'm really trying to eliminate that, but, you know, I've to get that out of my, because I used to just really be interested. I read a lot about advertising theory. I read a whole bunch of books about advertising, and so used to just get really interested in looking at what are they saying, all these messages. I realized it's all going in me, you're letting it in you. So it's, even if you think you're clever and can work it all out, they still get you in the end. Do you know what I mean? Really, they still get you in the end. So the best thing is just lower the eyes and try not to look at it. Really, it's a bad habit, But I read all that stuff, and then I really got interested in seeing. And now the ads are really frightening because they're so subliminal. They don't even, there's no words anymore. They're just showing images now. They don't even show words, or they'll just have 2 words, think different. And you don't even know what does that mean? Right? What's that?
3-second rule.
What's that?
I have to relay the message to you within 3 seconds.
Oh, right, 3-second rule. Yeah. Well, I used to read a magazine called Advertising Week, which is a really horrible magazine, because the ads are selling human beings. See, they say there's no more slavery, right? Read those ads. It's literally, we can sell you 500,000 people. I mean, those ads literally say that. And sometimes they'll have sheep in them. That what they think about the consumer. Right? They say in America, the consumer is king. What a load of rubbish that is. So, the point being is, Allah doesn't love the farihin. And so that's a reminder that if you have batar, it means Allah doesn't love you. And so inshallah, Allah cure us of that disease. The next one is bughd. Another disease is hatred. وَالْبُغْضُ لَا فِي جَانِبِ الْعَلِي. He's saying this bughd is not hatred. It's hatred for other than the sake of Allah. In other words, it's good to hate for the sake of Allah. You should hate corruption. You should hate evil. You should hate, right? But you also have to recognize that it's there by the permission of Allah. Not by the rida of Allah, but by the idhn of Allah. So that's important, so that you don't lose sight that Allah is in control, right? But you should hate it because Allah has told us to hate it. And the Prophet ﷺ did not hate things for their essence. He hated things because of what they manifested, their attributes. The Prophet ﷺ did not hate the dhawat, right? He hated the sifat, right? Because Allah created the sifat, and then He gave human beings the ability to do bad in attributes, in sifat, right? So you should hate the things that people do, but not let that hatred blind you, which it does. People become blind with hatred, and that's not blindness for the sake of Allah. That's not hatred for the sake of Allah. So this is with the understanding that you have not done a wrong if you're repulsed by your hatred and do not act in accordance with it to harm the person. What that means is هذا ولا تأثم إن قلاه تكره ولم تعمد بمقتضاه. It means that your qila or your hatred is not that when you find it in yourself, you don't like it. Why don't I like that person? If you don't have a sharia reason for not liking a person and you don't like them, it's not a good sign. There has to be a sharia reason. If you don't like them without a sharia reason, it's a disease in the heart. There's no reason you should not dislike them. It's something in the heart. Which does not mean that people have incompatibilities. In other words, you might not be compatible with another person, but you shouldn't have hatred towards them, right? Unless they're doing something wrong. So it doesn't mean you have to be their friend or you have to spend time with them, but if you feel in your heart that you have animosity towards that person or bughd, it's a disease of the heart. What's that? Yeah, we're getting to that, inshallah. I think there's a line missing here. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Oh no, he gave it in the first one. Sorry. دَوَاءُهُ الدُّعَاءُ لِلْمَقْلِيِّ. He said its cure is to pray for the one you don't like. In other words, if you don't like the person, what you do is you actually make dua for them specifically. Mention their name. And ask Allah, Allah bless this person, give them thing. And this is actually, it's advice. And if you do that, you'll get a cure for it. Allah will remove that bughd from your heart. So, but again, you have to take the medicine if you want the benefit. He's not joking about these things. They're real, and you have to do it with sincerity, because the whole point is you don't want this disease. You want to get rid of it, so you do it with sincerity. It's not like, oh my God, I have to make dua for this person. It's like, subhanAllah, I don't want to have these feelings. Ya Allah, remove these feelings from me, bless this person, increase them, things like that. And then he goes to the next disease, which is called al-Baghyu. If there's a Sharia reason, you should not hate them if they're Muslim. You should hate what they do, and you should actually want good for them. You should never hate a Muslim. Al-mu'minu la yafraku mu'mina. A mu'min does not dislike another mu'min. Even if they're a bad Muslim, unless they're a munafiq, which is another thing. The munafiq is somebody. But if you see that there are people that pray, that they're struggling with their deen and things like that, but they do bad things, you should not like the things they do, but you should not hate them. And I'll tell you, it's a big secret, but one of the Sahaba, the Prophet ﷺ said, do you want to see a man who is for paradise? And they said yes, and a man passed by and he said, that man's from the people of paradise. And one of the Sahaba said he had to see what he was doing. He wanted to see what he would do that made him give him that station. And so he asked if he could spend time with him, and he said yes. And he noticed he didn't do night prayers, he didn't fast, he didn't do anything particular. He was just an average Muslim in Medina. He didn't really see much difference from the other people, in fact less. And he told him, he finally said, I've just been watching you, and I was trying to see what you do, and you don't really do a whole lot, and do you have any practices that you do? And the man said, the only thing that I can think of, other than what everybody else does, is that I make sure I never go to bed with any rancor in my heart towards another Muslim. And so he knew that that was his secret. Right? So really removing rancor from the heart is just a bad thing. It'll eat a person up. And Baghi comes right after that. Baghi is another horrible thing. Baghi, according to the Opening of the Truth, which is a book, is harming creation where there is no just cause. And the word Baghi in Arabic, it's one of the words for prostitute, Baghi, and that's what they accused A'udhu Billah, Maryam of being, right? In the Talmud, the Quran mentions it. It's a Talmudic story, and the Quran does mention that the Jews did say that about it. But it is a Talmudic story, even though it's not in the New Testament. And it comes from a word Bagha Yibghi, which means to desire. Right? To desire. So the root of oppression is desire, which is interesting because this, according to the Buddhists, is the fundamental disease of the human being. They believe that it's desire. That's the first noble truth. Out of the four noble truths, the first one is desire. Or actually, the first truth is that everyone is suffering, that the world is suffering. And then the second truth is that the root of suffering is desire. Right? And the third truth is that there is a way out of desire. And the fourth one is the way out. Right? So those were the noble truths that the Buddha taught. But the point about that is, al-hikmatu dallat al-mu'min, I think it's interesting that was the truth that he discovered, because desire, Baghi is a big disease of the heart. It's a deep one. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya ayyuhan nasu innama baghyukum ala anfusikum. 10:23. Your oppression is against your own selves. In other words, this baghi that you're doing, harming other people, in the end, you're only harming yourself. Right? So whatever you do when you unjustly harm another person, it's against yourself. And that's why it's a really deadly disease. Now, the root of it, right? مُدَامُهَا الْقَرْقَفُ حُبُّ الْمَنْزِلَةِ. It's powerfully intoxicating wine. Qarqaf is a wine that makes you shudder when you drink it. That's what the Arabs call it. رَعْدَ عَنْهُ صَاحِبُهُ. It like makes him shake. It's so strong, right? You see these films where they throw it down and they shake, right? So he's saying it's like a intoxicating wine, which is love of position. حُبُّ الْمَنْزِلَةِ. In other words, the reason people oppress other people is to get a position. حُبُّ الْمَنْزِلَةِ. I want to be over somebody else. Right? I want to be above other people. Like Napoleon, right? The desire to conquer. And it can happen, a'udhu billah, in the petty realm of offices, right? The petty mudir, the petty manager in the office who has to assert his petty authority over other people. And so he oppresses them and causes harm to them without any just reason, just because he wants to let them know, I'm in charge, I'm the boss. And that you can just magnify it to the realm of geopolitics, right? In other words, that same impulse, there was an interesting article that Yahya Emmerich wrote about Saddam Hussein, which was just to say, how many little Saddams do we have all over this ummah? Right? I mean, we all say how horrible he is, but really, how many of, he said, your average characters at the masjid, if they were given the same authority, would not turn into that same character. Right? These petty little tyrants on masjid boards and things like that. That if they had the ability, they'd have people's heads, people they don't like, off with his head. Thank goodness they can only backbite and do all these, little ways of trying to get rid of them and things like that and undermining their authority, right? But it's just magnified. So baghyu is deep, and it's all about position, wanting to be in the eyes of others, right? And so he says, remember that. فَاذْكُرْ إِذَا أَرَدْتَ أَن تُخَلِّلَهُ. If you want to turn this wine into vinegar, in other words, make it halal, remember that that's the source, the root of it is wanting this. And then he says, to remind us, كَم مِّنْ أَمِيرًا نَالَ مِنْهَا أَمَلًا. How many an amir got all the position, all the power he wanted, right? Everything he had. And then he says, ثُمَّ اسْتَوَى السَّاجِدُ وَالْمَسْجُودُ لَهُ. And then all those flunkies that he had around him, when he dies and they die, they're all the same in their graves. Right? So what he's saying is just remember, all this power that you can obtain in the dunya, in the end, death is the great leveler. It equalizes. So Hitler and all his Gorings and Goebbels and all these people around him that were all obsequious and doing whatever he said, and in the end, they're all the same in death. They're the same in their graves. And this is also one of the things that people do around these people, because they get power just by being around them. It's the groupie syndrome, right? Just to be around them, right? Which is the opposite of the people of Allah who wanted to be around the Prophet ﷺ to be close to Allah. Not to be close to some illusory power, but to be close, because the power that they recognized that Allah had granted the Prophet, and that desire to be near to Him, goes on in the akhirah. You see, so it's not the same. So he's saying just to remember that everybody's equal by death. And then he said, and also remember, وَأَنَّهُ مَيْلٌ عَنِ الْمَوْلَى إِلَىٰ عِبَادِهِ الْمُفْتَقِرِينَ الْبُخَلَى. And know that this desire for حُبْ الْمَنْزِلَةِ is an inclination towards the servants of Allah, which is a move away from Allah. Because if you incline towards His servants, you move away from Him. And he said, they're all muftaqireen. They don't have anything. And they're bukhala. And even the little they have, they're not going to give you any of it. They're misers. So what he's saying is, it's a vain pursuit. It's a foolish pursuit. وَأَنَّ فِي رَعْيِ الْقُلُوبِ تَعَبًا إِن تُرْضِي بَعْدًا فَرَّ بَعْضٌ بُغَضًا. He said, not only that, رَعْيِ الْقُلُوبِ is ta'ab. It'll wear you out. If you're always trying to get position with people and please people and get people to love you, you'll get worn out by doing that. Right? And in the end, he said, some of them you'll please, and others, they'll hate you anyway. And some people, إِنَّ الْكَرِيمِ إِذَا أَكْرَمْتَهُ مَلَكْتَ الْكَرِيمِ إِذَا أَكْرَمْتَهُ مَلَكْتَهُ إِنَّ اللَّيْمِ إِذَا أَكْرَمْتَ تَمَرَّدَ. The nobleman, if you honor him, he'll show honor to you, right? You'll possess him. But they said the la'im, a vile person, if you honor them, tamarrada, he gets angry. It upsets him because he resents it. He resents that, and that's the nature of a la'im. So what he's saying is there's going to be people, no matter what, they're selfish in nature. And also, then he says, وَأَنْفِ رَعِي الْقُلْبِ وَلَكِنَ الْحَرَامُ مِنْهُ مَا رُعِي بِخَدْعِ أَوْ رِيَاءٍ أَوْ تَصَنُّعِ. But keep in mind that, the concerns with others' affections is not this. What is prohibited in regarding the pleasure of others is what is done by trickery, ostentatious display of religiosity, riya, or hypocritical affectation, tasannu', which more is like a affected genteelness, trying to be show uprightness, but it's not really true. So he's saying that that's what's haram in dealing with other people. You can't cheat them with khida'. You shouldn't use riya, and you shouldn't use tasannu'. وَمُبْتَغِي رِضَاهُمُ لَا يَنْتَظِرْ رِضَى الْمُصَوِّرِ الْعَزِيزِ الْمُقْتَدِرِ. Not only that you don't expect the pleasure of Allah if you're always looking for the pleasure of His creation. What our scholars say is seek the pleasure of Allah, and then if you're pleasing to Allah, you'll be pleasing to the people of Allah. And all the other people, you shouldn't really care what they think. Right? In other words, if you're pleasing to Allah, the people of Allah will love you because they'll see this person is a person of taqwa. And the other people, who cares? You're wasting your life if you're trying to please people that aren't worthy of being pleased, of gaining their pleasure. Right? So it's a good thing to want to please people of Allah, good people. It's a good impulse because in their pleasure is Allah's pleasure. If you honor the people of Allah, that's Allah, and we're told to do that. In the hadith, Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu was taking the camel of Zayd ibn Thabit, and then Zayd ibn Thabit, when they departed, he kissed his hand. He told him, "Don't lead my camel. You don't need to do that because it's humility." And he said, كَذَلِكَ أُمِرْنَا أَن نَفْعَلَ بِالْعُلَمَاءِ. This is what we were commanded to do with the ulama. And then when he kissed his hand, Zayd ibn Thabit said, and like this we were commanded to do with the people of the family of the Prophet ﷺ. The point being is that you honor people according to their, some people should be shown extra. And that's not what he's talking about here. And then he says, وَمَنْ حُبَابُ أُمِّهِ يَرِينُ بِقَلْبِهِ فَطَبُّهُ الْيَقِينُ. حُبَابُ أُمِّهِ. Hubab al-Umm is the dunya. It's one of the names of the dunya, which is the حُبَابُ أُمِّهِ يَرِينُ بِقَلْبِهِ. It's like the one whose heart is encrusted with the love of this world. حُبَابُ أُمِّهِ is love of his mother, right? Because the world is where we came from in the sabab, the realm of sabab. But to love it will encrust the heart. فَطَبُّهُ, the Arabs say طَب, طِب, طُب. They're all three are correct. It's مثلث. طِب is usually the one used. طَبُّهُ الْيَقِينُ. And it's طِب, the cure for it, the medicine for it is certainty, yaqeen. And then how do you gain certainty? وَجَعَلَهُ لِلْمَوْتِ نَصْبَ الْعَيْنِ فَهُوَ صَابُونٌ لِهَذَا الرَّيْنِ. And so he says, thus, if he places death in his immediate presence constantly, this acts as a detergent for the soiled matter covering his heart. So in other words, the more you reflect on death, the more it polishes the heart, which is why the Prophet ﷺ said, أَكْثِرُوا مِنْ ذِكْرِ هَادِمَ اللَّذَّاتِ. Do much remembrance of the destroyer of pleasure, which is death. In other words, always remember death. It's something that Muslims should do. It's a practice. The Prophet ﷺ said, he once passed by a group of Muslims, and they were laughing heartily, and he said, أَكْثِرُوا خَارِطُوا مَجَالِسُكُمْ بِذِكْرِ الْمَوْتِ. Mix in your gatherings the remembrance of death. In other words, you shouldn't always be frivolous. And so he was teaching them, it's not that you shouldn't laugh, there's times to laugh and things like that, but he was just reminding them, don't let your majlis just be laughter and fun and never really thinking about serious matters. A beautiful hadith, the Prophet ﷺ once asked somebody asked Aisha, Ya Aisha al-Mu'mineen, tell us the most wondrous thing that you ever saw about the Prophet. أعجب شيء رأيت من رسول الله. You know, what was the most wondrous thing? And she said, كان أمره كله عجب. Everything about him was wondrous. In other words, I can't think of one. It was all amazing. And then she said, but I will say that in the night, when the veiling of the night came, and every lover went to his lover, he went to be with Allah. It's so amazing, subhanAllah. You know, when everybody goes to their lover, it's the night, he went to be with Allah. And she said, I used to see him standing in the night remembering his Lord. And so he was somebody who was always aware of the presence of death, the closeness of death. He said, إِنَّ الْمَوْتَ لَأَقْرَبُ إِلَى أَحَدِكُم مِّن شِرَاكِ نَعْلِهِ. Death is closer to one of you than the strap on his thong. The strap on his thong. Death is right. It's always, you know what it is? One way to look at it is somewhere on this planet there's a door to the unseen world. And you're going to walk through that door. And your door is somewhere. You don't know بِأَيِّ أَرْضٍ تَمُوتُ وَلَا تَدْرِي نَفْسٌ بِأَيِّ أَرْضٍ تَمُوتُ. You don't know which earth you're going to die in. But there is a door with your name on it. And when you reach that point, it's death. And you pass through it into the other side. And suddenly all of this is like a dream. Right? This becomes like a dream state. You'll look back at this as if I was dreaming. كَمْ لَبِثْتُمْ يَوْمًا أَوْ بَعْضَ يَوْمٍ. How long did you tarry? A day or maybe a part of a day. It was just like a dream. أَوْ كَلَمْحٍ بِالْبَصَرِ. Like a blink of an eye. Dunya, when you're confronted with eternity, will suddenly seem like it was nothing. We'll have vague remembrance of it. Because it's the big awakening. And so the idea is that you should be aware that that door is waiting, and it could be the next step that you take. Right? It could be the next step. It's always there. And so that's why he says, اجعل الموت نصب عينيك. Put it right in front of your eyes. In other words, feel like that door is right there and you're about to walk through it, and you'll live your life in the present. You won't be like the rest of the world that's either in the past or the future, grieving over the past or hoping for the future. You'll be living in the present world. And those are the only people that are really alive. Everybody else is dead. Those are the people of the present, right? And that's why they say, Al-Sufi ibn waqtihi. You know, the Sufi, it's a proverb in the Arab say, Al-Sufi ibn waqtihi. The Sufi is the son of his moment. He's the son of his time. He knows where he is. He's in the present moment. That's one of the meanings. One of the meanings, he's also aware of the age he's living in. But that meaning is ibn waqtihi. He is present. He's the son of the moment. And that's what being aware of death is about. Right? And then he said, وَاعْلَمْ بِأَنَّ حُبَّهَا الذَّمِيمَ مَا لِمَحْضِ حَظَّ النَّفْسِ لَا لِيُسْلَمَ مِنْكَ وَتَسْلَمَ مِنَ الْعِبَادِ أَوْ لِلتَّزَوُّدِ إِلَى الْمَعَادِ. And know that love of it that's blameworthy is that which is solely for the benefit of the nafs. Not in order that you're safe or that others are safe from you. In other words, that it does not include, love of dunya does not include desiring it so that others are not bothered by your needs and you are safe from dependence upon Allah's servant. And you are safe from depending on Allah's servants or dependence on Allah's servants. Nor does it include desiring it as provision for the next world. So if you use the dunya for this world as a sullam, as a stair to the next world. This is why Sayyidina Isa in the Islamic tradition said, "Ad-dunya qantara fa'buruha wa la ta'muruha." The dunya is a bridge, so pass over it to the next world and don't try to build on it. Right? Don't think you're going to be here forever. And then he says, realize too that blameworthy love of this world, indeed, love of this world falls under the 5 categories of legal ruling. Thus its ruling is based on what it helps one to achieve. In other words, it goes under the 5 categories. Wajib, right? So we should love those things in the world that help us achieve akhirah. Like we should love the Kaaba. It's in the world. And we should love the Prophet ﷺ, who's in the world, partly. And we should love the people of Allah. We should love the books of knowledge. We should love things that are means. And we should love our brothers and sisters who are Muslim that help us in our deen, things like that. So all of that is wajib. Mandub, there's love that's mandub. And then love that's mubah, like love of your children, love of your wife, your husband, things like that. And then love that's makruh, and love that's haram. So he says, فَحُبُّ مَا مِنْهَا إِعَانَةٌ عَلَى شَيْءٍ مِنَ الْمُحَرَّمَاتِ حُضِلَ. So to love anything that helps you to do something haram is prohibited. And then he says, وَهَكَذَا وَذَمُّهَا مُقَيَّدُ بِغَيْرِ مَا عَلَى النَّجَاةِ يُرْفِدُ. So it's the censoring the world is really only for those things in it that do not help towards salvation. وَقَيْدُهُ قَيْدٌ لِذَمِّ حُبِّهَا لِذَانَهَا خَيْرُ الْوَرَىٰ عَنْ سَبِّهَا. Thus its reproach is restricted only to its love for those reasons. Indeed, the best of creation, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, prohibited cursing the world. There's a hadith in which the Prophet said, لَا تَسُبُّ الدُّنْيَا. Don't curse the world. Because Allah created the world. And the world is a means to achieving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and knowledge of Allah. And really, dunya comes from a word, some say it comes from dana'a, and some say it comes from danu. There's a difference of opinion. But it's different from alam, which is, alam is the world. Alam. This is the world, alam, like nature, all these things. Dunya is the hayat dunya. It's the ephemeral aspect of the world. It's all the hustle and bustle that people get caught up in. That is dunya, and that's what Allah warns us about. Hayat dunya, being deluded by this ephemeral thing. Whereas the alam that Allah has created, alam comes from the root meaning is alama, which is a sign. So the alam is the greatest sign of Allah. So the cosmos in and of itself is the greatest sign of Allah. And that's why it's not something that we despise or look down on. We're not like traditional Christian doctrine, even though they've been trying to get rid of it for the last 100 years. Their traditional doctrine is to condemn the world. The world is evil. And the evilest thing in the world is a woman. I mean, that's traditional Christian doctrine. And we don't say that. We say, like Allah says, هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ لَكُمْ مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. He created everything in the world for you. لِتَعْتَبِرُوا. Some of the ulama say to reflect on it, to take you to Allah. Some of them say تَسْتَفِيدُوا, to benefit from it. Others say to be the khalifa, to guard it, تَرْعَوْهَا, things like that. So all those things are there. Since things are only praised or blamed, وَإِنَّمَا تُمْدَحُ الْأَشْيَاءُ وَتُذَمْ لِمَا تَجُرُّ كَالشِّفَاءٍ وَالسَّقَمٍ. So things are praised or blamed on what they result in, like either a cure or a harm. If something leads to a disease, it's blameworthy. If it leads to a cure, it's praiseworthy. And that's the way you should look at things. وَمَا بِهِ إِلَى مُهِمَّاتِ الْبَدَنِ تَصِيرُ مِنْ مَالٍ وَمِنْ جَاهٍ حَسَنٍ. Anything that is obtained of the corporeal necessities of being in the earth. In other words, food, housing, shelter, all those things, those are not considered dunya. And in fact, even by Sharia, the first wife of a man is not considered dunya, right? And if he marries for things like orphan or to take care of a poor thing, that is also not considered dunya. If he marries a second wife or a third or a fourth wife, simply, for dunya reasons, then it goes under that category, which in that case it's still mubah, right? It's permissible, but it doesn't have the same category like this. He's saying this is a good thing, hasan, right? So ma bihi ila muhimmat al-badan tasiru min malin wa min jahin hasan. Things that get you wealth or get you a good jah. Jah is a name or a position. And they say that having a good name is good to help other people. Not in and for its own sake, but actually to help other people. right? وَكَرِهُ إِكْثَارَ جَمْعِ الْمَالِ خَوْفَ خُرُوجِهِ عَنِ الْحَلَالِ. The ulama have disliked getting too much wealth because of the danger of doing haram things. In other words, the more wealth you acquire, the higher the probability that you're doing things that are displeasing to Allah. And so, most of the ulama consider it makruh, ikthar, adhaakum mutakathiru. You become entertained or engrossed in amassing and vying for wealth. So it's a dangerous thing, and people get addicted to stock market, they get addicted to these type things, it becomes an addiction. وَكَاسِبُ الْأَمْوَالِ لِلتَّفَاخُرِ عَدُّوهُ مِنْ مُكْتَسِبِ الْكَبَائِرِ. Also, somebody who earns wealth, لِلتَّفَاخُرِ, to say, look at me, look how clever I am, look how much money I have, look at all these. أَهْلَكْتُ مَالًا لُبَدًا. يَقُولُ الْإِنسَانُ أَهْلَكْتُ مَالًا لُبَدًا. Man says, oh, look at all the wealth I've consumed. Right? If you do it for those reasons, the ulama reckoned it from the people who have acquired enormities. مُكْتَسِبَ الْكَبَائِرِ means you've done a kabira. That's a kabira. It's haram to do that. And then he says, وَحُبُّهُ الْمَدْحَ بِمَا لَمْ يَفْعَلِ سَبَبُهُ الطَّمَعُ فِي غَيْرِ الْعَلِي. Love of praise is another disease. Love of being praised for what one has not done, not accomplished, is caused by desire for other than the exalted. So people who love to be praised for other than what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has praised them for. And that's considered to be haram, to do that. It's a disease of the heart. So you should only want to be praised for what you've done, although some of them say that you shouldn't really desire praise except from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, although they don't prohibit it. In other words, it's not necessarily a bad thing to like that people say ahsanta, and the Prophet ﷺ did say that to people. And there's a difference between madah, madah that's haram and madah that's permitted. The madah that's haram is flattery. And that's what the Prophet said, أَرْمُوا فِي وُجُوهَ الْمَدَّحِينَ أَرْمُوا التُّرَافِ وُجُوهَ الْمَدَّحِينَ. Throw dirt in the faces of flatterers. It's people that are telling you how wonderful you are, and it's not true, or they don't mean it. And like the poets used to go to the Khalifas and write these amazing poems, Mutanabbi has all these poems he wrote to Saif ad-Dawla, and it's all just midah, it's telling him how wonderful he was. So that's a bad type. Whereas telling somebody genuinely, ahsanta, you did a good job, or something like that, that's not prohibited. And particularly in people that, you're not really worried about them becoming deluded about themselves. So it's an encouragement, because it's part of thanking somebody, things like that. And then he says, وَرْسَمْ بِحُبِّكَ زَوَادَ النِّعْمَةِ عَنْ غَيْرِكَ رَحَسَدْ تُحْسِنْ رَسْمًا. Anyway, he says, سَبَهُ وَالطَّمَعُ فِي غَيْرِ الْعَلِي. الطَّمَعُ is the reason people praise others and also love to be praised, is they want something from them, right? So that's a disease. If you want to be praised for what you didn't do, it's really a tama'. Because, it's pretty despicable thing to, enjoy somebody telling you, you did a great job and you didn't do anything. And you didn't do anything. That's a despicable thing. You're saying, oh, thank you very much. I'm really glad you appreciate the work. And you didn't do any of it. Which happens in universities, professors that have graduate students do all their work and then they get credit for it. It also happens in many corporations where you have a team and it's really, the manager didn't do anything. He just assigned things and they did all the work and then he takes all the credit. It's a very common thing in human. It's obviously part of human nature because it was recognized centuries ago by our scholars and also by the Quran, that Allah says that they love to be praised by what they didn't do. So it's actually, in the Quran. And then he says envy. I'm going to stop with envy because that's a really long one because it's like a major illness. So we'll do envy and riya, inshallah, next week. Jazakumullah khairan.
Takbir! Takbir! Takbir!
We're inshallah going to continue on with Matharat. This is the third meeting, so we should get to fear and desire of other than Allah. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, because we still haven't finished the others. But you should have the latest version or update of this. And we ended on hasad, right? So hasad is yeah. This is an updated version here. So the Arabic's not on that first part because you already have it on the other part. But you can just make the changes as necessary.
Can the people who are registered in the class take, because we made like 42 people who are registered, if they are guests, then when they get some more copies for guests, then they can get it. And that's just people who are registered in the class take
Hasad is probably one of the most serious diseases. Again, because you have a difference of opinion about the diseases and the root disease, some say hasad is the root disease. But again, I think it will always go back to tama', because desire, in hasad there's always desire. So really it's going to go back to tama'. Or hubb riyasa, like Ibn Ashur says, but then even Ibn Ashur admits, that the source of all wrong is hubb al-ajila, which again, love of the world is related to desire. Hasad, according to the ulama, is the first disease. It is the first manifestation of wrong in the heavens. So, أول ما عصي به الله في السماء الحسد. The first thing that Allah was disobeyed with in the heaven was hasad. Because Iblis, nothing prevented him from bowing down except for hasad. And it's a hasad that's called ta'azzuz, which he'll go into. He couldn't stand that Adam alayhi salam would have a higher position than him. Right? He couldn't stand that. Or hasad al-takabbur, it's related to his own pride. Istakbara, he was arrogant and full of pride. So, now there's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said that hasad will eat good deeds like the fire eats wood, which is really important because if you've ever seen fire eat dry wood, right, it should let you know what happens to the hasanat. And so they say the hasid, who is the person who actually has envy, and his object of envy is called mahsud, right? And we should know this, the hasid, in the verse of Quran that people should memorize, وَحَاسِدٍ إِذَا حَسَدٍ, right? وَحَاسِدٍ إِذَا حَسَدٍ. Hasid is shaitan, is al-hasid. And so to have envy is to manifest one of the attributes of shaitan. And there's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, كُلُّ ذِي نِعْمَةٍ مَحْسُودٍ. Every possessor of a blessing, any blessing, is envied. So there's always going to be somebody that envies you if you have a blessing. Two people, street sweepers. One of them has a cart that he has to pull and he's got all his brooms and everything on it. The other street sweeper has a donkey that pulls his cart. For you, totally insignificant. For the one without the donkey, he looks at the one with the donkey and he envies him. So it doesn't matter what level it's happening. Envy is a very strange thing, and permeates human culture and society. And it's also believed that envy has a harm. There's a madarra related to envy. But it's said that the one envying, his envy harms him before it harms the object of his envy. So he's harmed by it faster than he can harm the object of his envy. Although the evil eye is generally related to envy, it doesn't have to be. Some people just have the eye. It's some type of psychic power that some people have. So it doesn't have to be that they envy, although it's dangerous. Like traditionally in a lot of Muslim cultures, a firstborn male, they used to pierce their ears and dress them as little girls for the first 5 years. I mean, really, they did that. It was very common. And I knew somebody, an older man, who had holes in his ears, and I asked him about it, and that's what happened. So people were very fearful of these things. Now, obviously, in Western culture, most of this stuff is seen now as kind of superstitious. It's interesting that every culture has a concept of the evil eye. Every culture. European cultures. I mean, invidious, which means to envy, means to look with evil. Right? The evil eye. It's an evil glance. Right? The Chinese have an evil, and they do a lot of ritual to prevent the evil eye from afflicting their houses. You'll see mirrors on Chinese houses often, and it's to deflect the evil eye. So it's a universal belief. It's not limited to Islam. People, and generally when you have universal beliefs, there's a foundation for it. It's not an imaginary type thing. Although the anthropologists would say, things happen to people, right? And they don't know why it happens, so the way that they explain it is things like he got afflicted with the eye. In other words, it becomes a kind of easy way of explaining the inexplicable. Right? So you do get situations where people will attribute something to the eye simply because they can't, like somebody gets sick and you don't know why they're just sick, and you look and all these different, nobody can understand why. They'll say, oh, it might be the eye, musab bil-ain. So, there's a hadith, al-ainu haq, the evil eye is true. And the Prophet, if you look at him, he was somebody that was very much engaged in getting rid of superstition. Right? I mean, when the moon eclipsed, the Arabs believed that if a moon eclipsed, it meant a great person died. And it eclipsed the day that his son died, Ibrahim, the moon eclipsed. It was a perfect opportunity for somebody who was a charlatan to get a lot of... and people actually became Muslim that day because they said, the moon eclipsed for his son. He went out, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and announced to the people, the moon is a sign of Allah, the sun is a sign of Allah, and they don't eclipse for anyone. So he dispelled that superstition. So part of his teaching was really to dispel superstition. So when he said al-ainu haqqun, and it's a sahih hadith, he's telling us that there's something real in the world called the evil eye, and people should take it seriously. It's not a joke. And in English you say, if looks could kill, right? People have a sense of when somebody's looking at them. And there's psychic power with looks, So anyway, the hadith says that hasad will eat يأكل الحسنات كما تأكل النار الحطب, just like fire eats dry wood. And the reason for that is because when you have hasad, and he explains it here, right? He said, وَارْسِمْ بِحُبِّكَ زَوَادَ النِّعْمَةِ عَنْ غَيْرِكَ الْحَسَدَ تُحْسِنْ رَسْمًا. Describe your desire for someone's loss of their blessing as envy, and you'll have correctly described it. So, if you desire somebody to lose a blessing that they have, that means that you're envious. It could be anything. It could be a house, a car, a job. Somebody got a promotion over you and you wish they lose their job. They do a bad job so they get fired and you get the position. Or just so they get fired. Somebody gets, has a husband that you envy and you don't think she deserves him and you wish she lost her husband. Or a wife, something like that. These type things. Envy is many, many variations of it. But ultimately, it's the idea of loss of ni'mah. And a ni'mah, which comes from an Arabic word, na'ima, which has to do with softness. It's the opposite of difficulty, right? Softness. So ni'mah are things that make life easier, is a ni'mah. Now obviously there could be a niqmah hidden in a ni'mah, and a ni'mah hidden in a niqmah. And they say it's a blessing in disguise, right? In this culture, in English we say it's a blessing in disguise. In other words, you don't see the blessing, but it's there. Every cloud has a silver lining. These type things indicate you have to be careful with what's a blessing and what's not a blessing. So a ni'mah is something that Allah gives, and Allah's name is al-Mun'im. He's the giver of ni'mah. If Allah gives a person a blessing and you wish they lose that blessing, what you're basically saying is Allah was wrong to give that blessing to that person. In other words, you are judging Allah's wisdom in placing a blessing with somebody else. And one of my favorite stories is, and some people have heard this, but al-Asma'i, radiyallahu anhu, he used to travel all these desert camps to collect words and things. And he was at one Bedouin's tent. And the Bedouin, the women come in, serve and sit. It's part of Bedouin culture then and now. And this man had a very beautiful wife, and he was incredibly ugly. And when the man went out to sacrifice the sheep for al-Asma'i, he couldn't resist saying to this woman, how did you end up with this? How did such a beautiful woman like you end up with such an ugly man like that? And the woman said to al-Asma'i, and al-Asma'i, he's relating the story, so he's that type of person. The woman said to him, "Ittaqillah," have taqwa of Allah, fear of Allah. She said, لَعَلَّهُ أَحْسَنَ إِلَى رَبِّي وَأَنَا جَزَاؤُهُ. Maybe he did good things with his Lord and I'm his reward. Or لَعَلِّي أَسَأْتُ إِلَى رَبِّي وَهُوَ عِقَابِي. Or maybe I did some bad things and he's my punishment. So the point being, al-Asma'i was saying, Allah has a hikmah, and you don't know what the hikmah is, so you have to be very careful when you are looking, what's that doing there, or why is that person with that person, or, right? So, Allah is al-Mun'im, He's the giver of blessing. And if you question the ni'mah, then you're questioning the giver of the ni'mah. And that's why Allah hates it. And that's why shaitan was disobedient to Allah. And the difference between shaitan and Adam alayhi salam is Adam, when he made his mistake, he made tawbah. And the hasud doesn't make tawbah. The hasud is unable, because part of his problem is kibr. Right? He doesn't feel somebody's worthy, and he's worthy. That's takabbur. I'm better than him. He doesn't deserve what he has. And that type person, they can't make tawbah. It's hard for them to admit they're wrong. So they don't turn away from their hasad. Right? They don't actually turn away from it. So then he says, بِحَيْثُ لَوْ أَمْكَنَتْكَ حِيلًا تُزِيلُهَا أَعْمَلْتَ تِلْكَ الْحِيلًا. So he says, he means by hasad that really, in other words, if you were able through some ruse to eliminate it yourself, you would do so. You'd utilize that thing to eliminate the hasad. What that means is that the Sharia definition of hasad is, because there's a hadith, لا يسلم المؤمن من ثلاث. The mu'min will never be safe from three things. And hasad is one of them. Dhann and tiyara are the other two, which he'll get to. Hasad is one of the things that no mu'min will ever be safe from. In other words, it's going to emerge in the heart. You're going to see something and you're going to wish you had it that somebody else has. Right? So the cure for it is لا تبغي. إذا حسدت فلا تبغي. The hadith says, if you have envy, don't harm. Don't oppress the person. And this is why, as long as you won't do something that causes that person to lose the blessing, then it doesn't go under the category of hasad that is harmful. In other words, that eats your hasanat up. The hasad that eats your hasanat up is the hasad that you would actually do something if you were able to cause them to lose that blessing. وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ. And then he says, أَمَّا إِذَا كَانَتْ مَخَافَةُ صَمَدْ عَنْهَا تَصُدُّكَ فَرَسْتَ ذَا حَسَدْ. If your fear of Allah causes you not to want to do that thing, in other words, to harm the person, then that's not hasad that's going to harm you. But if you could, you would, that is dangerous. And then he said, فِيمَا تَرَجَّ حُجَّةِ الْإِسْلَامِ مِنْ فَضْلِ ذِي الْجَلَالِ وَالْإِكْرَامِ. In other words, that's what the Imam al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu said about hasad. So that's his judgment, how he distinguished it. That's where that's coming from. And then he says, قال إمام الغزالي ومن كرهه حتى كأن يمقت نفسه له برئ من أداء ما لزمه أما الدواء فعمر بضد مقتضى الهوى. He says, Imam al-Ghazali said, if you hate it so that you despise that part of yourself that's causing you to envy, then that means that you're not an envious person. So hating the experience in yourself of envy is a sign that you're not an envious person. And this again is recognizing that you have a nafs and you have a ruh, which are really the same thing. But the nafs is the ruh that still has the tarnish of this world. It's not pure. And so recognizing that in yourself, that things like these things that occur to the heart, those are part of the taint or the pollution as a result. It's the ran that has acquired or accumulated over the heart as a result of wrong actions and these things being in the world. So if you detest it, then it's a sign, in fact, that the ruh is it's a higher force in you, this pure aspect of yourself. And then he said, as for the dawa, he said, the dawa is amadun bididdi, right? You have to, he always gives us usually, he gives us two treatments. One of them is the knowledge, because islah al-qalb, rectification of the heart, has to come by two things, al-ilm wal-amal. So now he just told you what the knowledge is. You have to know that the way to get rid of the hasad is not to want to harm the person and to have taqwa of Allah and to recognize what a bad thing it is. That's your knowledge base. But now he's going to give you the amal. Right? أما الدواء فعمر بضد مقتضى الهوى كنفعه إن زان ضرا والثناء عليه حيث لك ذما زينا. This is really important. The first is not to follow what your hawa desires. And hawa is caprice. Right? Al-hawa is caprice. Hawa comes from a root word which means to fall, and it's also related to the word wind, hawa'un. Because the nature of hawa, of passion, is another translation. The nature of passion is that it's like a wind. It comes, stirs things up, and then it dies down. Right? When the wind comes, shakes the tree, does all of its damage, and then it dies down and goes away. And the hawa is like that. Sometimes it comes to the self and sometimes it leaves. And if you follow the hawa, then you're following whims, caprice. You're not following the aql. which is something that's thabit, it's fixed, it's not like the wind. Haqq is thabit. Batil is always something yazul. It's something that goes away. If you look in the history of man, you can see very clearly these false things come and then they go. They come and they go. They come and they go. Right? Whereas haqq is something, it's fixed in that everybody recognizes that it's true. It doesn't matter where. I mean, haqq in terms of its manifestation will manifest and remove, but it's always recognized for what it is, as haqq, by the people of haqq. Whereas batil is something, in one people it's one thing, in another people it's another thing. It just has no foundations. So he's saying, don't follow your hawa. And Hawiyah is the name of Jahannam. Because Hawiyah takes you down into the fire. Hawiyah. And your hawa is what takes you down there. Right? Ummuhu Hawiyah. Right? The Hawiyah is the fire. Jahannam. وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا هِيَ نَارٌ حَامِيَةٌ. So when he says to do the opposite of what your hawa says, now he's going to give you an example. كَنَفْعِهِ إِنْ زَانَ ضُرًّا. Like benefiting him when it would seem to be a good thing to harm him. In other words, your hawa wants to cause harm to him. At that point, you do mujahada. And you actually benefit the person that you have envy towards. It's a really important thing here. So if you have feeling envy towards a person and you really want to harm them, you do the opposite. You give them a gift. Right? You give him a gift. And that's going against the nafs, getting a reward with Allah, but doing something else. Or another thing he says, and I'll get to what the other thing is doing. عَلَيْهِ حَيْثُ لَكَ ذَمًّا زَيَّنَا. Praise him when it would appear good to you to say something bad about him. So somebody who you have hasad for, somebody mentions them in a gathering, and you feel like saying, oh, you know what he did? Right? You want to say something, that you actually say something good about him. And there's always something you can say about somebody. You know, I mean, Hitler, you could say, you know, the guy really did what he set out to do. Whatever. You can always find something good to say about somebody, right? You can, and that's the thing. So you choose. You know. You choose. And the thing to do is, you know, if you want to say something bad about him, say something good about him. Or her. Now, what that will do, one of the things it will do, is if you do that to the person who you have hasad for, it will cause their heart to incline towards you. As their heart inclines towards you, now obviously this isn't always true. In other words, if they have hasad for you, which is very possible, and they're not working on themselves and they haven't studied Matharat al-Qulub, then you can get in trouble, right? Because there are some people, but generally good people, which those are the people that we want to not envy and beyond. Because he'll get to that it's permissible to envy bad people. Generally good people are inclined to love those who show good to them. So if you do good for those to that person, they will tend to want to do good to you. And if they do, it changes your heart. So what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says is, if you actually apply this, you will see a transformation in their heart and in your heart. Right. And then he says, and then another theoretically is to know, وَعِلْمِ أَنَّهُ يَضُرُّ الْحَاسِدَ يَغْتَمُّ الْآنَ وَيُعَذَّبُ غَدًا. Not only you should know, this harms the hasid, the one envying is harmed by this. In this world, he's always anxious and upset. The fact that, why did he get that promotion? He shouldn't have got that promotion. He goes home and complains to his wife for 2 hours about so-and-so got the job that the promotion he should have got. In other words, he becomes obsessed with the object of his envy. And it's a disease in the heart that causes him to have gham. He actually has this feeling of sadness. And it's a result, it's meaningless. It has absolutely no meaning whatsoever. It's a completely insane act to envy another person. It's a completely insane act. And the Arabs have a really powerful proverb which Al-Hasud la yasud. The one who envies can't get into a position of leadership. In other words, the fact that you have this resentment is actually prevents you from ever accomplishing anything in the world. People that, the envier, see, a person who doesn't have envy, if he sees somebody doing something, he'll set out, it might motivate him to go out and do it himself. But he's not going to sit there, and why is that happening to him? Why isn't this happening to him? He just goes out and does it for himself. So the one who envies will never have siyada. And one of the interesting things about the Muslim world now is that we're filled with envy. The Muslim, when they look at the Europeans and the Americans, even though a lot of them use all this Islamic rhetoric to talk about how horrible all these Europeans and kuffar and this and that, the real bottom line is they have dunya and we don't. Seriously, for a lot of these Muslims, they have dunya and we don't. And so there's hasad. Or, for instance, like the Arabians who got all the oil, you have all these people in other Arab countries or some other countries always talking about these terrible Gulf Arabs. How, they just waste all the Muslim money. It belongs to us. Well, what the question to ask is, if oil was discovered in Jordan, would all the Jordanians be awliya, giving out fi sabilillah all over the... No, it's a question for them to ask. In other words, you can look and say how terrible the Gulf Arabs are because they're wasting all the money of the Muslims. That's easy when you don't have any money. But what do you do when suddenly you've got all the dunya? Right? That's the question. So, and there's a strong case that they're probably giving a lot more money than most of the other people would be doing because they're extremely generous by their nature. It's part of the traditional desert Arab culture. And there are a lot of really generous people there. So the point is, you can look at them, but really, is your anger, is it from resentment and hasad, or is it really being stimulated by an altruistic desire for wealth to be used properly? That's a question. Now, you can look also at the communist revolution. Communism is pure hasad. Marx is filled with resentment. If you read his book, it's filled with resentment. It's all about getting what really belongs to us from the rich people. It's all turning, and it's all based on this resentment. Now, obviously, rich people like to hear that because they can say, yeah, exactly. It's just, they're just envious of us. They just want our money. But from the Sharia point of view, both have an obligation. The obligation of the poor people is not to envy the rich people. And the obligation of the rich people is not to belittle the poor people. So it goes both ways. But because one of them's not fulfilling their obligation doesn't mean that you become a communist to overthrow the status quo. That's the point. And nowhere in Islam does it say that you have to remain impoverished. You can go out and earn money. But it's difficult, to have... accumulations of wealth tend to be traditionally in families. And it's still true to this day, that even though America, quote-unquote, land of opportunity, you can come here, work 80-hour weeks and start your grocery store, your this or that, and you work hard enough and you'll get the dunya. We already covered that in that section on not wanting to do that. Because right when you get it all, you drop dead. But the point being is that still, most money, right? In fact, it's really interesting, in this country, over 90% of the wealth is in the hands of less than 3% of the population. So people that you think are rich, like a millionaire, if he's got $2, $3, $4 million, that's not real wealth. For us, obviously it is. But in terms of who's got money in this country, that's not real wealth. That's peanuts. And even Bill Gates, they did a thing on Bill Gates. Bill Gates is still only worth about 30% of what Rockefeller is worth, for instance. Right? So he's an upstart. Even though, so the point is that money is a dula, bain al-aghniya, which one of the reasons why Allah did something in the Quran which in terms of human history is extremely radical. The inheritance laws in Islam are designed to break monopolies. You see, if you look at the Sharia, it's designed to spread the wealth out. In traditional cultures, the progenitor, the firstborn, all the money would go to the firstborn. And in English culture, people were out of their houses, right? I mean, if women if they didn't have a male protector, they lost their houses, which is one of Jane Austen's themes, right, in her stories of women just literally losing everything because there wasn't a husband. I mean, she saw it as an injustice. Even though she's a comic writer, she saw it, as a type of injustice to women. The fact there's no male and they lose everything the moment the father drops dead because some uncle or distant cousin who's a male gets to inherit all the money because the women don't inherit it. In Islam, Allah broke that. So a woman would actually suddenly get money. Now, what did that do? If a woman marries, right, outside of the family, it takes money outside of the family, which was one of the reasons why oftentimes wealthy families like to marry within the family to try to maintain it somewhat. But you can see that in Islam. There really is an attempt to break down that type of monopoly in wealth, which once it occurs, you have a dula, what the Quran calls a dula, bain al-aghniya. Wealth only revolves around the rich people, and that will cause a type of resentment, right? So in Islam, traditionally, there was always a very strong middle class. And where you have a strong middle class, you're going to have a lot less social pressure than where you have an extremely wealthy class of, say, maybe 10% with all the wealth, and then 90% impoverished. That creates a massive tension. Whereas if you have, 40 to 60% in the middle somewhere, right, it enables the people down here to be able to, move into that middle class because it's not so far off. Whereas in this type situation, the gap is so great, it creates resentment and hasad. And so poor people begin to envy the rich people. And then you're ripe for, the Communist Manifesto and this type of thing. And look how many people died. I mean, all those people that died, millions of people because of communist revolution. And it's all about resentment. And the other interesting thing about communism, nowhere is Marx critical of industrialization and massification. He never questions, the whole technological society and where it was headed. And Baudrillard wrote a really interesting book criticizing that aspect of communist critique, that they never deal with, factories. And, he's all just saying, well, let's make the factories, the people working in them own the factories. But is factory life, do we really want people to be working like that in those, that type of thing? That's never questioned. So that's a really important thing to reflect on, people, about this idea of resentment. And a lot of what people actually think is righteous indignation is nothing other than hasad, envy and resentment, really. Seen it a lot. And one of the things that you saw happen in the Muslim world is a lot of the communists, interestingly enough, in the 70s, in the 80s became Islamists, right? And changed all the vocabulary, right? And suddenly started talking about the social justice of Islam as opposed to the social justice of communism. And so Islam becomes a vehicle again to realize your own petty dunya aspirations, right? People have to be really wary of that type of Islam being used as a vehicle for anger that is not rooted in anger for the sake of Allah. It's rooted in anger simply because one is dissatisfied with one's worldly position. Right? And that's a really tricky one, I tell you. And then he says also, وَلَا يُفِيدُهُ بِشَيْءٍ مَا وَلَا يُزِيلُ عَنْ مَحْسُودِهِ مَنُوِّلًا. He says, also think about this. It doesn't benefit you one iota to have envy, nor does it cause the one you're envying, he's not going to lose that ni'mah because you're envious of it. Allah gave it to him, Allah will take it away. It's not you that's going to do anything. So it's really a waste of time. Now he goes into the asbab, which is really important here. Because the asbab, if you understand the causes, you can understand, one, whether you've got it, and two, how to get rid of it. The first thing he mentions is adawa. Somebody it's your enemy. And so, like America, there's a lot of places that America is the enemy, so hasad, right? It becomes hasad. And the really interesting thing about a lot of these anti-American people, they're obsessed with American culture, right? So the guy hijacking the plane has Nike tennis shoes, and he's got his T-shirt with Mickey Mouse on it, and orders hamburgers and milkshakes. I don't know, but I mean, you see it. American culture is just everywhere. It's just rapidly globalizing, right? Now, why is it that people in Beijing go to a McDonald's? Why? I don't understand, but they do. And so, the fact that a lot of people are anti-American, again, one has to question, what are they anti-American about? Is it because they're just envious of the fact that America happens to be the dunyawi most powerful country on the earth? Americans have the dunyawi highest standard of living, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is that the reason? Or is it genuinely, do they see that this is unfair? This is an oppressive society that's doing harm. So, again, people have to be really careful about what their intentions are and where they are. So, adawa is a cause of hasad. You might not like somebody that you're working with in the office, so when good things happen to him, you get angry. There's hasad. Just because adawa. Very common. Another one, tahabbub. Tahabbub is a type of hasad. There's almost an element of humor in it, but it can get quite vicious. And tahabbub relates to the object. You have two people or more, and they all have the same object of desire. Like parents, children, siblings are fighting for parental love. Mother only has a limited amount of time in the day. She's got 5 children. So those children are vying for her attention. And there's a book, although it's written by, I think, Solomon, called Born to Rebel, which is all about birth order. He did this massive statistical study about birth order, and he's convinced that people's personalities are a direct result of all this envy they had in trying to get their parents. And with massive sweeping theories, you always have to be careful. But obviously there's an element of truth in that. So birth order is very interesting because firstborns tend to be much less rebellious, according to his research, than laterborns. In fact, most of the real rebellious type people in the history, in social history, have been laterborns, not firstborns. And he said it has to do with the fact that they see the firstborn, he's got all the perks, and so they want to rebel against that kind of status quo. And firstborns historically tend to be the ones that are always supporting the status quo and don't want. It's an interesting study. So that's tahabbub. Another one is a teacher. Students that vie for the teachers, like teachers' pets type people that want, and they have this envy. Another one is, it's called the da'u dara'ir, the disease of second wives, right? Hasad. Because if there's more than one wife in the situation, obviously there's one husband. Husbands' times tend to be limited, and so they're vying. And that's why Sharia is so adamant about being fair to the wife. If you give one to one, you have to give one to the other. Have to. That is a given. And the nights are the same. I think for that reason. Now, obviously, the word in Arabic for second wife is darra, sometimes mispronounced durra, but it's actually al-darra. Darra means harm, right? That's what it means. It means harm. So obviously, I don't know if the first wife named the second wife darra or not, but it indicates that the Arabs understood something about the psychology of multiple marriages, and that the second wife will bring in a type of darra to the first wife. So that does happen. And you can get that vying for things. So that's tahabbub. And then takabbur is arrogance. That causes envy. If you see somebody getting ahead of you and you're arrogant, you see, he doesn't deserve that. I'm better than him. He should not. That's takabbur. He shouldn't have got that promotion. And this is something that some of the Arabs had like al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, Abu Jahl, they had that against the Prophet ﷺ. They thought themselves, he's Yatimu Bani Hashim. He's the orphan of Bani Hashim. He's Ibn Abi Kabsha. That's what they called him. Abi Kabsha is his father by wet nursing. So they just saw, he doesn't deserve this ni'mah of being spoken to from the heavens. We deserve it more than he does. So that's takabbur, which is, I think, pretty obvious. Ta'azzuz is less so than takabbur. Ta'azzuz has to do with a person wanting the status quo. In other words, he doesn't mind feeling the same as the other person. As long as we have the same things, it's okay. But suddenly you get the job promotion, and I didn't. And then my question is, I start saying, he's going to start looking down on me. Right? So the dynamic changes. So ta'azzuz is I'm trying to maintain my izzah. So really it's related to a poor self-esteem, and I think that's how I translated it. Poor self-worth. Ta'azzuz is an attempt to reestablish an equilibrium because you're feeling that your self-worth is compromised by the fact that another person has more than you do. And so that's also a cause of hasad. And you can see that also in the first Muslims who, when they, for instance, they said, لولا نزل هذا القرآن على رجل, right? من القريتين عظيم. Had this Quran only been revealed to a man from one of the two big cities who was great, a great man. In other words, if it would have been revealed to Walid ibn Mughira, we wouldn't mind bowing our heads to him and admitting that, you're the prophet. But this is Yatim Bani Hashim. How can he be over us? In other words, we want him to stay the same as us. So this is something that happened, afflicted those first Arabs. And also those who said, this is just hada bashar, mithlana. Right? This is just a man like us. How can he be a prophet and we're not prophets? In other words, we don't like this idea of somebody who's a common man. If it's a king, that's all right. We can deal with that because the king's better than us. We know that. But he's my next door neighbor. Right? He shouldn't have anything better than me. So it's that idea there. And also, you find that Fir'aun says, actually that's more takabbur. But he says about Musa, that how can a prophet come and his people are our slaves, looking down on them. So these are all reasons why people reject the truth. And ta'ajjub has to do with, you just can't believe it. It's more, I can't believe. It's not takabbur, it's not ta'azzuz, it's just type of, this can't be happening. Right? This person couldn't have won the jackpot, and I've known him all my life. This can't be happening. So it's a hasad that's really related to a type of disbelief, in somebody getting a blessing that you just can't believe that he has that blessing. Doesn't make any sense. And then also, حب الرياسة, love of leadership, always wanting to maintain one's position of authority. Sometimes حب الرياسة will lead a person to not want somebody to get a blessing just so they can maintain the position over them of authority, which is similar to takabbur, but different in a sense, because he does have a position of leadership, or he desires to have it over that person, and by them getting some type of blessing, it's going to lead to changing that equilibrium, or creating a disequilibrium there. So, and then shuhun hati, shuh is covetousness. So that's also a cause of envy, just pure shuh. Like you see somebody has something, you just have a shahiyah, you're covetous of it, you want it. And that's a big disease, which Allah says, وَمَنْ يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. Those who are saved from their shuh. Now another thing, one of the concepts that Imam al-Ghazali mentions often is, because these diseases in fact are part of our nature, the process is to transform them and make them something beneficial to you. For instance, Native Americans, some of the Native American tribes in this country used to name their children names that had disabilities, right? Like lame deer. They would give it a name that had a disability. And the reason for that was that they noticed that animals that had disabilities tended to overcompensate. And it would make them more clever than the other. They'd have to be more aware. And so there's an idea of getting your disability to become an advantage. And this is what really successful people in dunyawi terms tend to do. And what Imam al-Ghazali is saying is, this is what the ukhrawi people need to do with these disadvantageous aspects of themselves, to turn them into advantages. So for instance, hasad, the Prophet ﷺ said, لا حسد إلا في اثنتين. There's no envy except in two people. رجل أوتي مالا. He was given wealth, فسلطه على الخير. Right? He used his wealth for good. Right? And in a riwayah it says that he ينفق أناء الليل وأطراف النهار. You know, he's giving it out by night and by day. So that's a good reason to envy that person. Not that you want him to lose the envy, to lose the ni'mah, but that you actually want to be like him, to have wealth, so that you can also give out. And that is called in Arabic ghibta, which is different from hasad. Ghibta is good envy. It's a positive envy. You're envying the person, you don't want them to lose their ni'mah. You want them to keep their ni'mah. But you wish that you had what they had. And the other person is رَجُلٍ أُوتِيَ حِكْمَةً. He was given hikmah, wisdom. فَيُعَلِّمُهَا النَّاسِ. So he teaches that wisdom to people. Right? And so those two people, in other words, what we're being told is, don't envy people over petty, trivial things like dunya. It's not worth it. Envy people for things that are high things, like akhirah. And then what that will do is it'll make you set out to achieve what they've achieved. Alright? So, and then he says about أَسْبَابُهُ اللَّوَاتِ مِنْ هَيَاتِ. Those are the causes. And then he says, وَنِعْمَةٌ بِكَافِرٍ أَوْ فَاجِرٍ يَقْوَى بِهَا عَلَى الْأَذَى وَيَجْتَرِي. As for a blessing that a kafir has, a non-Muslim, or a bad Muslim, fajr, somebody who's fajr, they have fujur, a profligate, somebody who does kaba'ir. A fajr is somebody who does kaba'ir openly. As for a fajr, he says, فِيهَا يَجُوزُ مَرَضُ الضَّرَائِرِ. The disease of second wives is permissible in this case. أَفَادَهُ مَيَّارَةُ إِبْنِ عَاشِرِ. I mean, he uses second wife because it works with the rhyme. And also I think it indicates that that's, you know, it's a natural type of hasad. You know, it's a good thing to have hasad towards non-Muslims but obviously that has to be because they're using it for bad things. Do you see the difference? In other words, what I was saying earlier about having envy towards non-Muslims just because they have dunya and you don't. That's not a good reason. The reason that he's saying it's a good thing to do is because they have dunya that they're using for harm. They're harming people with it and they're using it to oppress. And in that case, it's justifiable, it's permissible. And he said, Sidi Mayyara, who commented on Ibn Ashar, benefited us that. And then he says, أمر حياء الذميم فالمانع من تغيير منكر أو السؤال عن أمر من الدين ونحو ذلك فهو الذي يعد من المهالك. Blameworthy modesty. Modesty is a good thing, it's virtuous. Al-haya'u min al-iman. The hadith says, Al-haya'u min al-iman. Al-haya' is from iman. So this haya, which is called al-haya'u al-dhamim, blameworthy. This is the blameworthy modesty is a modesty that prevents you from making inkar of munkar when you see it. So you see somebody doing something wrong and you really should say something, but you're too shy. Right? You're too shy. Like a child, an adult child with the parents. There's a type of modesty because they're my parents, I can't say anything to them. A munkar is a munkar, whether it's the parents or anybody else. If it genuinely is a munkar. Now just to say a few things about munkar. There's a condition about munkar. One, a munkar has to be mujma' alayh in order to make inkar of it. It has to be agreed upon. You can't make munkar of something that's called mukhtalaf fihi, which means there's difference of opinion about it. So whenever there's difference of opinion, you have to be very careful about munkar. Because technically the munkar of one scholar might not be the munkar of another scholar. And unless it's absolutely agreed upon that it's a munkar, then you can't make inkar of it. And they said about Imam al-Ma'ziri, he was so knowledgeable that he rarely made inkar of anybody. Because he could always find a dalil for a proof for their actions somewhere. So, and that's a really important thing to know now, just because there's so much, Muslims make so much inkar of each other. There's this impulse now, just everybody attacks everybody else. So, blameworthy modesty is something where you don't make inkar where you should, or to ask a question about the deen. That's blameworthy modesty, and that's why Sayyidatuna Aisha radiallahu anha said that the best women were the women of the Ansar because modesty did not prevent them from learning the deen. So she was praising them, saying that even though there's things that people would be modest about, it didn't stop them. Like the Prophet ﷺ, who somebody came to him, a woman asking about the period, and he was explaining to her, and she kept asking, and finally he just asked Aisha to show her what to do, because it was embarrassing for him. And Aisha could answer the question because she was faqihah. But the point is that woman wanted to know. And even some of the women, they used to send in a little box the cloth from their period to ask the hukam from Aisha about the color. Right? I mean, that was like asking to make sure they understood when the hayd ended and when it started. Right? So, I mean, that's obviously most women, they would not feel comfortable with that at all, because they're modest about it. But the point is, those women were so bent on doing what Allah, or so straight about doing what Allah told them to do, that their modesty didn't prevent them from doing those things. And that would tend to be more with women than with men, but it applies to both, because there are some men that are extremely modest, so they don't ask questions. And then he said, أما حياء كرم كما جرى للمصطفى إذ زينبا تقمرا. As for the haya of generosity, just as it occurred with Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he married Zainab. Taqammara means, to spend the night, Zainab, the first night of their marriage. What happened was the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam married Zainab radiallahu anha, and he invited people over for a walima, a wedding ceremony, and they came, and then they didn't leave. 3 of them stayed behind, and the Prophet, being as generous as he was, he sat with them, but he just got married, and it's his wedding night, right? And so he's waiting for them to leave, and they want to be with the Prophet ﷺ. They're enjoying the company, and so they didn't leave. And so he got up, left the room to kind of give them an idea, and then he came back, and they were still there. So he sat down, and then he finally left again. And then the ayah revealed, to leave the Prophet. When you finished your business, to leave, to go. إِذَا طَعَمْتُمْ فَانْتَشِرُوا. When you finish eating, go, move along. And so that type of modesty is not blameworthy, because there's no hukum shar'i, and it's out of his karam that he didn't say, it's my wedding night, can you please go now? It was out of his karam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he didn't say that. I mean, there would be some people that would, they wouldn't have any problem with that at all. But he was so generous that it wasn't in his nature to do that. And so he's saying that is not that's not a blameworthy. وَأَشْبَعَ الْقَوْمَ مِنَ الْوَلِيمَةِ. He fed them, وَخَرَجُوا عَنْهُ سِوَى ثَلَاثَةِ. And they left except for 3. لَبُّوا وَلَمْ يَأْمُرْ بِالْإِنطِلَاقِ فَهُوَ مِنْ مَحَاسِنِ الْأَخْلَاقِ. So they stayed, and he didn't tell them to leave, and so that's from good character. That's not blameworthy. And then he said, لَوْ كَانَ رَجْلًا. That's for the line of poetry. كَانَ رَجْلًا صَالِحًا. And it's a way of saying rajul. And it comes from a hadith, لَوْ كَانَ الْحَيَاءُ رَجُلًا لَكَانَ رَجُلًا صَالِحًا. If modesty had been a man, he would have been a righteous man. So it's a hadith of the Prophet explaining that modesty is a very, very high thing. وَالْخَوْضُ فِي مَا لَيْسَ يَعْنِي إِنَّمَا يَحْرُمُ حَيْثُ كَانَ فِي مَا حَرُمَ كالفكر في محاسن الأجانب وعورات المسلمين الغيب. Now he's talking about the heart's engagement in matters that do not concern it. So he's talking about al-khawd. Khawd al-qalb is the movement of the heart, and basically the heart, he'll go into it later about, I think it's, I hope we get to that. I think we'll get to it, inshallah. But he goes into great detail about the types of thoughts and things like that. And so what he's saying here is that khawd, if you have the heart moving or reflecting in things that are prohibited, then it's prohibited. But that is also, it's what they call tafakkur. Or takhayyul, not tafakkur. Takhayyul. Tafakkur is when you think about ma'qulat, and takhayyul is when you think about mahsusat, sensory things. So he says there that al-khawdu fi ma laysa ya'ni innama yahramu haythu kana fi ma harama. If you're thinking about something that is haram, then it's haram to think about that thing. And then he gives you an example, كَالْفِكْرِ فِي مَحَاسِنِ الْأَجَانِبِ. Like reflecting on the beauty, fantasizing about the beautiful qualities of those unrelated to one by marriage, from male or female. So thinking about things that one shouldn't be thinking about is considered prohibited. And also, including that would be weaknesses or faults of Muslims, whether they are absent or present. So actually reflecting on the faults of Muslims, right? I mean, you shouldn't even be doing that. And that's why there's a hadith, طُوبَى لِمَنْ شَغَلَهُ عَيْبُهُ عَنْ عُيُوبِ غَيْرِهِ. There's a tree in paradise for the one who's preoccupied with his own faults over the faults of others. His own preoccupation causes him to forget the faults of others. And the older you get, the more serious you should take that. Really. And it's just, life's too short to be. Everybody's got faults, and if you start thinking about other people's faults, you're just a fool. The point is to get rid of your own. And also, I put in there, because it's important, but it's in the commentary, also reflecting on the nature of Allah's essence. The dhat of Allah is haram. You can't think about the dhat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm going to, inshallah, go till 2:30 and then we could pray. The next one, وَأَصْرُ خَوْفَ الْفَقْرِ سُوءَ الظَّنِّ بِهِ تَعَالَى وَالدَّوَافِ الْحُسْنِ وَعِلْمِ أَنَّ مَا لَدَيْهِ لَا يَقِلُّ وَأَنَّ مَا تُرْزَقُهُ لَكَ يَصِلُّ. أَصْرُ خَوْفَ الْفَقْرِ is, what he's saying is the origin of fear of poverty is a bad opinion of Allah. So, fear of poverty is one of the diseases of the heart, and shaitan in the Quran, Allah tells us that He promises you, يَعِدُكُمُ الْفَقْرَ, He promises you that you're going to lose your money. That's something that shaitan does. He promises you that you're going to lose your wealth. And so fear, and this is going on right now, right? This is a time of real khawf al-faqr, right? Because there's all this uncertainty in the dunya right now, right? You're having collapses all over the world, and the Americans are obviously getting very concerned, and stock market and people's portfolios are getting thinner, and all this thing. And the thing about it is, faqr, real faqr, these people don't know, they don't have a clue what faqr is. I mean, really, people don't have a clue what faqr is. I mean, you want to see poverty, you have to, you go to somewhere like India, go somewhere like West Africa, go somewhere like, now Kosovo and places like that. I mean, there you'll see real poverty. People don't know what poverty is. So fear of poverty is a bad opinion of Allah, su'adhan, because Allah promised to provide for you, right? وَمَنْ يَتَّقِ اللَّهِ يَجْعَلْ لَهُ مَخْرَجًا وَيَرْزُقْهُ مِنْ حَيْثُ لَا يَحْتَسِبُ. Whoever has taqwa of Allah, Allah promised, that's a jumla shartiyya. In Arabic language, that's called a conditional sentence. If you do this, I'll do this. And the condition is, if you have taqwa, I'll provide for you. That's a promise from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you have taqwa, I'll provide for you, and I'll do it from even where you wouldn't think it was coming. In other words, it won't be from the things where you expect it, your job, your monthly salary, whatever. Allah can provide you from places that you would never expect, but it's on the condition of taqwa. If you don't have taqwa, then Allah is not obligated to take care of you if you're not doing what He asked of you as a condition for walking on the earth with dignity. Because if you don't do what He said, you're going to walk on the earth in humiliation. Especially the Muslims. Because we should always remember that the dunya is the paradise of the non-Muslim. So if they have their good now, you should be, this is all they're getting. This is all they're getting. Let them enjoy it. Seriously, think about that. This is all they're getting. And this is what Ibn Daqiq al-Eid, there are different people it's related to. Izz ibn Abd al-Salam, I've seen it related to two different people. But the meaning of the story is sound anyway. There was a Jewish man who was oil. He used to sell oil. And he would heat up oil as well and sell hot oil. And he was covered in the oil and his clothes were dirty. And he was a poor man in Cairo. And one day this alim, very famous, wealthy alim, came out. He had a white horse. Came out, and this Jewish man came out to the horse and said to him, "Do you relate a hadith that says that this world is the paradise of the disbeliever and the prison of the believer? And he said, yes. And he said, then I have a question for you. What kind of paradise am I in, and what kind of prison are you in? Right? And so, Izz ibn Abdul Salam, they say he looked up, and then he looked down, and then he said to him, when I contemplate what is waiting for you because of your disbelief in the next world, I can only assume that you're in paradise now. And when I contemplate on what Allah has prepared for me for my belief in the next world, I can only see this as a prison. And as the story goes, he said, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu Muhammad Rasulullah. So, but the point is, this is all relative. Poverty is a relative state. And your fear of poverty it's also a foolish thing, because what benefit is it, right? There's American humorist Mark Twain said, most of my problems I never actually saw them. Right? In other words, you've got all these concerns that you think about and you never actually see them. They're just in your head. And so that's part of the thing about having fear of poverty. It just ends up in your head. And if you're impoverished, you don't have any fear of it. Right? What are you afraid of? That's your state. But if you have money and you're always afraid of poverty, what's the point of having money? If it's going to create all this anxiety for you and all this problem and all this trouble, you're better off without it. And al-haramu, al-hammu nusf al-haram. Anxiety is half of growing old. There's a hadith. Anxiety is half of aging. And there's a hadith, al-birru yazidu fil umar. Righteousness will increase your age. It'll lengthen your life. That's a hadith. And one of the interpretations of that I think is really interesting is people who are righteous don't have anxieties. And people who are irreligious, they're in this constant state of turmoil within themselves. And so their hearts are never at ease, and they have all this anxiety, so they age faster than other people. So their life gets worn out. They dissipate quicker than other people. So fear of poverty is a waste of time. And now he says that the cure for it is have a good opinion of Allah. أَنَا عِنْدَ ظَنِّ عَبْدِي بِي. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لَا أُرِيدُ مِنْكُمْ مِنْ رِزْقٍ لَا أُرِيدُ مِنْهُمْ مِنْ رِزْقٍ وَلَا أُرِيدُ أَنْ يُطْعِمُونَ. I don't want them to feed me, and I don't want them to provide for me. Right? Allah says that. I don't expect that from you. And then He says that He is the Razaq, ذُو الْقُوَّةِ الْمَتِينَ. Right? Allah is the Razaq. I'm the one who, Razaq, ism mubalagha. It's an exaggerated form. Always providing. Continuously providing. So Allah is the provider. Have a good opinion of Him. And then He says, to know also, وَعِلْمِ أَنَّ مَا لَدَيْهِ لَا يَقِلْ. And know that Allah is not diminished. His mulk, His dominion is not diminished by Him giving out. If He's giving somebody all this wealth over here, it doesn't diminish His mulk. And that's why you shouldn't have hasad for Him. Because just like He made him wealthy, He can make you wealthy. But again, you should be content. Qana'a. That's why the Prophet ﷺ said, Al-qana'atu kanzun la yafna. Contentment is a treasure that's never exhausted. So know that what He said. And then also know, وَأَنَّ مَا تُرْزَقُهُ لَكَ يَصِيلٌ. The thing that's been allotted for you, it will reach you. And there's a difference of opinion amongst the ulama about rizq. Some of the ulama say that rizq, right, Allah is raziq, He's also ar-razaq. Some of the ulama say that your rizq, which was maqsoom, it was allotted to you in the womb of your mother, that it is only what you'll actually use in the world. And others say it's everything that you have. But the dominant opinion is it's only what you use. In other words, if you die with $1 million and you never used it, it wasn't risk for you. It was actually risk for the people that inherited it. right? If you had a house in some place that you never went to, it wasn't risk for you. Even though you owned it, you could have gone, you never did. No, it wasn't maqsoom, because you never got any benefit out of it. In fact, I saw a book the other day called How to Live Well. No, you have to live wealthy and die broke, right? And that's that idea, right? Don't let anybody get it after you. Just use it all up, which is a horrible thing, because in Islam you're supposed to think about your children and think about, it's good to leave something behind for your children. And the Prophet ﷺ didn't, because prophets aren't allowed to leave behind dunya. There's not. Now, the next one is called mudahana. Right? This is a really important one here. وَبَادِرُ الدِّينِ لِإِصْلَاحِ الدُّنَى مُدَاهِنٌ فِي بِعِهِ قَدْ غُبِنَا. One who uses his religion as a means of benefiting his worldly condition is known as a sycophantic hypocrite, mudahin. In his transaction, and he has been cheated in the end. Mudahana is a really important concept. Right? وَدُّوا لَوْ تُدْهِنُوا فَيُدْهِنُونَ. They would love if you would make mudahana so they could make mudahana. Mudahana is where you use your deen to rectify your dunya. Imam Ibn Khaldun mentioned, he said, نَرْقَعُ دُنْيَانَا بِتَمْزِيقِ دِينِنَا. We try to sew our dunya up by ripping our deen apart. Right? People in this world, he said, نَرْقَعُ دُنْيَانَا بِتَمْزِيقِ دِينِنَا فَلَا دِينٌ يَبْقَى وَلَا دُنْيَا نَرْقَعُ. So our deen doesn't remain, nor do we ever rectify our dunya. In other words, it's a stupid thing to do. Because you lose your deen and you lose your dunya. Because Allah won't rectify your dunya by destroying your deen. He won't let it happen. He won't give you tawfiq in that thing. Right? You'll lose both. So, the point of mudahana is when you, like for instance, you don't make inkar because it's your business, it's your boss. And you don't want to lose your job. It's a dunya, right? So, you do this hypocritical yudahinuhu is a hypocritical behavior because you're afraid of losing some worldly benefit, right? Like that. So it's where you actually lose your deen. It's not that, for instance, if it's none of your business, you stay out of it, or if it's not wajib on you to do it, which in many instances it's not, then you have a choice of doing it or not. But this is actually where you lose your deen because of some love of dunya. And I put a reasonably long note there just about, because this is really an important one. And there's another concept which is important, which is mudarat. And also I just mentioned that mudahan, is the root word is duhan, which is like covering up. You know, it's cosmetics, oil that's used in cosmetics. It's covering up, it's a type of kufr. Shaykh al-Yadari says in Al-Khatima, mudahana is when a man gives his religion up in order to secure his wealth or his blood. And sitting with the people of disobedience and keeping their company and praising their actions and displaying pleasure at their condition without condemnation, just for some worldly benefit. So that's haram. And keeping their company, right? The difference between this and mudarat is expending one's present life, the dunya, for the sake of one's afterlife, or for the sake of some worldly benefit, or both. In other words, you daddy, the Arabs have a proverb, darihim ma dumta fi darihim. You know, mudarat is where you're nice to somebody and there's a reason for it, but it's not at the cost of your deen. If it's the cost of your deen, it's called mudahana. If it doesn't harm your deen, it's mudara, and it's permissible. You don't have to do it, but it's permissible. They say, darihim ma dumta fi darihim, وَحَيِّيهِمْ مَا دُمْتَ فِي حَيِّيهِمْ وَارْضِيهِمْ مَا دُمْتَ فِي أَرْضِيهِمْ. You know, greet them as long as you're in their height. Don't make enemies in you know, you don't like... my brother-in-law was in an office. He just got here from Morocco, and he was in this office, and he drove all this way to get this, to see somebody, and they said, oh, sorry, you have to have an appointment. And he's like, isn't there something you can do? I just drove like 45 minutes. And she said, no, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing you can do. And she said, no. Because in Morocco, obviously, it's not. And he said, well, that's America, And I said, no, don't say that. It's the wrong thing to say. You can't go back where you came from. That's the way they'll take that, right? Most Americans, they'll take that. Go back where you came from. So mudarat would, in that case, because you might want to make an appointment. Now she remembers you said that, so she doesn't write it down in the book. And then when you show up, no, well, you don't have an appointment here. Right? So mudarat would be a situation like that, where it's permissible, even though you'd want to say something else, to say something nice, as a way of ensuring a worldly benefit, or another worldly benefit, or both. It can also be used for somebody who wants to, and it's not considered nifaq. This is not hypocrisy. It's a recognition of Islam that there's things in the world that you have to do, and this is a rukhsa for people. And another one also is helping other people. So using your position. If you have a position, like somebody who's close to the minister, and somebody's been oppressed, and that person has an ability to get in and help this person out, that's a mudara, right? Because you're friends with the minister, you can get them help like that. And those are all praiseworthy things in Islam. And just in this culture, there's a type of, I'm okay, you're okay culture, that is the mudahana. So people do wrongs and everybody says it's alright, there's nothing wrong. So there's a type of conspiracy of silence that takes place. Whereas in Islam, a mu'min is the mirror of his brother or sister. They want to see them improving, getting better, and so they do things. And then the next one is, he says the origin of it, وَأَصْرُهَا الطَّمَعُ وَالرِّيَاءُ دَوَاءُهُ عِنْدِي لَهَا الدَّوَاءُ وَشَمِّرْ إِنْ أَخَذْتَ فِي دَوَائِي عَاقِدَ الْوِيَةِ ذِي الْأَدْوَاءِ أعني الرياء أحد البوائق إيقاع قربة لغير الخارق بل طربا لنفع أو لحمد من خرقه واتقاء الضد. So now he says its root cause is desire, tama'. So we get back to tama'. And doing works of worship to obtain a place in the hearts of others. That's called riya. Riya is when you do an action that's a qurba. It's with the condition that it's a qurba. In other words, something that draws you near to Allah, right? If you do an action, فعل القربة لغير الله. That's the definition of riya. If you do a qurba for other than Allah, you're mura'i. And the Prophet ﷺ called it a shirk al-asghar. It's the lesser polytheism. And in a hadith in Ibn Majah, the Prophet ﷺ said, I don't fear for you worshipping the sun, the stars, and the moon, right? But I fear for you the worship of other than Allah through riya. Riya. And there's another hadith, أَخْوَفُ مَا أَخَافُ عَلَى أُمَّتِي riya. The thing I fear from my ummah most is doing things for other than the sake of Allah. So it's izhar. Now obviously somebody who, like if you're a really good shot, or an archer, or something like that, and you want to, people are there and you're doing it and somebody shows up and now you're really going to show them that you can do it. It's madhmum muru'atan, not shar'an. In other words, we have to differentiate between sharia and muru'ah. In Islam, muru'ah is something that you should preserve, your human dignity. That's something, it's blameworthy to do that. Because it is showing off. But it's not showing off in something that relates to a religious matter. So it's not a shirk with Allah like the other one is. So he says, the source is desire and also riya, right? You want people to think better of you, to gain a place in the hearts of others. And he says, its cure is also my cure for the latter disease. In other words, I have a cure for both of these. And he says, my cure for tama' is my cure for riya also. So he says, washammir. So roll up your sleeves, get to work and set out for this cure of the root of all these diseases. Tama'. Right? And riya. get to work, because riya is red tama, you're desiring something from other people, not from Allah. And he says, get to work because I've got this cure, right? And aqidi alwiyati dhil adwa'i is, aqid al-alwiya is the root. Aqidul liwa, the one who's carrying the banner, it's like the one who began the thing. The Arabs say aqidul liwa is the one who begins something, so it's where it began. And so he says, I mean by that showing off in good works, riya. And now, this is really important here. Look at this. The signs of riya are three. Laziness and a lack of actions for Allah's sake when one is alone. So you don't have energy to do things when Allah's alone. Like you don't have energy to read the Quran. But when you're in the masjid and there's other people around, you have all this energy to do it. That's a sign of riya. Enthusiastic energy and much action for the sake of Allah when people are present. So the opposite. When they're not there, you don't have any energy. When you're there, you've got energy. Now, there's something that I think also to be careful about, even though it is a sign of riya. وَعَزَّزْنَا بِثَالِثٍ. There's definitely something to be said for company. And that when you see somebody who's worshipping, it can sometimes stimulate you to worship, which might not be from riya, but it's just as the result of like a esprit de corps, a type of, because other people are doing it, gives you an energy to do it. So that's not necessarily a negative thing, but the danger is that you're doing it not for Allah. All right? And then he says, increasing one's actions when one is praised and decreasing them when one is not praised. So you want to hear people tell you how wonderful you are and how much, like the man praying, and that people say, SubhanAllah, we always see him pray and it's incredible, he just prays all the time. And then in his prayer he says, what about my fasting too, right? The people that love to hear other people saying those type things, right? Right. Yeah. Well, that's behavioral psychology is all based on that. Rewards and stick and carrot to motivate people. In Sharia, it's not necessarily, there's definitely something to be said for encouragement. In other words, the Prophet ﷺ, when he saw people do things good, he used to say, ahsanta, you did well, things like that. It's not wrong. And there is a hadith that says, if the mu'min hears somebody praising him, it increases him in iman. In other words, it makes him want to do more with Allah, you see. So it has the opposite effect. And this is why this idea of here is that you're doing it solely for the praise. That's what he's saying is the dangerous thing. In terms of telling people, and also there's a difference in Sharia between madah, right, flattery, and between thana, right. Madah is when you're flattering somebody where it's not true, right. Whereas what's permissible is to tell somebody that they did a good job or something like that. You should acknowledge people. Not prohibited. In fact, it's encouraged to acknowledge people, to acknowledge what they do, things like that. The danger for people is to desire the praise. And that's what the people have to work on in their own hearts. And there is a cure for it. He's going to give it in a second. We're almost there. People... Because I'd really like to get through this. We should pray. Do you want to come back? Or do you want to come back for about half hour after Dhuhr? So we'll pray Dhuhr and then come back.
Takbir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inshallah, there's not much more through here, and then we'll be caught up to, so we're on, because I've arranged it so we can get through this during these 12 classes. Inshallah, so I'd like to try to keep up with the Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So he's dealing now with riya, and we were looking at the signs of it. And then, so he says, as for its treatment and purification of the heart concerning it, it is to remove from the heart 4 things: love of praise, fear of blame, desire for worldly benefit from people, fear of harm from people. Now, the way that's accomplished is one having yaqeen, certainty that only Allah can benefit or harm you. And that has to be done first at the level of aqidah, because that is a premise in our aqidah. In other words, in the belief system that we're commanded by Allah to believe in, there's no harm and there's no benefit except from Allah. Right? Those are 2 names of Allah, an-nafi' wa dar. And if you really believe that, then you recognize nobody else can benefit you or harm you. It's an illusion. Right? It's just an illusion. And so that will free you from this desire for praise and blame or for something other people have. Because in the end, what you really want is Allah to be pleased with you, not other people. Because it's a waste of time. So if all these other people are praising you, telling you how wonderful you are, and Allah is not pleased with you, it's a disaster. And the disaster manifests itself when you die, which is when you wake up. So the point being, don't be deluded by praise and blame. And then another thing to remember is people all over the world, right? There's like Muhammad Ali. There was a time when Muhammad Ali was, he was the big man on the scene. Everybody was praising him, telling him how wonderful he is. Right? And then he's no longer the guy that can beat people up. So Larry King's not calling him, he's calling somebody else. And it's the nature of dunya. Praise and blame is all related to your worldly position, your ability in the world. When you lose it, people stop praising you. And in fact, some of the ulama, they said that one of the best signs of the truth of this is when you have nothing, it's very difficult to have friends. And the minute you start getting things, suddenly you have a lot of friends. And that's partly is the natural inclination of the world. I mean, that's the way people are, right? And so, if you're not deluded by that and recognize, right, that, then you're fine. And that's why, in fact, the ulama have always said that knowledge, traditionally in the Muslim world, knowledge was something that people sought after, because in fact, in the traditional Muslim world, unlike today, which is wealth-oriented, it used to be it was knowledge that was people wanted to be associated with, not with wealth. This really is true. In the Muslim world, there were scholars that achieved incredible status in the world simply because of their knowledge. And it's no longer the case now. It's interesting, I was reading Helen Keller's autobiography yesterday. And it's very short, and it's an very powerful work. And it's just, I'd really recommend reading it. It's one of the most powerful things I've ever read. Because she was deaf, dumb, and blind. And it's just her experience of her awakening, the awakening of her consciousness. One of the things she said in there I thought was very beautiful. She said that she became deaf, dumb, and blind from a scarlet fever that she got in childhood. So she wasn't born that way. And it's interesting because she said that even though she was 19 months old when it happened, she said the fact that she could still remember what a tree looked like was enough for her when she felt a tree. Just that she'd seen it one time in her life. She said even though she was only less than 2 years old, and she could still remember that blessing of just having seen a tree, that was enough for her, that she'd seen it. That's an amazing thing, just the ni'mah of the eye, the human eye, is just so awesome. Anyway, she mentioned in there that she said there's no slave in this world that didn't have a king somewhere in his ancestry. And there's no king that didn't have a slave somewhere in his ancestry. Right? So, it's interesting, people, the ups and downs of the world, right? So everybody probably somewhere along the line, right, has their great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather or something was the king of the Rus. And now they're nothing. Or somebody who's now the king of the Rus, at one time down the line, one of their ancestors was a servant in somebody's house. Get this and get that. And this is dunya. So when you see the nature of dunya is that nothing is permanent. And I'll tell you, when you read the history of the Arabs, the vicissitudes of Arab rulers is just amazing. And if you read like al-Mansur, the history of al-Mansur was a Khalifa. He wasn't a Khalifa actually. He was a minister in Andalusia. And he was a mediocre student in the madrasa, but he was very ambitious. And he ingratiated himself, got into the palace, got this one of the really strong women in the palace to one of the mothers of a Khalifa to be. He enamored himself of her, and she put him in these positions. And there was one minister who was the most powerful minister in there that everybody feared. And al-Mansur succeeded in having him in the end imprisoned. And he was one of the wealthiest people in Cordoba, and he ended up a pauper, dying in rags in the prison there. And you can imagine that man's life, right? And so it's just the nature of the dunya is like that. So recognizing no harm and no benefit except from Allah. And then also that likewise if the whole creation wanted to harm you, they couldn't, unless Allah willed it. And then if someone believes that with certainty, riyā doesn't occur to him. Because the reason people do riyā is to get some worldly benefit. You want a worldly benefit. So in the traditional Muslim world, because religious people were so honored, there was a type of showing off in order for them to get a position amongst people, right? And still, that's still a danger because the Muslims still do respect religious behavior. So people will do those things. Now, he says, I mean by that showing off in good works, one of the calamities of the heart, whose definition is to do an action of devotion for other than the Creator's sake. Indeed, it was really done seeking some worldly benefit or praise from the creation, or to protect oneself from the opposite, meaning harm. In other words, some people will do it simply to get praise, because they enjoy hearing how wonderful they are, and these type things. So that's why they do it. Then he goes on to give its various types. أعظمه ما كان وصرة إلى ذنب كمبدي ورع ليجعل بيده مال يتيم ثم ما لدنيوي امتطاه سلما. So he says the worst is that which is done as a way displaying virtue in order to be entrusted with the wealth of an orphan. That's really bad. In other words, you use the deen for some to be put into an entrustment in which, like an orphan's wealth, well, you'll misuse it. And this is religious hypocrisy done to actually cheat in the religion itself. And it was amazing. I met this Moroccan man who was talking about people that did dhikr for money in Morocco, which there's actually a lot of people that do that. Because in Morocco, they have singers that sing praise of the Prophet ﷺ, and they pay them to come to weddings and things like that. And he told me because he does that. He's a beautiful singer, but he won't do it for money. And he told me, he said, Allah has made myriad ways to get your provision in this dunya. And he said, so don't do it in a way that is designed to draw near to Allah. In other words, Allah gave you all these different ways to make your money. My father told me in the early 60s he realized that you can make money anyway because he once sent in $1 for this barbecue starter kit. And he got back a match and a small piece of flint. So people, you can make money a lot of ways, especially in America, right? All these 1-900 numbers and things like that. Psychic, those psychic things. And all they do, right, they call them up. I've never done this, thank God, but people call them up and they say, you're looking for a better job, right? Everybody's looking for a better job. Wow, yeah, I am, right? You're looking for a better relationship. I mean, it's all just these things that poor American people are all obsessed with. And then also they know that he wouldn't be calling them if his life was working out. Right? So they know they can play on that. I mean, there's all these things that they know to do. So the next thing he says is a worldly thing. So the worst thing is an otherworldly thing, an entrustment, like an endowment that was done for religious endowment, and then you use it for dunya, like a waqf, right? Or money that was collected for the sake of Allah, and then the people use it for a dunyawi thing. That's the worst type of riyah. The worst type of riyah, to display religiosity and make people think that you're trustworthy so that they put you in, like, on the masjid board, and they make you the treasurer, and then embezzle the funds. I mean, it's... Go out and rob, don't rob, but, do something else. It's horrible. You read about, like, people that trick, old people, like these people that go, and it's unbelievable what human beings will do. Because there's even degrees of despicable behavior. Not all behavior has the same level of despicability, right? Or despicableness, or whatever the word is. And then he says, and finally, the least of it is what is done out of fear of others' scornful gaze. Right? In other words, you do it, that's the least of the riyah. You do it just because you don't want people to say, he's a bad person or something. So he says, it is cured by knowing that had all creation joined forces to oppose you or support you, they would not be able to without His permission, Allah. Indeed, He alone possesses rewards for your actions in your two abodes. In other words, in dunya and akhirah, it's Allah alone. It's also cured by maintaining awareness of its harm, which results in detesting it and thus causes it to pass. That is its intellectual treatment. Its practical treatment is accomplished through veiling one's actions from the eyes of others and by reciting Surah Al-Ikhlas often and say that istighfar. So this is a really important treatment here for everybody, because this disease is a serious disease and we all want to be free of it. And so the first one is doing things, veiling your actions. This does not mean that you should not do actions in front of people, but it means that you should also, out of fear of riyah, if you're able to do it when people aren't there, it's better to do it that way. So if you're going to donate money, it's better not to do it in front of people. Although, the ulama say if your intention is to encourage other people, it's a good thing. So it has to be weighed in that. You have to look into your heart, what you want. If you want to show off that you're the one giving the $10,000 donation or $5,000 donation, then you do it secretly. But if you really don't feel that, you want to encourage others, something like that, then it's permissible. So you have to watch your own heart and guard it. And this is a very subtle matter. So avoiding doing things, night prayers, right? Doing night prayers where people aren't going to see you, where people aren't going to reciting the Quran, doing dhikr, things like that. And even though the ulama do say that for scholars it's better to do these things also where people see them, to encourage them and to give them that. It's also a danger for people of knowledge, because they are as susceptible or often more susceptible to this disease than other people. right? Because of the nature of their position and things like that. Now the other thing is Surah Al-Ikhlas. Ikhlas, if you look at the actual meaning of the word, Ikhlas comes from a word khalusa, which means to be pure. And it relates to honey, pure honey, leban khalis, pure milk. Leban khalis is leban that has no, nothing's come into it. It's pure, right out of the udder. So it hasn't been contaminated by anything. And that's what the deen al-khalis to Allah is, that which is not contaminated with riya. That you worship Allah and there's no contamination of riya, of hidden shirk, of doing it for other than Allah's sake. And the mukhliseen are the people that do that. Now if you look in the Quran, there's two words that are used. Mukhlas and mukhlis. You can find them both in the Quran. The mukhlis is the active participle, and the mukhlas is the passive, which indicates there has to be there has to be a tawfiq from Allah. It's not enough for you to be sincere from yourself. There has to be a tawfiq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well. And that's the secret of success, is that Allah gives this tawfiq. And that's why Abu Hassan al-Shadri said, Allahumma اجعل سيئاتي سيئات المحبوب لديك ولا تجعل حسناتي حسنات المبغوض لديك. Make my bad actions the bad actions of those you love, and don't make my good actions the good actions of those you hate. Right? In other words, you have to have tawfiq from Allah. And Allah promises tawfiq if you do certain things. So it goes together. And this is why if you're a mukhlis but you're a mubtadi', you're not mukhlas. If you're sincere in your actions, like a Christian can be absolutely sincere. They can have ikhlas. Don't think they can't. You can have a sincere Christian. Really. You can have a sincere Buddhist. You can have a sincere Jew. You can have a sincere person in any tradition. But he's not mukhlas. Why? Because his action is not in accordance with what Allah wants. Did you understand the difference? So the mukhlis, who's also mukhlas, is when his action is sincere solely for the sake of Allah, and with that, he's doing what Allah loves him to be doing, not what Allah hates him to be doing. Alright? So that's really important to recognize that difference. So Allah has commanded us to do things and given us a sharia. We have to follow and be in accordance with the sharia. If we're not, we don't get tawfiq. There's no tawfiq. It doesn't matter how sincere you are. Right? And I know Christians have a hard time with this. Right? Because the Christian focus is to say, the law is not really important. The important thing is the spirit of the law. No, we say both are important. One, and that's where you get the tawfiq. The tawfiq is following the law and the spirit of the law. Because you can be following the law. You're doing exactly what Allah tells you to do, but it's not for the sake of Allah. So there's riya, غير موفق. So you're not sincere, you're not mukhlis, even though the action is in accordance with what Allah has commanded you to do. So outwardly you're praying, like Allah told you 5 times a day. You're paying your zakat, like Allah told you. You go on your hajj. You do all those things, outwardly, everything looks good. But you're doing it for other than Allah. No tawfiq. And on the other hand, you can have inside, you're doing it sincerely and for God, right? I'm doing it for God. Charity. You do it hidden. A Christian knows about it. They have these things too. They know about this, not being sincere and things like that. It's in their tradition. So there's a Christian, he's doing it, but he's not doing it in accordance with what Allah says. So you have to be with the spirit of the law, but also the letter of the law. So our deen is the middle way. The Jewish way is a focus on the law, forget the spirit of the law. The Christian way is focus on spirit of the law, forget the law. So they're both wrong. One's maghdub alayhim and the other's dallin. Mukhlas is a passive. And mukhlis is an active. In other words, in the mukhlas, it's Allah who's making you that way. And the mukhlis, it's coming from you. So doing Surah Al-Ikhlas, the word Ikhlas comes from akhlastu or akhlasa, which means literally to make pure. So the surah is the surah that makes you pure. The surah literally is the surah that makes you pure. Ikhlas will purify you, the surah itself. And that's why, and I put in the note there, that Murabt al-Hajj, Hafizullah, most people that come to him with diseases of the heart, he tells them ikhlas, to do a lot of ikhlas, Surah al-Ikhlas, including waswasa, like obsessive compulsive thought. So don't underestimate this. He's giving you a real cure here. Ikhlas is an important surah. You should say it minimum 3 times in the morning, 3 times in the evening. That's the least amount that you should say it every day. Morning 3 times, evening 3 times. It equals 1/3 of the Quran. Right? So it's a great surah. I mean, they're all great, but it has a special maqam. What's that? Yeah. He says, بِعِلْمِ أَنَّ الْخَلْقَ لَوْ تَضَافَرَ عَلَيْكَ أَوْ لَكَ أَخِي مَا قَدَرَ إِلَّا بِإِذْنِهِ وَعِنْدُهُ أُجُورٌ دَارَيْكَ وَهُوَ الْقَادِرُ الْبَرُّ الشَّكُورُ بِشُعُورِهِ ضُرُّهُ فَيُكْسِبَ ذَلِكَ بُغْضَهُ وَذَا أَنْ يَذْهَبَ دَوَاؤُهُ الْعِلْمِي وَسَتْرُ الْعَمَلِ عن أعين الناس الدواء العملي وسورة الإخلاص في الإكثار منها ومن سيد الاستغفار. So that's the second practice to get rid of this, is to do Sayyid al-Istighfar. And Sayyid al-Istighfar is there at the bottom. It comes from a hadith that's related on the authority of Burayda radiallahu anhu. It's in Imam Ahmad, Abu Dawud, Ibn Majah, Ibn Hibban, and Al-Hakim. So obviously it's an important hadith. It's mentioned in a lot of them. And if you do this a lot, it will also purify you from riya. And the hadith, the Prophet said, if he rises, if he says this, and in the evening, then if he dies in that day or in that evening, he'll enter Jannah. So that's a big dua. You should do it every day, 3 times a day in the morning, 3 times a day in the evening. But preferably, I would do it also after the prayers. When you finish your prayers, it's a good dua to do, any of these times, even in sajda. And it goes, Allahumma anta rabbi, Allahumma anta rabbi. Oh Allah, you are my Lord. If you want me to write the phonetic, do some people want the phonetics? Alright. Allahumma anta rabbi la ilaha illa anta kharaqtani. وأنا عبدك وأنا على عهدك ووعدك ما استطعت أعوذ بك من شر ما صنعت أبوء لك بنعمتك علي وأبوء بذنبي فاغفر لي فإنه لا يغفر الذنوب إلا أنت. خلاص. This is really a cure. I guarantee you. Try it on yourself. He's not making this stuff up. This is a science. Do what he's telling you to do, and you'll get it. Say in every day, say that dua. Every evening, say that dua. Do Surah Al-Ikhlas. Right? Really do it with the intention of ikhlas. Ya Allah, akhlasni liwajhika al-kareem. Do it. Say it to Allah alone in the night. Get up. Ya Allah. Allah can do that. And if you do it with sincerity, He'll do it. But, if it's all just like, oh, okay, and what's next? What's the next disease? I mean, this is serious stuff. This is our lives, this is serious stuff. This is our life. I take this stuff really seriously because it scares me. I read this stuff. I read Imam al-Ghazali's signs of insincere preachers and sincere preachers, and I'll tell you, I saw more stuff on the insincere side. And it really frightened me. You read this stuff, this is the danger of this science. You start reading it, and you start seeing yourself in it, and it's unnerving because we're going to be taken into account for all this. Right? This is what life is about, and either we get the point or we don't. But the point is, we've been given a huda. This is guidance, and we're being told. Now, another thing, which is a really important dua to do. Right? And he doesn't mention it in here, but Sidi Ahmed Zarruq mentions it in the Nasiha. And this is it's a great dua. It's from our Prophet ﷺ, so it has to be great. But to do this 3 times in the morning and 3 times in the evening. This is prescription drugs, right?
With no side effects.
No side effect. No, it has primary effects. Oh Allah, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu. I seek refuge in you, that I should associate with you and I know it. In other words, shirk, riya. This is a dua for isti'adha min al-riya. And the Prophet ﷺ did this. So, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu. Wa astaghfiruka min kulli. And there's a riwayah mimma la a'lamu. The one Sidi Ahmed Zarruq gives us. Min kulli ma wa astaghfiruka min kulli ma la a'lamu. So this says, oh Allah, I seek refuge in you that I should make shirk with you. Ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu. And I know about it, which is riya. That is riya. Wa astaghfiruka min kulli ma la a'lamu. And I ask forgiveness for anything that I'm not aware of. Because there's shirk that you're not even aware of. In other words, riya is very subtle and it gets more and more subtle as the more you work on yourself. Alright? So, and I mentioned the story, one of the Salaf used to pray, for 40 years he prayed every day in the first line, and one day he was late, and he didn't want to go in because he didn't want people to see him in the later lines. And he said that he realized 40 years he was just showing off. And so he repeated all of his prayers for 40 years. Now the ulama use that example just to say, you know, sayyat hasanat al-abrar, sayyat al-muqarrabin. The good actions of righteous people are the bad actions of people that are in the presence of Allah. So it just gets finer and finer. And so I wouldn't, what we really worried about is literally, we're conscious of it. And we just have to ask Allah to forgive us for anything we're not conscious of. And that's what this dua is. And it's from the Prophet ﷺ. So in it is a shifa. وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. We reveal in this Qur'an what is a shifa? A healing for the hearts and a rahmah, right? Shifa'un lima fi sudur, right? It's a shifa for what's in the hearts. The Quran is a shifa. وَنَشْفِي صُدُورَ قَوْمٍ مُؤْمِنِينَ. And we cure, Allah says, نَشْفِي صُدُورَ وَيَشْفِي, the Quran, وَيَشْفِي صُدُورَ قَوْمٍ مُؤْمِنِينَ. And the Quran cures the hearts of believing people. Right? So, the heart can be cured, and this is one of the du'as. Because the Quran tells us to, وَمَا أَتَاكُمْ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوهُ. What the Prophet gave you, take it. So he gave us this, so it's a really good du'a to do every day, at least 3 times a day. And then he says, and this is really, look at this. He says, لِزَمْنِ الْقَلْبِ مِنَ الرِّيَاءِ يُلْفَى دَوَاءً أَيَّمَا دَوَاءِ. As for the chronically diseased heart that results from constantly showing off by doing good works, even it will find a cure in this. And what a cure. So he's letting you know this is a serious treatment for this disease. Alright, so people believe it and practice it, and inshallah you'll see the results of it, bi'idhnillah. And then he says, أَمَّا الرِّيَّا بِسَتْرِ ذَنْبٍ أَوْ خَنَا فَوَاجِبٌ كَمَا إِبْنُ زُكْرِ بَيَّنَا. He's saying, as for hypocrisy, and here riya is closer to a type of hypocrisy that relates to veiling your wrong actions, hiding your faults. This type of riya is a riya that is wajib, according to Ibn Zukri. In other words, if somebody says to you, did you ever drink alcohol? You say, I never drank alcohol. If somebody asks you, did you ever steal? And you made tawbah from that. Then you say, no, I never did that. He's saying that that's something that's not riya. That's actually that's actually really important. It's wajib. It's not considered a lie by Sharia. And I'll tell you why. My note there is that this is in fact a type of riya if the person desires others to consider him better than he is by concealing his misdeed from them. In other words, it becomes riya when you're doing it because you want people to think you're better than you really are. But it is an obligation to conceal one's wrongdoing, not for this reason, but so that misdeeds are not taken lightly by the community. Because you see, if I don't know that you've drinking alcohol, and I say, have you ever had alcohol? And you say, yes. I say, oh, then I'm not that bad, you know. You see, it kind of, it lessens the whole enormity. Because kabira means enormity. The word in English language, enormity, means a great evil. It's very similar to kabira. Kabira is an enormity. You don't want to make little of enormities. You want the society to actually respect. And I just added in there that although, because if people freely admit their transgressions, this leads to complacency and lack of shame. And although there's an obvious hypocrisy inherent in this, it is really a type of homage that vice pays to virtue, in order that virtue can act as a deterrent to the inurement of deviation in the social arena. In other words, you know, vice, in a healthy society, virtue is the norm, is the ma'ruf, and vice is the munkar. In an unhealthy society, the opposite occurs. So when you have a healthy society, vice has to pay homage to virtue by hiding itself. Do you see? So it's really, it's not a hypocrisy, it's a respect for virtue. And that's why the Sharia is honoring it. And the danger, see, this is what like Freud said. No, this is all hypocrisy, and really you're all seething with sexual lusts and with desire and all these things. So just let it all come out and you'll be healthy. And now, you know, welcome to 1998, right? Seriously. Where it's all, I mean, unbelievable. Newsweek, you can't really even read it now. It's the last few issues are unbelievable. The stuff, and there's no shame. None. I mean, this guy Will, writing, it's pornographic, and he's like a conservative commentator for Time or Newsweek or something. And there's no shame, because they're no longer paying homage to virtue. They don't even have the shame to hide it all. It's all like The problem here is not what he was doing in the room. That's all fine. There's no, we all this, no big deal. The problem is he lied about it. I mean, this is really the whole, so it's become all sick and perverse. And even some people are saying, well, big deal, everybody lies about that. It's not like lying about something really big. But it is big, it's an enormity. How did it become such an insignificant thing? Because in this culture, in the 1960s, in most cities in the United States, if an 1960s people, if an unmarried girl got pregnant, she disappeared. She disappeared from the community. And about 7 or 8 months later, she showed up again. And they say, oh, well, she went off, to stay with her grandparents. What she did was they sent her to a place to have her baby, and then they put the baby up for adoption. She came back into the community, and nobody knew about it. Because there was shame. That's 1960s. Seriously, that's not that long ago. In 1968, a woman was kicked out of Radcliffe for living with a man in the same apartment. 1968, Radcliffe was, at that time, still considered a reasonably radical place. And they kicked a girl out for living. Now there's co-ed dorms. I mean, who cares? So how did it get from that? It got from that by having, big deal. Who cares? Belittling it. So Islam says, no, it's better to have that hypocrisy because what it is really, it's honoring virtue. That's the important thing. It's not that there's that hypocrisy. That's seen as less harmful than what happens when it's all let it all hang out type attitude. Big deal. That is what's dangerous. Not the hypocrisy. And this again is the idea in Sharia of lesser of the two evils. They're both evil. You can see that. Obviously nobody wants to be a hypocrite or tell lies or say, no, I never did something and you did it. But the point is, the Sharia is saying there's a greater evil in saying that you did it. Because it's going to lessen the impact of the action when other people start saying, oh, he's doing that too? Or, oh, he did it? Oh, well, maybe it's not, that bad. So instead of having that attitude, no, of course not, I would never do that. Because there's a shock. Seriously, this is really serious stuff. And this is how the Muslims viewed the world, right? Is that there was shame, right?
If you're saying that the intention is important, you're not lying to show yourself as a better person.
Right. What you're doing is you're trying to, what you're doing is you're recognizing you don't want this other person to lessen their fear and their disgust in the wrong action. That's the important thing. Well, see, even Imam Junaid, and I really think this is a healthy opinion. Imam Junaid said, if you do a wrong action and you make tawbah, forget it. Don't dwell on it. Have a fear of returning to it, but don't dwell on it. Because what that does, it results in guilt. It results also in a type of despair, and it results in a feeling of self-loathing, right? And you really shouldn't. Those aren't healthy feelings. They're not. If you make tawbah, astaghfirullah, and make a sincere tawbah, don't return to it, and then just forget about it, like it never happened, right? And that is a.
What happens if it's one of the big ones, like a river or something like that, and you can't get out of it, and therefore you're in a state of disbelief?
Well, you're not. If somebody's in an enormity like a riba, that's not kufr. It is an enormity, and it's a bad one. And it shouldn't be taken lightly at all. But it doesn't take you out of the pale of Islam. You're still within the fold of Islam. It's an enormity. If you've gotten yourself into that situation and it's not easy to get out of it, right? Then you have to make tawbah and do whatever you have to do to get out of it. In other words, begin that process and make the tawbah, get out of it. Once you're out of it, you make, khalas. Tatub ila Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And tawbah has to be sincere. And the signs of sincerity is real remorse. You have nadama, that you leave it immediately, and you make the intention never to return to it. If you do that, khalas, that's a tawbah, and you should have a good opinion of Allah when you make tawbah. Like, I'm so horrible, I'm miserable, Allah will never forgive me. No, Allah tells us not to think like that. And that's like a Christian disease. A lot of Christians fall into that despair. It's interesting, there's a lot of complexity in Christianity, because they do have that tendency, and then the other tendency, like the Baptists, in Baptist Christianity, you can be the most outrageous person and really completely be convinced you're saved. And there's Baptists that are like that. That's why Baptist ministers, it's kind of this notorious thing, the Jimmy Swaggart syndrome, is that they really can do these horrible things and then get back up on the pulpit, and it's not a shock to Baptists. It's because devil got you that time, you'll get him the next time,
You need to make tawbah for what you did before?
No. Al-Islam yajubu ma qablahu. Islam is tawbah. Islam is the tawbah of a non-Muslim from his kufr. And that by consensus is accepted. When you make tawbah as a non-Muslim by entering Islam, by the ijma' of the ummah, all of your wrong actions are forgiven. Nothing remains. It's like the day you were born. By consensus. Whereas the tawbah of a Muslim, khilaf. In other words, if Allah wants, He can accept it. If He doesn't, He can reject it. But you should have a hope that He does, because we have raja. But don't be absolutely certain. In other words, that'll put your fear in you from not returning to it another time. All right? I think inshallah, we can stop there.
I heard people say that when you take shahada that all your bad deeds become good deeds. Is that correct?
No, but all your good deeds come with you into Islam. Your bad deeds are wiped out. Yeah, but the good deeds come with you. So anything you did good before Islam, it comes with you into Islam. That's why you don't lose anything, you just gain.
We were talking about how Allah has, that He gives good and then He also brings evil. And I didn't understand how evil comes from Allah.
That's a really good point. We don't say that Allah brings evil, but we say that Allah, within the decree of Allah is good and evil. In other words, Allah has measured out good and evil. It's going to exist. But the hadith, the Prophet's dua of the Prophet, he said, "Al-khayru kulluhu bayna yadayk, wa-sharru la ya'udu ilayk." All of good, it comes from you, and evil does not return to you. So while Allah has created a world in which He has allowed evil to exist, we don't attribute evil to Allah, even though we believe that it is Allah who measured it out. In other words, Allah has given... See, evil can only exist, interestingly enough, with human beings. It can't exist in the animal kingdom. It can't exist... If a lion eats a baby, it's not an evil act. There's no moral compunction there for the lion not to eat the baby. Right? You cannot say the lion is an evil lion. You can't say the cobra is an evil cobra if it bit... Because it's just a snake, it's just doing what it's created to do. Right? But if a human being takes a gun and goes out and robs somebody of his hard-earned money and then shoots him, robbing is an evil, and then shooting him on top of that for no reason is another heinous evil. Now, what we say is that Allah created the human being and gave him the ability to choose, and then measured out for him what he was going to choose. In other words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, has measured out that person would at that point choose to do that act. And he's fully responsible for it. And Allah allowed him to do that. In other words, empowered him to do it. Because it was Allah's qudrah that enabled him to carry out the act. And it was Allah's mashi'ah, right? His providence and His will that allowed that person to will what he wants. وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ. You don't will anything except Allah wills it at the same time. I wanted to go and do something harmful to somebody over here. And I start walking, now my mashi'ah has started. But if Allah doesn't want harm to come to that person, right, and the person gets a heart attack, drops dead on the way, He willed something, but Allah didn't will it. So anything that you actually do can only be done if Allah wills it as well. And that is when it's tawfiq, when what you will is what Allah loves, and it's khudlan when what you will is what Allah hates. Do you understand? So Allah is the muwaffiq and He's the khadil. But you're ultimately the one who is doing the evil. We don't attribute the evil to Allah, but we admit that Allah has measured it out in the world. It's part of the qadr of Allah. Allah has allowed evil to exist in the world.
So it is part of His creation.
It's part of His creation, exactly.
And then in the action which is bad results in evil. Well, not results in evil, but the consequences of our actions.
We're responsible
Exactly,
for.
whether
Absolutely.
evil or good.
Yeah. Whether it's evil or good. But it's Allah's qadr. He measured it out. In other words, without Him creating a world in which human beings could choose good or evil, no evil could exist. So ultimately you say, had Allah not willed it, there would be no evil. But it doesn't return to Him. We don't attribute it to Him. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, how do you know that there is a rida of Allah in your action and a huzun of Allah?
How do you know what?
How do you know that there is Allah, like, your will and Allah's will at that particular moment you're going to an action is there?
If it's in the Sharia. If it's not in correspondence with Sharia, then there's no tawfiq. But if what you're doing is done with ikhlas, sincerity, and it's in accordance with Allah's laws, then there's tawfiq. That is tawfiq. That's what muwaffaq means. Somebody who their actions, what they will, is what Allah loves them to do.
But in everyday life, whenever you want to do something, you don't know Sharia's view of everything you're doing.
You should. وَيُقِفْ الْأُمُورَ حَتَّى يَعْلَمَ مَا اللَّهُ فِيهِنَّ بِهِ قَدْ حَكَمَ. Ibn Ashir, he stops everything until he knows what the hukm of Allah is. You should never engage in anything that you don't know what Allah has willed in it, has decreed. It's haram to do anything that you don't know the hukm of Allah. And thank goodness, the vast majority of things are permissible. And there's only a small group of things that are haram, and you have to learn them. It's pretty simple. Wallahi, Allah didn't make the deen hard. I'm serious. The deen is not difficult. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. The problem is, human beings they don't want to do these things. Taqwa is very simple. Taqwa is 4 things. Taqwa is doing what Allah commanded you inwardly and outwardly. Inwardly with ikhlas, outwardly in accordance with His laws. Right? That's the first 2 parts. The second 2 parts is not doing what He told you not to do, inwardly and outwardly. Leaving it not out of fear that somebody's going to see you going into the bar, right? Out of fear of Allah, right? That's inwardly with ikhlas. And outwardly, not doing it, whether you're alone or whatever. And that's all taqwa is. And if you have taqwa, Allah promises you every good in this world. He promises you makhraj. He promised that He'll rectify your children. He promised you He'll forgive your wrong actions. He promised you that He'll open up the gates of the heavens and rain and give you good agriculture. He promises you that you'll have a good life, hayat tayyibah. He promises you all these dunya things, and then He promises you other worldly things. He promises you that He'll forgive you, that He'll enter you into paradise, that He'll put you in the company of the nabiyyin, the prophets, the siddiqeen, the righteous people, the shuhada, the martyrs, and the salihin. I mean, what a deal. What a bargain.
Is there any blame on the person who asks another Muslim?
Yeah, it's not a good thing to do. It's called ihraj. Ihraj, the Arabs, ihraj is when Yeah, it's like putting somebody in an embarrassing type, and particularly about wrong actions, not a good thing. It's again, that's muru'ah. And it's also, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Min husni Islam al-mar'i tarkuhu ma la ya'ni." From the good Islam, the beautiful Islam of a person is to leave what doesn't concern him. It's no concern of yours what he does in between him and Allah. And it's better not to know it, because one, you'll think badly of. I mean, Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, they asked him how old you were. He said, "Ya'nik," is it any concern of yours? And he was asked about that, and he said, look, if you tell them your age, either they'll say, "Oh, I thought you were older," and so they belittle you, or they say, "Oh, I thought you were younger," right? So you can't win.
What about in the case of marriage?
No, that's different, because there's a concern, right? I mean, if you're getting married, there is a concern, and age is one of the concerns of marriage. There's a perfectly valid reason for a man to be concerned about the age of a woman, because there's things that relate to marriage and that, and also the woman with the man. That's why it's not permissible, for instance, to dye your hair. If you have gray hairs, and go and dye your hair and then go to the woman and present yourself as a shab, and then she marries you, and suddenly, she starts seeing the roots, right?
Sorry, that's in regards to vice.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a big problem. And vice. That is a really major problem, because obviously in traditional cultures, people knew good people, good families from bad families. I mean, it was just a known. In most Muslim cultures, a good family, you just knew that they weren't doing bad stuff. Unfortunately, now that is no longer true. Good families, bad families, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of people that have fornicated. There's a lot of people that have taken alcohol, taken drugs, taken things. And especially nowadays, it's very serious, because there's diseases that relate to this. There's a lot of repercussions in that. And so I think that there's a valid concern there. Well, it depends on what it relates to. I mean, I think in terms of zina, people have a right to know if they're getting into a marriage. The condition of now in Sharia, the ayah, the verse, that a fornicator can only marry a fornicator, right, or the polytheist. That has to do with before tawbah. In other words, the baghiya was a woman who would just sell herself in the marketplace, and it was prohibited to marry somebody like that if that was their condition. If they made tawbah, then there's no prohibition against it. But that's something that people have the right, I think, in relation to the situation that we're in now. Does that make sense? Inshallah, we'll return to the Matharat. Where did we get to last week? What's that? The middle of Riyah. What a terrible place to be. Inshallah, Allah give us all a cure. So did we get to about Imam Malik radiyallahu anhu? وَالنَّجْمُ لَمْ يَرَى بِهِ مِنْ بَاسِ. Yeah, all right. So what he was saying here, that he mentioned about the scholars have two opinions about those seeking some worldly benefit through worship as opposed to the next world. In other words, for instance, if you recite Surah Al-Waqi'ah in order for the sole reason of not being impoverished in this world. Because there's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ was reported to have said that whoever recites Surah Al-Waqi'ah every day, لا تصيبه فاقة. He won't be afflicted with, any financial calamity or great difficulty, hardship in the dunya. And this is well known. Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu said when they asked him what did he leave his daughters as inheritance, he said, تَرَكْتُ لَهُنَّ سُورَةَ الْوَاقِعَةِ. I left for them Surah Al-Waqi'ah. So Surah Al-Waqi'ah is known if you recite it every day, that it protects you from poverty. So what he's saying is, if the scholars have different of opinion if that's why you do it. In other words, the hadith indicates that whoever does it every day, that's the benefit. But if that's the only reason that they're doing it, in other words, it's encouraged by the Messenger of Allah to do it every day, but what is the intention behind it? Obviously, there's always a degree of iman if you do anything that's from the Messenger of Allah. In other words, reading Surah Al-Waqi'ah every day is not like, for instance, investing in the stock market, something like that, where there's a tangible, maybe not so, but some people think there's a tangible benefit in doing something like that, whereas this here it's from the unseen world, right? There's a benefit coming from the unseen world, so it's related to iman. And then he said, or seeking the next world, or worship, seeking its pleasure. Now, Imam al-Ubbi al-Maliki radiallahu anhu said that to seek the next, as that's the reason why you're worshiping, he said it's jaiza. In other words, it's permissible, but that's not the reason why people should be seeking the next world, or seeking. That's not why they should be worshiping, simply to seek the next world. So the idea is that it's jaiza. In other words, permissible. That's where it would go under the categories. It's mubah, right? That's one opinion. The people of tasawwuf tend to be extremely down on doing ibadah for worldly or otherworldly benefit. They say you should only do ibadah because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ هُوَ أَهْلٌ لِلتَّقْوَى أَهْلُ التَّقْوَى وَأَهْلُ الْمَغْفِرَةِ. Allah is worthy of taqwa and He's worthy of maghfirah. Simple as that. That's the reason. لا نريد منكم جزاء ولا شكورا إنما نطعمكم لوجه الله. إنما نطعمكم لوجه الله. لا نريد منكم جزاء ولا شكورا. We don't want you reward, thanks, nothing. We're doing this لوجه الله. It doesn't say we're doing this for akhirah. لا لوجه الله. So that's the position of أكثر الصوفية. قاضي أبو بكر بن العربي رضي الله عنه, who was both a Sufi and a faqih, he says that you shouldn't say that. Because if you look at the Quran and read it using your intellect, you will see that Allah is encouraging you to strive after His Jannah and to have fear of His fire. I mean, there's a famous quote from Rabi al-Adawiyah, اطلب البستاني ولا تطلب البستان. Go after the gardener, don't go after the garden. Right? And she also said, oh Allah, if I worship you for the garden, then put me in the fire. I mean, that's a pretty strong thing to say. I wouldn't say that. But that was her state. That was her maqam, that was her hal, her state. But Qadi Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu says, and Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, in no way should the worship of Allah for His garden be belittled, because it's not belittled in the Quran. Now, Imam al-Ghazali says there's three types of people. There's people who worship Allah as ahrar. They're free people. Hur. They do it for the sake of Allah. They're not interested in anything other than just worshiping Allah for the sake of Allah. And there's a hadith, even though I think it's either weak or some takallam fihi tamaman. But there's a meaning in it which is ni'mad abd suhaib lawla an-nar lama asa Allah. Even had it not been for the fire, he wouldn't have disobeyed Allah. In other words, there are some people that they don't disobey Allah not out of fear of the fire, but simply because Allah should not be disobeyed. He's ahlu taqwa. He's worthy of taqwa. Now, what Sidi Ahmed, what Qadi Abu Bakr says is, Imam al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu, is the first one is worshipping Allah like a hur, free man. The second is the worship of Allah, which is like the tujjar. What's in it for me? And he said that's like thinking if I do so many rakats, I get such and such a reward. If I read so much Quran, I get such. And it's like a merchant. It's buying and selling. Or he wants the garden, this is why he's doing it. And then the last one, he said, is ibadat al-abid. It's the worship of the slaves who do it out of fear of the whip. So they're afraid of the fire. So you have ones who are doing it solely for the sake of Allah, others doing it desiring the garden, and others doing it out of fear of the fire. Now if you look at the Quran, there's definitely targhib and tarhib. They're both. Allah is encouraging us to do things and says, سَابِقُوا إِلَى مَغْفِرَةً. Allah says, go for maghfirah, wa jannatin, right? And go after the Jannah. فَفِي ذَلِكَ فَلْيَتَنَافَسُ الْمُتَنَافِسُونَ. Let them vie one another for the Jannah. If you're going to do munafasa, do it for Jannah. So in the Quran there are many, many verses that deal with takhweef, frightening us about the fire, and also targhib, encouraging us to do good because Allah rewards it with things. And so I think what Qadi Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu says is that that you should that you should not belittle that, and that not only that, but worshipping, that having tama' for Allah's Jannah or desire for Allah's Jannah and His fire is ikhlas with Allah. In other words, if you do that, you're mukhlis. And there's no sha'iba. So this is what all he's telling us in this line is that you have difference of opinion. Alright, you have difference of opinion. If you're doing your worship for the next world, and that's why you're doing it, he's saying some people are going to disagree with that. And those people tend to be the Sufiya. It's considered an extreme position by the fuqaha. Because the fuqaha, like Qadi Abu Bakr and Imam al-Ubi and others, they say, that it's ikhlas, because Allah says that in the Quran. And that's, inshallah, the strongest opinion. Now, the next thing that he says, which is really important, is some also consider seeking the pleasure. Now, what this means is, and people who do ibadah seriously, do it over time, what they will often discover is that there's actually a pleasure in ibadah that becomes more pleasurable than other pleasures that other people are preoccupied with. In fact, one of the great Hanafi scholars said, he was a companion of Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, he said, if the kings knew that the pleasure that we're in, if they knew what we have, they'd send their armies with swords to try to take it from us. In other words, he was saying that this pleasure of ibadah and of ilm and worshipping Allah is so great that the kings with all their palaces and all their dunya, if they knew what we had, they would fight us for it. So what he's saying is that some of the people, and especially again the arifin and the people of tasawwuf, tend to say that this pleasure can be so strong that people do the ibadah to obtain that pleasure. So they begin to actually pray in the night because of that type of pleasure. And so some of them warn against it. But again, Ahmad ibn al-Hawari, one of the great ulama, and I'm trying to, said that had it not been for these things, then most people would have a difficult time doing these things consistently. In other words, that Allah has given those things as a reward for the muthabara, for the constant practice, for the ibadah, and there's a blessing in it, and it shouldn't again be belittled. So he's just giving you some differences of opinion about that. And then he says, وَالْمُسْتَحِبُّ لِشَعُورَ النَّاسِ بِسَعْيِهِ رَاءَ لَدَى أُنَاسِ. The one who likes people to see him doing these things. In other words, he's doing it for Allah, but he likes that other people happen to find out about it. Right? That is considered riya according to some of the ulama. According to other ulama, it's not. And the reason for that is the Quran mentions that there are people that they love to be praised for what they don't do. يُحِبُّونَ أَن يُحْمَدُوا بِمَا لَمْ يَفْعَلُوا. They love to be praised for what they don't do. And some of the ulama took from that ayah the indication that it is a natural, it's part of the human nature, jabilliyun. It's jibilliyun alayhi. The human being is actually presupposed to enjoying the fact that he does good things and that people give him recognition for that. But if that's the reason why he's doing them, that's the problem. And that's what he's saying. There's a difference of opinion. So some of the ulama say the fact that you like that other people know that you're doing good things and they say good things about you, some say that is a riya. Others say it's not riya if that's not why you did it. You see the difference? So some say if you did it for that reason, that's definitely a riya. But if you didn't do it for that reason, but you like the fact that people do recognize that, then that is not riya. Ahmad ibn al-Hawari said, "Man ahabba an yu'raf bi shay'in min al-khayri wa yudhkar bihi faqad ashraka billah." One of the ulama, he said, whoever loves to do something and get known by it and remembered by it, he's made shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Imam al-Jazuli, great faqih from al-Maghrib, said also, he's the teacher of Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, he said, even if it's a riya, you can have riya when nobody's there. And the riya is, for instance, you're reading something, and then there's a masala ghariba, like a strange thing in the book that you know not very many people know, and you think, oh, this would be a good thing to mention in the gathering, and so you write it down, and you memorize it or something so that you can make mention of it later. He says that's riya. Khalas. Alright, so it's a big problem. Exactly, if your intention was to benefit people, that's not riya. But what Imam al-Jazuli was saying is if the person was thinking, oh, I'll get them with this one, or they'll be really impressed with this one, that type thing. Which is obviously a danger of people of scholarship and other things, but particularly people of scholarship have that problem. Because when ulama get together, there's kind of an expectation that, there's mudhakara and musharaka, and it can turn into a type of riya. And Sahad ibn Abdullah, great early scholar, muhaddith, amongst other things, said, "Man ahabba an yattari' an-nas 'ala ma baynahu wa bayna rabbih fa huwa ghafilun." Whoever desires people to know what's between him and his Lord, he's in ghafla. In other words, it's nobody's business but you and your Lord. Right? You shouldn't desire for other people to know. إِلَّا إِذَا رَأَى النَّاسِ قَدْ زَهِدُوا فِي الْعَمَلِ فَأَظْهَرَهُ نَصِيحَةً لَهُمْ. Unless he sees that people have left good actions and he does it as a way of nasiha. So for instance, Ibn Umar radiallahu anhu and Ibn Mas'ud were known to go into the masjid before Fajr and do tahajjud. So they did that. They could have done it in their houses, but they did it there as a targhib for other people from the tabi'een, to see them doing that so that they could do that, and that wasn't their intention other than as a nasiha to the Muslims. Alright? Now, he says, وَالنَّجْمُ لَمْ يَرَى بِهِ مِنْ بَاسِ إِنْ بُنِيَ سَعْيُ عَلَى أَسَاسِ. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, who's called a Najm, and the reason he's called a Najm is because his student, and the later to become Mujtahid Mutlaq, Imam al-Shafi'i radiallahu anhu said, إِذَا ذُكِرَ الْعُلَمَاء فَمَالِكٌ النَّجْمُ. If we talk about the ulama, Malik is the star. And that was something that his students said about him. And so he became known as a Najm. It's one of the names of Imam Malik. He has al-Qab, Alimul Medina, like Imam Shafi'i is called Alimul Quraysh. Right? He's called Alimul Medina. Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu is called often Al-Imam Al-A'zam, the greatest Imam. So there's those are al-Qab that are given to them. So he did not consider that harmful as long as the original intention was based on the foundation of sincerity. And this comes because Imam Malik radiallahu anhu was once asked about a man. He said, what do you say about a man who's walking to the masjid for the sake of Allah? He went out with the sake of Allah. I want to pray in the masjid jama'ah. But on the way he says, he starts thinking, I hope somebody sees me going to the masjid. And he said, لا أرى بأسا, right? إذا كان أصله الإخلاص. That he doesn't see that as harmful if he started out with ikhlas and fights it. In other words, he doesn't follow through with that inner type waswasa, but rather he actually says a'udhu billah or something like that. So that's important to know. And then he says, وَعَامِلٌ عَلَى رِيَاءٍ أَفْضَلُ مِنْ تَرْكِهِ لِخَوْفِهِ وَفَضَّلُوا ذِكْرَ اللِّسَانِ فَارَغَ الْجَنَانِ عَلَى غُفُورِ الْقَلْبِ وَاللِّسَانِ. This is really important here. What he's saying is that it's actually to not do something out of fear of riyā is worse than doing it with riyā. So to leave an action, say you're coming into the masjid and you want to do some rak'ats, and then you think those people might think I'm doing it, or you're worried like, oh, I'm probably just doing this because I want them to think that I'm a good Muslim. If that type of fear of riyā, that's called khawf ar-riyā. If that occurs in his heart and you leave the action because of it, it's riyā. Because the problem is the reason you left the action was the people. So the whole point is you're concerned about the people. So leaving it out of fear is the same as doing it for the people. Your concern is the people, not Allah. And that's why they say it's better to do the action even if you feel there's a riyā in it. Now this does not mean if you have a possibility to do it on your own. In other words, if it's an ibadah or a worship that's related to something you can hide from the people, then it's better to hide it. It's always better to do something secretly as opposed to publicly. Why? Because of the danger of riyā. But if you leave it out of fear of riyā, it's worse than actually doing it with the riyā. And this is also the same with dhikr. That according to the ulama, it's better to do dhikr heedless than it is to not do dhikr at all. The ulama say it's better that your tongue is doing dhikr and your heart's ghafil than that both your tongue and your heart are ghafil. Because what they say is, if you do it on your tongue, it might reach the heart. Because a man's heart, قَلْبَ الْمَرْءِ مَخْبُوءٌ تَحْتَ لِسَانِهِ. The heart of a man lies under his tongue. And it's interesting, in Chinese medicine, just in their physiology, there's a direct connection from the tongue to the heart. And they say that what the tongue does affects the heart. That it's actually even the movement of the tongue affects the heart. And that's in their physiology. So now another thing is important also to know that the riyā, the derivation of riyā actually comes from seeing a man seeing the creation, not the opposite. In other words, you would think that riyā is them seeing you. Do you see what I mean? But it's actually you seeing them. That's where the riyā is. It's your seeing them as opposed to seeing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And one of the things about the Yawm al-Qiyamah that's fascinating, one of the many things, is that Aisha radiallahu anha, when she was told by the Prophet that everybody was naked, and she asked the Prophet, won't they be looking at each other? He said, it's going to be much greater than that, Aisha. In other words, people will be in such a state of awe, they won't even be aware of other people. And this is the point of ibadah for the sake of Allah. If it's really for the sake of Allah, then you have a knowledge of Allah that completely makes everybody else seem insignificant. How can you give? I mean, when you think of Allah, what you're worshiping. I mean, just imagine this: the Prophet ﷺ once saw Jibreel in his true form. He filled the entire horizon. One angel, the whole horizon, that whole plane. You look out there and imagine seeing a being filling that whole horizon. It's unbelievable. And that's Jibreel. So the point being is when you realize what you're worshiping is infinite, and then you start thinking about the pathetic, other pathetic human beings, not just yourself, but all these other pathetic creatures who are in the same mess that you're in. In other words, they need Allah as bad as you do. There's nothing they can do for you. There's no benefit, no harm, nothing. And that's the bottom line. And that's why he says, وَرَهَبُوتَ غَيْرِ رَبِّي وَالرَّغَبْ ضِدَّ التَّوَكُّلِ عَلَيْهِ وَالسَّبَبْ الْأَمْرَيْنِ أَسْتَعِيذُ بِرْمَتِينِ مِنْ كُلِّ دَاءٍ قِلَّةُ الْيَقِينِ. So now he's telling you why. Fear of other than Allah and desiring them it obviates, it's against tawakkul. In other words, if you have true tawakkul ala Allah, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَنْ يَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ يَهْدِي قَلْبًا. He's going to have tawakkul ala Allah. What he's saying is, if you're worrying about other people, you don't have tawakkul ala Allah. There's no tiklan. And if you don't have tawakkul ala Allah, the reason that you don't have it is because there's no yaqeen. And what you don't have yaqeen, the yaqeen that you don't have is that everything good comes from Allah and everything harmful can only happen by the will of Allah. That's the yaqeen that Tawheed is teaching us. It's telling us to be absolutely certain that only Allah can harm you or benefit you, and for that reason you lose your fear of human beings. Which does not mean that you become like a fool and go start doing impetuous things without thinking, like driving like a madman, or well, it's all written by Allah. That is not tawakkul. اعقلها وتوكل, right? The Prophet ﷺ said to the Bedouin about the camel, tie it and then have tawakkul ala Allah. So then he says that he seeks refuge in Allah, but in Mateen, that the reason for this every disease is lack of certainty. ثم الحرام منهما ما غلب غلبة تصد عما وجب. What is prohibited from the two is that which prevents an obligation from being fulfilled. If, on the other hand, it leads to neglecting that which is recommended, then it is considered reprehensible. In any case, flee in fear to your Lord from both of them. Right? So, don't desire creation and don't fear creation. But what he's saying is what is haram are those things that are going to prevent you from doing an obligation, or it's makruh if it prevents you from doing something that's mustahab. All right. So fear and desire from other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, then he says, keep in mind that the cure for both is to know that there's no harm that benefits or harms other than Him from Allah. فَإِنَّ كُلًّا مِنْهُمَا دَوَاهُ شُعُورُنَا أَلَّا وَلَا سِوَاهُ أَنْ لَا نَفْعَ وَلَا ضَرَّ سِوَى اللَّهِ subhanahu wa ta'ala. All right? And then he goes now to the next, which is called displeasure with the divine decree. Sakhatul qadr. And this is going to sound very familiar for a lot of people. وَسَخْطُ الْقَدْرِ أَنْ يَعْتَرِضَ عَلَيْهِ جَلَّ وَعَلَى فِي مَا قَضَى. Sakhatul qadr, displeasure with the divine decree, occurs when one resists Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the majestic, exalted, in what He has decreed. كَقَوْلِهِ مَا كُنْتُ أَسْتَحِقُ ذَا. For instance, saying, I didn't warrant this happening to me. In other words, I don't deserve this. Right? And that's really interesting because you hear that from a lot of people. I don't deserve this. Why is this happening to me? Right? Or, the next one he gives you, أو أي ذنب جر لي هذا الأذى. What did I do to deserve this suffering? What wrong did I do to deserve this? Right? So the point here is everything comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is why Imam Abu Hassan radiallahu anhu said that there's a quality that people have that they're completely unaware of, and it destroys all of their actions. And he said very few people actually recognize this, and it is being displeased with the divine decree. Very few people actually recognize that they're showing displeasure to the divine decree. And this is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ كَرِهُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فَأَحْبَطَ أَعْمَالَهُمْ. They were displeased with what Allah has given to them, and so Allah removed all of their good actions. Because the people of taqwa, if they're asked, what مَا أَنزَلَ رَبُّكُمْ قَالُوا خَيْرًا. If they're asked, what did your Lord bring down? They say good, it's all good. Right? That's what they say, it's all good. عَجِبًا لِأَمْرِ الْمُؤْمِنِ فَأَمْرُهُ كُلُّهُ خَيْرٌ. The mu'min, everything is good. Nothing is evil. It's all good. There's a reason, there's a lesson to be learned. Allah, there's a wisdom. And this is the difference between the people of Allah and the people of other than Allah. The people of Allah recognize that the world is a place of purification. It is a Matharat itself. That we were sent here to purify ourselves. قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا وَقَدْ خَابَ مَنْ دَسَّاهَا. The reason that we exist is to purify ourselves, to draw near to Allah and worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's it. Once you recognize that, then everything becomes an opportunity to learn and to increase and to draw near to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything. Because there's only 4 possible states of the human being. There's only 4. That's it. There's no 5th. Guarantee you. And if you can come up with a 5th one, I'll be amazed. According to Abu al-Abbas al-Mursi, he said, you're either going to be in ni'mah, or you're going to be in baliyah, or you're going to be in ta'ah, or you're going to be in ma'asiyah. That's it. You're either in a blessing from Allah, a tribulation from Allah, obedience to Allah, or disobedience. That's it. Now, each one of these necessitates a response from Allah. Allah wants a response from you in each one of these. If Allah gives you a ni'mah, what's His response that He desires from us? Shukr. Right? He wants shukr. That is the response. Gratitude. Gratitude. Now, what is gratitude according to Sharia? It is to use the ni'mah in what is acceptable to Allah. Either mubah, permissible, mandub, or wajib. To use it in something that is makruh, you know, there's not really gratitude there, but it's not ingratitude because it's not in the haram. That's what Allah has prohibited. I mean, you look at those 5 things, there's only one that you're punishable by. The other 4, you either get a reward or nothing. Alright, so shukr. And he says later on in the Matharat, وَالشُّكْرُ صَرْفَ الْعَبْدِ مَا أَوْلَاهُ مَوْلَاهُ فِي نَعْمَاهُ مِنْ رِضَاهُ. That shukr is to utilize what Allah has given you in what is pleasing to Allah. That's shukr. So you have shukr al-lisan, you have shukr al-janan, al-lisan, wal-banan. You have shukr on the tongue, and part of it is to thank the people. That's part of shukr. To tell other people what they did for you is part of shukr. That's actually considered part of shukr. To remind other people, oh, so-and-so, he benefited me in this or that. Idharun ni'mah is part of shukr. To actually show the blessing. Allah loves that. To feel the blessing in your heart. and to act in something that's pleasing to Allah with the blessing. The next one is a tribulation, baliyah. And what does Allah expect from us? Sabr, right? Sabr. Allah expects, if He gives you a tribulation, He expects sabrun jameel. I mean, actually, you don't even have to have sabrun jameel. Sabrun jameel is when you don't complain to anybody. You can actually complain, and we'll get into it in a second. But that's not a good thing to tell people, right? It just makes you feel a little bit better. And then the ta'ah, obedience. What is the response? Shuhud al-minna. The response is not to become arrogant. If you're in obedience, to recognize that it's from the tawfiq of Allah that you're in obedience. So you don't start thinking you're better than other people because you're in ta'ah and they're in ma'asiyah. That's the danger of obedience. And this is the danger of religion. The inherent danger of religion is self-righteousnness. And this is really the disease of the religious man. He begins to see himself as better than the irreligious man. And that's shaitan's inroad. Once he's got you in that corner, it's rope-a-dope. Right? Like Muhammad Ali did. It's rope-a-dope. He's got you till the end of the fight. Because kibr is his game. That's shaitan. Once he's got you mutakabbir, tatakabbir ala nas, he's got you. So that's the danger of obedience. What Allah expects you when you're obedient is to recognize is a gift from Allah. And so you recognize that just as He's made you obedient, He could have made that person over there who's disobedient, He could have given you the ni'mah. And the Prophet ﷺ said, don't find faults in others, because if you find faults in them, Allah will take their faults away from them and give them to you. So there should be a fear. There should be a fear in recognizing that that person is in baliyah. He's in baliyah. And he has to change. If he's in ma'asiyah is a baliyah as well, because ta'ah is a ni'mah. So, they go together. But he's in a baliyah, and this is why Imam Malik relates in the Muwatta that Isa alayhi salam said, according to Imam Malik, balaghani anna Isa ibn Maryam qal, which means I just heard. So it's a story, but he obviously thought it was good enough to report it in his Muwatta. He said Isa alayhi salam was reported to have said that there's only two types of people. There's people who are in tribulation and people who are in ni'mah. And he said, so don't look at the people of tribulation as if you're lords, but rather look at them with compassion like servants would look at them. So that is the point. When you see people who are in tribulation, don't look at them like I'm better than these people. Look at them like, subhanallah, they're in tribulation, and alhamdulillah alladhi afani mimma ibtalahum bihi. That's the dua of the Prophet. When he saw people in tribulation, he said, alhamdulillah alladhi afani. Praise be to the one who made me healthy in a way that I wasn't given the tribulation of these people. Afani mimma ibtalahum bihi. Wa ala kathiran mimma khalaqa tafdila. Over so much of His creation. So that is where you should be with obedience. Now in ma'asiyah, obviously, what is expected of you? Tawbah. You have to make tawbah. Now, if you look at this situation and realize, subhanallah, every single thing that happens to me is going to be one of these four things, and there's a response that I can do that will please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and if I please Allah, it means that thing in fact was a ni'mah. Because it took me closer to Allah, and that's the point. وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ وَعَسَى أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ شَرٌ لَكُمْ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Maybe you hate a thing, and in it is much good for you. And maybe you love a thing, and in it is much harm for you. And Allah knows, and you don't know. So just admit you don't know, and then when it comes, say, alhamdulillah, ala kulli hal, alhamdulillah, right? Fi ni'am. And Ibn Abbas said, if you get a tribulation, it's a ni'mah that's not worse than it could be. So you have to thank Allah. Alhamdulillah, it's not that bad. Right? And the best thing is to look at the seerah of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and see how he lived his life. And how nobody had greater tribulation. He buried all of his children except for Fatima. How many people will do that in their life? How many people will bury all of their children except one? Out of 6 children, you bury 5 of them? He lost the closest people to him, his most beloved uncle slaughtered on the battlefield, the beloved wife of several years of blissful marriage, dies in his most difficult year. Abu Talib, his uncle, he was raised an orphan. He had no supporters at one time. People who honored him were calling him a madman, saying he was Majnoon. I mean, how many people have that? Where suddenly all of your friends and co-workers and everything start calling you a Majnoon, spitting on you. Seriously. So you look, he had sanctions against him that most people couldn't bear. Anything near just that one period of his life. So all of those tribulations, and then you realize never once, we have no complaint in the hadith literature. No complaint, Allah. No complaint. Never once. 23 years, no complaints. Alhamdulillah. That's all they knew. Alhamdulillah. So, this is the situation. So to be angry at the qadr is to be in a state of ghafla, in a state of heedlessness. Right? It's a state of heedlessness. Now, another really important thing here is Imam al-Qarafi, radiyallahu anhu, said, he wrote a book called al-Qulub. All it is differences in the Sharia. It tells you the differences between all these different things that appear to be similar. And one of them is the difference between al-rida bil-qada wal-maqdi bih. So when you're looking at the qada, you have two things. You have the qada itself. You have the qada itself. And the qada, I mean, you're going to get into some difference of opinion about qada and qadar. And, there is a difference, but it's very subtle. Right? The qada is that Allah, some say it's one the other. The Maturidi and the Ash'ari differ. They have absolute opposite interpretations. But the point is, it's one or the other. It's not really important which one it is. One of them, the qada, in this case, is that Allah has decided to make something. And the qadr is that He enabled it to happen. In other words, gave the means, measured out the means in which it could happen. But the qada is that He qadahu. Qada rabbuka. He decided to do something. And the qadr is enabling that thing that Allah decided to happen. Now, the maqdi is the thing that happens itself. Now, should we be happy with the maqdi? Should we be happy? Everything that happens? Okay. Who said no? Why not? Why shouldn't we be happy with everything that happens? Because bad things happen. Right? I mean, don't forget that Allah has, in His qadr, is khair and shar. So you should not be pleased with shar. Because Allah is not pleased with it. Right? So Allah has qadahu. He's decided that there's going to be evil in the world that He created. But He is not pleased with it. In other words, He doesn't reward it. That's what His rida is, His reward. He doesn't reward it. And so when you see ma'asiyah, it's not something that you should like or be pleased with. Allah doesn't want you to be pleased with it. But you should not be displeased with that Allah has created a world in which that exists. In other words, so you see the difference? One is recognizing that we should not be displeased with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the world that He created. Because it's Allah's world, He created it. But two, there's things in the world that Allah has placed in there as a challenge to the believers. And that is what you should not be pleased with, those things. Because He doesn't want you to be pleased with them. Because if you were pleased with them, you wouldn't do anything about changing them. And if you're displeased with them, that becomes the impetus, the compelling reason for you to get out and actually transform what's wrong in the society. Alright? And so, So that is the difference. Now, an example that Wald al-Khadim gives, actually Imam al-Qarafi gives it, is he says, here's the difference. I think this is a really good analogy, just for taqrib al-ma'ani, that's all. He says you have a doctor, and you go to the doctor, and the doctor says, you've got gangrene, I have to cut your arm off. So he cuts your arm off. Now, one day the doctor's out walking by, and he hears you talking to a friend, and you've got your arm there, and you're saying, I went to this stupid doctor, I didn't get a second opinion, I know this guy shouldn't have done this, and... Right? Now the doctor hears that, he's going to get upset, right? Because he obviously doesn't want to hurt you, he wants to help you, but in helping you, he had to cut off your arm. Right? Now, what he's using that analogy for somebody that goes out and says, I don't deserve this. You know, like, why did I lose all my money? I didn't do anything to deserve this. Why did Allah take away all my money? That's it. Now, he said, if on the other hand, the doctor's walking down and he hears you saying to somebody else, you know, I went to this incredible doctor and he cut off my arm and it's causing me so much pain. I can't believe it. And it was the most severe treatment that I've ever had. And I can't sleep at night. When the doctor hears that, he's going to feel compassion for you. Because you haven't said anything against him. All you said is this treatment was really intense. And so what he's saying is, if you say about things that Allah does to you in the world, Allah's really doing it to me this time. It's hard, but mashallah, there's a wisdom in here. In other words, that is not going to make Allah angry. It's better not to tell people. مَنْ بَثَ لَمْ يَصْبِرْ صَبْرًا جَمِيلًا. If you go and tell other people, it's not sabr jameel. But it doesn't mean that you're not sabur. You become غَيْرُ sabur. You're no longer patient when you start telling people, I don't deserve this. Why is this happening to me? I can't. You see, there's a big difference there in the two reactions. One of them is you are complaining, but you're complaining in a sense you're getting released something, you're releasing something. You're not complaining about what Allah has done to you. Complaining about the difficulty you're having in dealing with it. That's all. And there's a big difference. So that is an important thing to note. And he said another thing is that we were not commanded by Allah that we should enjoy difficulties and tribulations. There's nothing in Allah, nowhere in the Quran tells you, enjoy horrible things that happen to you. That's not the way He made us. Right? And so you don't have taklif there. But what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says is, and in fact, He actually censures the people in the Quran when He says, وَلَقَدْ أَخَذْنَاهُمْ بِالْعَذَابِ فَمَا اسْتَكَانُوا لِرَبِّهِمْ وَمَا يَتَضَرَّعُونَ. We gave them a punishment and it didn't humble them and it didn't make them call on Allah. Please take away this punishment from us. In other words, like now, you see, you look at people now, it just gets worse every year, and people, they just throw up their arms. Right? Muslim countries, Kuwait, you look what happened to Kuwait. You would think that they'd all be awliya now. They'd all be up every night doing tahajjud, begging Allah, please don't ever let this happen to us again. Things go back. There's no istikana. There's no sense of ubudiyya to Allah. So tribulations happen, and if they don't change people, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's a bad state to be in. Then he says, the next thing that he says is a sum'ah. Sum'ah is one of the diseases of the heart. And sum'ah, the best way to understand sum'ah is identical to riyah. Except riyah relates to the ni'mah of the ayn, al-ayn. And sum'ah to the udhun. In other words, sum'ah is that you want other people to hear about you. Or you want to tell them about the thing. You won't believe. I did the most amazing thing. I gave $10,000 to this and that, charity or whatever. What you're doing is you want to tell people about good actions that you did. And that's called sum'ah. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Man samma'a, samma'a Allahu lahu yawm al-qiyamah. Whoever does this sum'ah, tells people all the things they did, Allah is going to tell people what they really did on the yawm al-qiyamah. You see? Because everybody has the skeletons. Right? Everybody has those skeletons. Kullukum khatta'un. All of you do wrong. Wa khairul khatta'ina tawwabun. So everybody has akhta'. And so if you're going around telling people what good you're doing, Allah says He's going to tell them what bad you were doing as well on Yawm al-Qiyamah. And you don't want that, so don't say anything. Right? So he says, وَالسُّمْعَةُ الْإِخْبَارُ بِالطَّاعَاتِ بَعْدَ خُلُوصِهَا مِنَ الْآفَاتِ. So you did the action for Allah, but then you went and told people about it. And so أحبط الأعمال, you ruin it. لبعض الأعراض الرياء والعمل تفسده ولكن إن تبت اندمت. So what he's saying is, that there was riya related to it, and it ruins action. Sum'ah ruins your action. But if you make tawbah, then it rectifies it. Alright, so you can make tawbah from that. كذاك من فعلها لتسمع فهو مسمع لدى من قد وعى. And he said also the one who does it in order to tell other people about it. So he didn't do it with ikhlas, he actually did it in the first place in order to tell other people, and that's also sum'ah. That's also. And in the note there, the difference between seeking reputation by telling others of one's deeds and showing off is that the former involves a sense of hearing and the latter of seeing. In other words, they are one but use different routes to affect the hearts of others. Ibn Abdus Salam says that should the reason be a desire to encourage others or to relate Allah's blessings upon you, then harm in it. The hadith says, whoever informs others of his good deeds out of desire for their benefit, that's not in the hadith, but that's the explanation, Allah will inform them of his foul deeds on the Day of Judgment. And whoever dislikes his good deeds, displays his good deeds to others, Allah will display his bad deeds to them on the Yawm al-Qiyamah. It's related by Ahmad and Imam Muslim. They always put, one of the sunnah of the muhaddithin is to put Imam Ahmad first because of his, even though Sahih Muslim is more sound than the Musnad of Imam Ahmad, the jalala of Imam Ahmad's maqam in the ummah, his exalted place, puts him first before the others. So you'll see that very often in books, that he's mentioned before Imam Muslim. And now he says he's going to tell us what's going on. This is very interesting here. شذاذها الذي الطريق يقطع على جميع السالكين الطمع. Shidhav was he was a brigand from Bani Dabbah. And so the Arabs, they use him as أقطع من شذاذ. He's like a proverb, if you want to say somebody's a really bad robber, then they say أقطع من شذاذ. He's more of a brigand than even shidhav. So he's saying شذاذها, this brigand, that يقطع الطريق, that means like a highway robber. يقطع الطريق, severs the road. على جميع السالكين, on all those people trying to get to their Lord, this brigand that's going to stop you on the road and try to rob you of your rewards with Allah is tama', covetousness. So we go back to this source disease of desire, right? The Arif Billah, Abu Abbas al-Mursi said one day, أردت أن أشتري شيئا ممن يعرفني فقلت لعله يحابيني فنوديت السلامة في الدين بترك الطمع في المخلوقين. He said Abu Abbas al-Mursi was once in the marketplace and he was going to buy something and he saw somebody he knew, and he was a very righteous man. He was known for scholarship and his spirituality, and so he thought, if I go to that person, he'll say, oh, I'll give you a deal because he's a religious person. And he said he heard a call, nuditu. He got a call, like a hatif.
and the Hatif told him that as-salama fi ad-din, right? To be sound in your deen, bi tarka tam'a fi al-makhluqeen, is not to have desire for created things. So that is how you have a sound deen, is to lose that tam'a in other people, no matter what. And that's what he's warning us against, because again, if you look at these previous diseases, riya, sum'a, right, all these things, tam'a. Sum'a is tam'a, and riya is tam'a. You think you're going to get something from them, right? You think that you're going to get something from them. And the tam'a, the reason for tam'a, according to Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, radiallahu anhu, is ghafla. You forget that you become heedless that Allah is nafi' and dar. Human beings don't have anything to benefit you. So there's a ghafla that comes on the heart, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala warns us about that very often in the Quran. Right? And one of the verses is a reminder, Inna Allahu wa razaq. Allah, He is the razaq. He's the one that provides for you. Another one, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that in yamsiska Allahu bidurran fala kashifa lahu. Right? La huwa subhanahu wa ta'ala. If Allah gives you a harm, there's nobody that can remove that harm except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In the famous hadith, when the Prophet ﷺ saw Ibn Abbas, he said, Ya ghulam, right? He called Ibn Abbas, he said, I'm going to teach you some words. Amongst what he taught him was that if all of the creation got together to harm you, and Allah didn't decree it for you, they couldn't do it. And if all of creation got together to prevent some harm getting to you, they couldn't prevent it. Right? It's over. The ink has been lifted, the pens are dry. Right? The pens have been lifted, the ink is dry. It's over. So everything that's going to happen to you, you have to recognize it's in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you should desire Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and not what people have. And then like, give me an example. People wish you ill, how though? I mean, they say bad things against you? Well, if you're straight with Allah, then their prayer is going to be of no benefit. If you're oppressing them, then you should have fear, because the Prophet ﷺ said, fear the prayer of the oppressor. If you're not an oppressor, you don't have any fear of their prayer. If you're not oppressing them or anybody else, then you shouldn't have any fear, because somebody who's making a prayer against you, that's dhulm against you. And it'll just go back to them. It doesn't go back to you, it'll go back to them. And that's their business. Somebody's making a prayer against you, you know. That's their business. You know, Allah didn't tell us to make prayers against people unless they're oppressors. La udwana illa ala zalimin. There's no aggression except against oppressors. And He said, ad-du'a silahul mu'min. The prayer is the weapon of the mu'min. That's the only weapon that a lot of mu'mineen have, right? There's a lot of places where the mu'mineen are completely bereft of any ability to defend themselves. All they have is dua, and dua is not to say that all they have, because it's a lot. Dua is very powerful. And Allah answers the prayers of those who call on Him sincerely. So, I mean, I wouldn't worry about people doing that unless they have justifiable reason, and then you should ask them to forgive you if something was done that warrants that. Ghafla is heedlessness. And what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said is the reason for tam'a is ghafla, that you're heedless of the way creation really works. I mean, if you think somebody can benefit you, it's a ghafla. You know, you're forgetting. It's just like somebody, you say, you know, somebody was sick and you say, how are you? And they say, I'm doing great. I took this incredible medicine. It was really beneficial and I feel great. And they forget. It's a ghafla. They're a mu'min, but they're attributing something that shouldn't be attributed to the medicine. They say, alhamdulillah, shafani Allah. Allah cured me. You know, I took some medicine, inshallah Allah put a cure in it for me. He cured me through it. But to think that the medicine, and people do that, it's a ghafla. And if you remind them and say, no, Allah cured you, oh, astaghfirullah, sahih, of course, right? I mean, that's what people say. So human beings go into ghafla. They go into this forgetfulness that they don't remember how things really work. And one of their ghaflas is that people can harm and benefit you. That's a ghafla. Because they can't. There's no way they can harm or benefit you unless Allah wants it. And especially, I mean, obviously when you're dealing with armies and military formation, you have to be very realistic, because you're in the realm of asbab. But when you're dealing with rizq and ibadah and riya and tama' and sum'a and these diseases, it's all just waham. There's no foundation for it. Well, ghafla is it's a disease. Ghafla is a disease of the heart. It's a bad one. Some will say, actually, Imam al-Junayd said, the only disease is ghafla. He actually said that is the disease. He said that he never saw any wrong action except it was a result of ghafla. Any wrong action. In other words, if you're really in a state of awareness of Allah, there's no way you can do wrong. So he actually felt that it was the source disease. What? Ghafala, mughaffal means a simpleton. Mughaffal. Somebody who's easy to fool. So ghafla is a state where you're being fooled. The ghafil is fooling himself by not remembering how things really are. So it's a careless heedlessness, stupidity. It's a type of stupidity, only it can be temporary. It's not permanent. And then he says, فَهُوَ مَجَرَّةٌ لِكُلِّ ضَيْرِ كَغِيبَةٍ وَكَبَنَاتِ غَيْرِ. He says, this tama' really, it is the cause of every harm, like ghiba. Why are you talking bad about somebody? What's the benefit? There's some tama' there. There's something. Why do you want to speak bad about somebody to somebody else? What is it that you want? You want that other person to have a bad opinion of that person that you're speaking bad about? That's tama'. You're desiring something. So there's some desire, because there's no reason to do it unless you think you're deriving something out of it, right? And banati ghayri is a word for the lying. So people who lie also. You lie because people want benefit. لو سيل ما حرفته قال اكتساب وشغل قلب في الصلاة والثناء مينا ولا بد أن يداهنا. It will also preoccupy your prayer, preoccupy your heart during the prayer. Right? Preoccupation of the heart during one's prayer. And insincere praise of others. Tama' will cause you to say things about people you don't believe. Like the salesman. You look great in that. And he just wants to sell it. He could care less. But he's not going to tell you it's horrible, you look terrible, He's going to say, you look really good in that. Right? I bought a cheap pair of glasses once that they were ugly, but they were inexpensive, and I got them, and the person said to me, oh, those are really nice. I said, I think they're really terrible, but, it's good price. And they said to me, yeah, you're right. Right? It's just tama'. Why are they saying that? Because they want me to buy the glasses, come back another time, whatever. Have a nice day. Ching, ching. And you can see in sales, you learn that, right? People that are salespeople, they know this better than anybody else. It's all about tama'. When the guy walks through the door, there's tama'. You want to sell something. You have tama'. And that tama' makes you do certain things that you wouldn't normally do. Like there's people you'll talk to and be nice to that you wouldn't give the time of day if you saw them in normal circumstances, right? Because there's tama' there. And that's why التاجر الصادق مع الشهداء. The truthful merchant is with the martyrs on the Yawm al-Qiyamah. It's a hadith. The truthful merchant is with the martyrs, which means he doesn't have tama' in his heart. Now how do you say, how can you be a merchant and not have tama'? Because he sees everything coming from Allah. If Allah brings him a customer, it's Allah bringing His provision to him. If he doesn't buy anything, Allah didn't decree it. And he can just be a human being. He doesn't have to lie. He doesn't have to tell them how wonderful everything is. He can just be a human being. One of the things in traditional cultures, and in some places, like some people in Fes will still do this. In traditional cultures, when you went into the marketplace, they had aswaq, right? These were like rows of hanut, stores. Now, in America, the dumbest thing that you can do in marketing is what? Build a place next to a place where they're selling the same thing. I mean, anybody, right? Anybody been to business school? You always do your marketing analyses, right? And you find out, is there a need for this thing? Well, why would in traditional societies, why would they put them all in the same place? And so they call it suq al-attarin, right? They'll call it suq al, whatever they're selling. And this is, you go to Damascus, right? Everybody knows where the suq of the clothes, where they all are. The suq of the iskafiyin, where they sell the shoes. Right? Everybody knows where to go. They're all sitting there. Not only do they all sit there together, but traditionally, they usually prayed together. They were friends. They often were in guilds together. And actually apprenticed people, and they were often attended the same circles, had the same sheikhs. They were best friends. Seriously. What would happen is, if this guy who had the first store, he sold enough for the day, he would shut down and go back to home or go to the masjid and let his other brothers get what they needed. Now, I'm not making this up. It's hard to believe that there were actually people like this on the planet. But it's really true. And there's still a few left. I mean, they're really old usually, and their sons think they're idiots. Right? Because they've been to business school and have their MBAs now. Right? No, seriously. There's all these books, How to Swim Amongst the Sharks. Right? No, there's business books in this culture teaching you how. They have an ad in, I think it was Time or U.S. News and World Report. It shows this guy looking in the mirror, this young guy looking in the mirror. He's in like a hotel, and it says he's going to eat the competition for breakfast. And then down below, written on the window, and then down below it says, and then he's going to take his kids to Marine World. And it's like an ad for a hotel. But the point is, that is American culture. And that's something, yeah, we really did it to them, didn't we? We wiped out the competition. That is exactly how, and that is what this country is all about, competitive capitalism. Wipe out the competition, right? Whoever's in your way, eat him for breakfast. Native Americans, no problem. Send them blankets with smallpox, we'll wipe them all out. Right? Oh, the Iraqis, they're causing problems with the oil. No, we want to keep the oil down. Right? So just bomb them, blow them out. We'll eat them for breakfast. Right? That's what we'll do. We'll send them back into the Stone Ages. We'll bomb them so badly, they won't recover for decades. And it's the same mentality. Wallahi, it's the same mentality. And this is why these big events that occur, like the bombing of Iraq, are nothing other than these small, petty little events blown up to big proportions. Because it's the same mentality that creates it. The exact same mentality. So this is the world and this is what he's saying is, we want to purify ourselves from all this stuff. We don't want to be like that. We want to actually coexist with other people. Right? The Prophet ﷺ said the disease, da'ul umam, is tanafus, competition over dunya. That is the disease of civilizations. And he said that is what will destroy them in the end. Because in the end, if here's your philosophy, us against them, the problem is their philosophy is us against them. So everybody's philosophy is us against them. And unfortunately for other people, you're their them, just like they're your us. Right? So you wipe them all out. In the end, everybody gets wiped out, right? Because they're out to wipe you out. You're out to wipe them out. So it's a deep disease, tama'. Some of them said that tama', that the huruf of tama' are all mujawwafa. Right? These are like sucking, there's no way to fill them up. That you always desire more. You'll never get what you want. In fact, the Greeks had a concept for it called eros. Right? They differentiated between different types of desire, agape and eros. And eros is like a longing. It's a desire that's never fulfilled. It's never fulfilled. Right? And it's like just always wanting more and more and more. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said that the son of Adam, that nothing will fill his mouth, jawf, nothing except the dirt in his own grave. If he had one mountain of gold, he'd just desire a second one. Nothing's going to fill you. And then he said, لا يشبع إثنان طالب العلم وطالب الدنيا. Two people will never be quenched, seekers of knowledge and seekers of dunya. So you choose. You choose, right? Those are the two people that are going to be insatiated in the world. And you're either one or the other. You're either seeking knowledge or you're seeking dunya. That's it. No other choices in this world. Uh-huh. Right. I mean, in other words, tama', if it's for Allah, that's a good tama'. Do you see what I mean? In other words, if you desire Allah, tama' is a human urge. It's in us. It's there. I mean, all of us have desire. What he's saying is, the disease is when you desire other than Allah. You think some benefit is in other than Allah. The same with hasad. If you're envying people because you don't think they deserve what they have. No, but if you see somebody who's outstripping you, you should want to be like them. In fact, that impetus might make you start doing things that they're doing in order to become a better person. So those are utilizing these things to your advantage. Now listen to this. This is so brilliant, I thought. He says, لو سيل ما حرفته قال اكتساب مذلة. If you ask desire, what's your trade? It'll answer earning humiliation. That's the hirfa. Or if you ask about his father, he would say, doubt concerning the divine measuring out. There's not coming to me. Or if you ask him about his goal, he would say it's the deprivation of the very thing that he desired. Okay? Allahu Akbar. Now another thing. In the Khatimah, and this is really important, so I want everybody to really listen closely here. Tama'a, what he's saying here is that tama'a is your desiring something. And what's been allotted to us in this life is called rizq. And there's some really important concepts here. One of them is rarely does He use two names with the same attribute. You'll find it, like Ghafir, Ghafoor, things like that. Right? He's Ar-Razaq and He's Ar-Raziq. Right? And we're called Marzuq. We are Marzuq. We're the ones, the passive form. And what we're getting is called rizq. And I mentioned last week that there's a difference of opinion about rizq. Some say it's what you actually benefit from, and others say it's whatever you have. Dominant opinion is what you benefit. وَمَا مِن دَابَّةٍ فِي الْأَرْضِ إِلَّا وَعَلَى اللَّهِ رِزْقُهَا. There's nothing on the earth except its rizq is from Allah. Allah has given it its rizq. Now, because the nature of the world is that Allah has divided the provision of people, the arzaq of people. And there's two types of arzaq. There's rizq which is batini, and there's rizq which is lahiri. Those are the two types. The zahir, the rizq that is outward, is your food, your health, those type things that we can see. The batini rizq is things like your company, your knowledge, the things that you actually learn, the character that you have, all of these type things, right? Now, if you look, one of the interesting things about life is the fact that the same people keep showing up in your life. This is a very strange phenomenon about life. When you realize that there's 5 billion people on the planet, and yet if you actually think of the main people that are important in your life, they're actually a very small number, and they keep coming back again and again and again. Because they're actually part of your rizq. They're in your rizq. So your company is going to be, you'll keep seeing the same people again and again. All right? Now, and there's tribulation and benefit. You know, some of it's good, some of it's bad. Some people have a very pessimistic view, other people optimistic, especially if you realize it's all from Allah. Allah is the one doing it. Now, here's what's really important to remember. Because Allah has given the human being wealth, and his wealth is a ni'mah, and He placed it in you, and then in His divine decree, He has distributed the arzaq, these provisions amongst people. But some of the rizq of one person, He put with another person. And there's a asbab that means you have to go and get that. Do you see? So there's this thing, here's the person over there, he's got your rizq. It's not his rizq, it's your rizq. But Allah put it in His possession. Now, however you get it, it depends. If it's food that He has that was written for you, He'll invite you over for dinner. He might not even like you, but if it was written for you, you have to come to dinner. Maybe you weren't invited, you show up with so-and-so. Right? And that's rizq. It's there and it's maqsoom. And he can't eat it because it's not for him, it's for you. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said he loved the guest more than anything. He came with his own provision. You're not losing anything by feeding the guest. It's his provision. It wasn't written for you. It's for him. And he leaves with the wrong actions of the house. In other words, it's a kafara when you're kind to a guest and courteous. Allah will remove wrong actions. So the guest is a great blessing from Allah. Now, because the asbab, you have these asbab, and they're very mysterious. People start thinking, my rizq is from Him. That's the ghafla. Because Allah has made the sunnah where He's put your rizq with somebody else. And so people start seeing, He benefits those guys. Maybe I can get something from Him too. And so that's where the tama' comes in. Where you start seeing the sabab and lose sight of the musabbib. You see the means, but you lose sight of the true means. The true musabbib, the cause of those means. And this is what happens. And this is where the tama' comes in. And this is what's so dangerous. And the biggest sign of this is when you get angry when you don't get what you want. That's the biggest sign. When there's an expectation, it's not fulfilled, you become angry. Now this is obviously not about huquq. In other words, if somebody owes you something and he's not giving you it and he has it, that's a dhulm. And you get angry because it's dhulm. That's not, this is talking about arzaq and what's coming to you and what's yours. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith, he said that the rizq, right, is coming to you. He said, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, that Jibreel said to him, لَن تَمُوتَ نَفْسٌ حَتَّى تَسْتَكْمِلَ رِزْقَهَا. No soul will die until it completes the rizq that was allotted to it. It has to complete it. It's amazing. You know, I was on an airplane in Mauritania. We flew from Ni'ma to Nouakchott. And there was a man on the plane up front that we saw get on in a wheelchair and everything. Right when we landed, we were just landing in Nouakchott. And they put the seats down and started doing CPR. He died. And then, even more extraordinary, it's not that extraordinary in Mauritania. The man who was meeting us at the plane was good friends with him. So we learned his whole story. He was like a minister and very well respected person, and he'd become ill. He was only about 44, and he was in Ni'mah, and he was out in the desert recuperating, and he took a shot. Somebody gave him a shot of something, and he went into a coma. They took him anyway. They were bringing him to Nouakchott. The point is, he had an appointment with the angel of death at that place. There he was out in the middle of the desert in Mauritania in a tent. But he was meant to die in Nouakchott. So all the asbab were made so that he could die where he was decreed to die. Because there was no other place he could die. It was maqsoom for him to be in that place at that time and to die there. And so, if Allah, إِذَا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ أَن يُهْرِكَ عَبْدًا, right, فِي أَرْضٍ هَيَّأَ لَهُ أَسْبَابًا. If Allah wants to destroy somebody in a certain place, He'll give him reasons to go to that place. Right? And it's an amazing thing. So the same is true about rizq. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ said that Jibreel is telling us, all your rizq is written for you. And then he said, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهِ وَأَجْمِلُوا فِي الطَّلَبِ. So have taqwa of Allah. Don't do anything haram to get your rizq because it's coming to you. وَأَجْمِلُوا فِي الطَّلَبِ. And don't be somebody who's going and begging or asking people. And that was one of the things that the Sahaba took bay'ah with the Messenger of Allah. One of the things of bay'ah was that they didn't ask people for money. That was actually in the bay'ah, that you did not ask people for money. So, the iman should free you from all those concerns. And then he said something, وَلَا يَحْمِلَنَّ أَحَدَكُمْ إِسْتِبْطَاءُ الرِّزْقِ أَنْ يَطْلُبُهُ بِمَعْصِيَةِ اللَّهِ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُنَالُ مَا عِنْدَهُ إِلَّا بِطَاعَتِهِ. Rahu ibn Hibban. He said, don't let the delay of your rizq cause you to be disobedient to Allah. In other words, if it's not coming as soon as you want it to come, don't let that be a cause for you becoming disobedient with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's really important. Everybody, inshallah. The next disease is extended hope. Inshallah, we'll cover that next week. Jazakumullah khairan.
Takbir! Takbir! Takbir!
Last week we covered tama', which was covetous desire. And then what he says in there, rahimahullah, Shaykh Muhammad al-Mawlud bin Ahmed Farid Yaqubi al-Musawi, what he says is, وَسُمُّهَ السَّاعِي تَطْوِيلَ الْأَمَلِ فَوْطِينُكَ النَّفْسَ عَلَى بُعْدَ الْأَجَلِ. He says that the Arabs have they call it summu sa'a, which is a poison that acts immediately. Quick acting, immediate acting poison. The immediate acting poison of this love of dunya and tama' and all the diseases of the heart is tatwil al-amal. And then he gives us a definition of it, which is accustoming or assuring yourself that death is a long way off. And this is something, obviously, on the one hand, it's a necessary human condition. And there's an amazing wisdom in tatwil al-amal. And one of the wisdoms that the ulama have mentioned about tatwil al-amal is that if people did not have extended hope, they wouldn't bother planting trees. And if you thought you were going to die any minute, you're not really going to be worrying about farming or having children. And so what would happen is there'd be no infrastructure for the next generation. Every generation would have to come and deal with the immediate circumstances. But instead, because human beings do have hopes that they're going to live, they build things. They farm. Right? They create infrastructure, and that infrastructure is inherited by the next generation. And the famous story that in one of the Persian stories is about the Persian Shah who passed by an old man planting an olive tree, and the king said, وَهَلْ تَنْفَعُكَ هَذِهِ الشَّجَرَةِ وَسَتَمُوتُ قَبْلَ أَن تُدْرِكَهَا. Is this tree going to be of any benefit for you? Because you'll die surely before it comes to fruition, because a good olive tree takes several decades before it really is producing good olives. And so the sheikh said, and it became a proverb amongst the Arabs, زَرَعُوا قَبْلَنَا فَأَكَلْنَا فَنَحْنُ نَزْرَعُ حَتَّى يَأْكُلُوا. They planted before us, and we ate from what they planted. And so we plant so that those coming after us will eat. So the king gave him a reward, and then he said, already the tree benefited me. And so he gave him more. So the idea of this tatwil al-amal is that it's a necessary, it's a rahmah from Allah, that Allah has put this in. Because people wouldn't go to school, people wouldn't do anything. Now, one of the things about modern society is because of the apocalyptic nature of the age we're living in, people are beginning to lose hope about the future. A lot of young people are becoming very nihilistic, dressing in black, right, at these schools and things like this. There's a morbid perspective on the world. And the fast food culture, which is the idea of, get it now, don't wait. And the credit culture is a culture that really is causing people to lose this sense that there is a future. And in fact, it's only recently, this is the first generation of Americans that actually see that their future will be worse than their parents. Prior to that, Americans were noted for their cheery optimism about the future. And they're losing that. Right? And so it's actually a bad sign when people do lose hope. On the other hand, what he's saying is that it's also a deadly poison. If you have too much hope, it becomes a false hope, an amal, ul al-amal. And the result of it is that it generates hard-heartedness and indolence. So he says, يُورِثُ قَسْوَةَ الْقُلُوبِ وَالْكَسَلِ. What that means is, by tul al-amal, the heart becomes hard because it doesn't reflect on akhirah, it doesn't reflect on its own mortality, on its own dependence. And so it gets a hard heart. Now, al-Fudayl ibn Iyad, radiallahu anhu, said, and he's one of the great early scholars and zuhad, the people of asceticism or of doing without. He said, خَمْسٌ مِنْ عَلَامَةِ الشَّقَاء. There's 5 things that are sign of shaqa, which is wretchedness. The world is divided into 2 types of people. Sa'id and Shaqi. There's only 2 types. That's it. No third. Sa'id and Shaqi. Sa'id is felicitous. And Shaqi is wretched. And the idea is obviously, now, if you look at Aristotle, who's kind of foundational to Western civilization, Aristotle wrote a book called The Ethics. And in this book, he basically says the goal in life is leisure and happiness. And this is reflected in the Declaration of Independence. Because the Declaration of Independence, written by Thomas Jefferson, he says in there that people have these inalienable rights from God, given to them. And he says among which are life, haya, haqq al-haya, liberty, hurriya. These are Sharia rights as well. But then he says, and the pursuit of happiness. Right? In his original wording, he actually said the right to be free of debt when you come into the world. Right? Because what happens now is that, because of national debt, children are born in debt. I think it's about $50,000 in debt. Like every child that's born is automatically in debt. based on their previous generation's overspending. So, that was the original phrase, but then he changed it to the pursuit of happiness. Now, what is happiness to a middle-aged, white landowner in 1776? Having more land. So their idea of happiness really was the pursuit of stuff, of goods. And this is part and parcel of the modern American dream. Happiness is seen as pursuing stuff. What Islam did is it radically altered human beings' understanding of what happiness is. Happiness is not necessarily a quote-unquote good life. According to the Muslims, happiness is sa'ada in the next world. If you're sa'id in the next world, it doesn't matter how you lived your life in this world. And the previous class, when we were looking at the seerah, the dua of the Prophet ﷺ, when he said, if you're not angry with me, then I don't care what you do with me. In other words, if my life is miserable in this world, but I haven't incurred your wrath, I'm happy with that. Because he knows that the akhirah, خَيْرٌ لَكَ مِنَ الْأُولَى, the last, the end world, the afterlife, is better than the first life. So, anyway, the opposite concept of shaqawa is sa'ada, felicitousness, is shaqawa. Shaqawa is the idea of, in the next world, the person doesn't have akhirah. They're shaqi. That's what it means. So Fudayd ibn Iyad said that there were 5 signs of shaqawa. The first one was qaswat al-qalb, a hard heart. That's a sign a person's shaqi. And the Prophet ﷺ said to a man who saw him kiss a baby, he said, أَتُقَبِّلُ أَوْلَادَكَ? He said, نَعَمْ أُقَبِّلُ أَوْلَادِي. I kiss my children. He said, عندي 10 أولاد ما قبلت واحدا منهم. I have 10 children, I never kissed one from them. And that's the ghilza, it's a pride in being a tough Arab. And the Prophet ﷺ said, لا أملك شيئا في ديني لمن نزع الله من قلبه الرحمة. I don't have anything in my deen for a man who Allah has removed rahmah from his heart. So hard-hearted it means that you don't have a portion of the deen. Right? إِرْحَمُوا مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ يَرْحَمْكُمْ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاءِ. Have mercy on those in the earth, and He in the heavens will have mercy on you. So, قَسْوَةُ الْقَلْبِ جُمُودَ الْعَيْنِ. The eye that doesn't weep. And the ulama say, if you want to know whether your heart is hard, then look at your eye. Because if the eye is dry, it's an indication of a hard heart. Right? So, the person who has riqqa in the heart has a wet eye, and the person who doesn't has a hard heart. And the next is qillatul haya, lacking modesty. People that don't have shame. إِذَا لَمْ تَسْتَحِي فَاصْنَعْ مَا شِئْتَ مِنْ كَلَامِ النُّبُوَّةِ الْأُولَى, from the words of first prophecy. If you have no shame, do whatever you want. If you don't have shame, do what you want. So, قِلَّةُ الْحَيَاء is a sign of shaqawa. الرَّغْبَةُ فِي الدُّنْيَا, desiring dunya, is a sign of shaqawa. Because they say that no one increases in his akhirah except that it harms his dunya. And no one increases in his dunya except that it harms his akhirah. By the nature, because they're two opposites. So increase in one is decrease in the other. Now this does not mean wealthy people automatically you assume that, there's a famous story, it's a story. It's like a teaching story. I mean, it doesn't, there's a famous story, it's a Moroccan story, right? About, there was a Zahid who heard about this Shaykh who had, that he was a big wali of Allah. And so he wanted to go see him. And he came down from the mountain, he was riding his lion. And he gets there, and the Shaykh lives in a big palace. And he said, this is so-and-so's house? And he's shocked because he lives up in a cave. And then the sheikh comes out and he says, where can I put my lion? He said, put him in my barn with my cow. He said, no, he'll eat the cow. He said, no, just put him in the barn with the cow. So he puts him in the barn with the cow. Then they have this big dinner, and the sheikh eats a few bites and he says, Astaghfirullah. This is so luxurious. He said, I live on water and dates. And then that night, the sheikh goes to sleep. The zahid stays up all night praying, and he hears the sheikh snoring next door. He's completely shocked about it. He decides the next morning after Fajr, he's just leaving. So he goes to get his lion. He goes in, and the cow ate the lion. So he says to the man, where's my lion? He said, your lion's just like you. It's all outward. You see. And he said, and you thought my cow was a harmless cow, but he was a lion inside. Anyway, the point of that story is, you have to be very careful because outward appearances can fool people, right? And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says an amazing thing. Well, we'll get to that when we get to having a bad opinion of people. So anyway, and the last one is Tul al-Amal. So those 5 things are a sign of hardness of the heart. And what this science is about is bringing life to the heart. And one of the interesting things in Nur al-Yaqeen, which is the seerah by an Egyptian scholar, one of the things that he mentioned in there was how the Sahaba lost, many of them lost all of their dunya. And he says in there, but he said their concern was not, and he talked about the first masjid built at Quba and said this was a simple masjid. There was, in fact, he said a Muslim now would not recognize it as a masjid. And he said because now we've become obsessed with ornamenting our outward appearance. And he said, and our inwards are bereft. He said the Sahaba were the opposite. They had no concern for the beautification of the outward. They were only concerned with the purification of their hearts. And there's a big difference, right, on that emphasis. And so what he's saying is that Tul al-Amal will generate hard-heartedness and indolence regarding obligations, which leads to inroads into the prohibited. What that means is, kasal is this indolence. It's a lack of energy to do things. Now, interestingly enough, there will be people who have incredible energy when it comes to dunya things. When it comes to akhirah, they have no energy at all. In fact, people say, I really can't pray. I work so hard, and I get home and I'm really tired and I just fall asleep. And I'd like to pray, but I don't have time. There are people really that literally say that, quite literally. That's a sign that their heart's dead. Because they have time for things in dunya, and they don't have time for akhirah, which means they really don't believe in akhirah. And one of the things Hassan al-Basri said, I saw 70 men of Badr. He said, if you saw them, you would say madmen. He's talking to the tabi'een. You would say majaneen. He said, if they saw the best of you, they would say, these people have no character. And if they saw the worst of you, they'd say, these people don't believe in the Day of Judgment. So, the belief in akhirah will manifest in the behavior and in the concerns of a human being. The stronger their belief in akhirah, the more they're concerned about their akhirah and how to protect it. Now, if you look on the footnote, there is loss of energy for even obedient actions, and one will begin to convince himself that he is unable to do what he's obliged to do due to his state, and thus it creates inroads into the prohibited. In other words, they'll say, I just can't do it, I'm unable, and that leads to the haram. So, Tul al-Amal is dangerous. Now, there's a tradition, it's not a hadith, but it's often quoted as a hadith, and the tradition says that اعمل لدنياك كأنك تعيش أبدا وعمل لأخراك كأنك تموت غدا. Act for your dunya as if you'll live forever, and act for your akhirah as if you're going to die tomorrow. Now, Shaykh Uthman Bashir, rahimahullah, a dear friend of mine who lived in Medina most of his life, he was from Eritrea. He told me once, he said, people don't understand that saying. And he said it's always used as a justification for working really hard for dunya. So the dunyawi people love that hadith because they always say, Ya akhi, i'mal li dunyaka ka'annaka ta'ishu abada. He said, if you look at it in the context of work for your dunya as if you'll live forever, but work for your akhirah as if you're going to die tomorrow. He said, if you then look at your situation bifocally, one, your dunya matters, you have forever to take care of them, but your akhirah, you're going to die tomorrow. He said, you're going to start preparing for your akhirah and say, I have plenty of time to take care of my dunya. So it's the opposite kind of understanding that most people have, and that's really the way. Now the other thing is, لَا تَنْسَى نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. In the Quran, Qarun, don't forget your portion of the dunya. There's two ways that's interpreted. One is, don't forget what Allah has given you in order that you can expend it for akhirah. And the other is, the dunya is there and Allah gave it to you, so don't forget that there is dunya, but the important thing is akhirah. And these are both, they're both acceptable positions. So we're not anti-worldly, like say for instance traditional Christianity was. We're not against the world. You know, the world is a place Allah made it for us to enjoy as well. But not to enjoy to the point where we forget what we're really here for and that it's a bridge. And then he says, and then the verse in the Quran in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and this is an example of it, he said, أَلَمْ يَأْنِ لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَن تَخْشَعَ قُلُوبُهُمْ لِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ وَمَا نَزَلَ مِنَ الْحَقِّ وَلَا يَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ فَطَالَ عَلَيْهِمُ الْأَمَدُ فَقَسَتْ قُلُوبُهُمْ. A long time passed and their hearts became hard. So the idea is that if you're not really thinking about akhirah, the longer you are on the earth, the harder the heart gets. Now if you look at children, one of the really fascinating things about children, they can cry like that, very easily. And part of it is that their hearts are very supple, and they go into several states in one day. They can go from extreme joy to extreme sadness in one day. Right? And it's very interesting why their hearts are like that. They're very pure. And so everything affects them in very profound ways. And as a person gets older, it becomes more and more difficult for them. And this is why, one of the things why the Prophet ﷺ loved women, one of the things that he loved from the world, or was made to love, was women. And the ulama say, لِرَقَّةِ قُلُوبِهِنَّ, because their hearts are more brittle than men's. Right? Their hearts are more brittle than men. In other words, women have more compassion, their hearts are more open, things like that. For men, it's very easy for that heart to become hard. And so the danger of طول الأمل is that it makes the hard heart. And then he says, لكنه في حق من غدا أب أو كان في تصنيف علم لم يعب. Regarding the one who's engaged in preparing for tomorrow or writing works of knowledge, I mean, obviously he puts that in there. He's a scholar, and that's one of the highest things that you can do is sadaqa jariyah or ilm yuntafa' bihi nas, like ongoing charity or knowledge that people will benefit. So he's saying, if you're engaged in benefiting people with knowledge, like writing books, then it's not a blameworthy thing to want to live a long life. And the Prophet ﷺ said, "La tatamannaw al-maut." Don't desire to die, because he said either. If you did wrong in the past, you want life to make tawbah and rectify what you did wrong. Or if you did good, you want more time to do more good. So either way, even if your life has been bad in the past, each day is a new day and a new opportunity to make tawbah to Allah and to change your ways. So you should always desire long life if you're engaged in good things. If you're not, then what he's saying is it's a disaster. So for people who are not wasting their time and recognize the urgency of the human condition and their own impending mortality, and sets out doing useful deeds such as spreading knowledge or anything else that's useful, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that what benefits, right, يَمْكُثُ فِي الْأَرْضِ, it continues and it goes on in the earth. And one of Mukhtar wal-Buna got very sick at one point, and somebody said, are you afraid you're going to die from this sickness? He said, La la la. He said, I have an ayah in the Quran that tells me I'm not going to die yet. And he said, what? And he said, Allah says what benefits people stays for a long time. And he was a great scholar who was very beneficial to people. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, hard-hearted. People that have a hard heart. People whose eye, jumud al-ayn, their eye doesn't really weep. Qillat al-haya, they don't have shame, right? There's no modesty. And then desirance of dunya, loving dunya, raghba fi dunya, wa tul al-amal, and extended hope, false hope. And then there's also a very beautiful hadith which says, الأمل رحمة من الله ولولاه لما غرس غارس ولا وضعت ولدا. The extended hope is a mercy from Allah. For had it not been for hope, you wouldn't see a farmer planting seeds nor a woman giving birth to a child. So it's a rahmah from Allah. That's the important thing to understand. And it is part of our nature. We really do believe that we're going to go on. Right? And if we didn't believe that, I mean, we couldn't do anything. We couldn't function in the world. You'd just be in a paralyzed state. So the idea is not to go into that state of paralysis. But the idea here is to reflect on death. You know, تفكروا أخي في الموت فإنه نازل ولا تطيل الأمل فيقصرك القلب. It's right there in Qasida. He says, reflect on death because it is coming. Right? It is coming. And then he says, and don't extend your hopes فيقصرك القلب because your heart will become hard. Right? And then the other thing about this, and I mentioned this before, but one of the things that is a good exercise to do is to meditate on death and death states. And that's, he says, فكر في أحوال القيامة دائما كبعث ونشرا والموازين تنصب وكالصراط الذي تطول عقبته تطول على العاصي ومشي يصعب. That to reflect on death and to reflect on the stations of death itself, like the sirat. To reflect on the sirat, that we have to cross the sirat, that's something. And it's interesting, one of the things that athletes are trained to do in this country is visualization. In other words, if they have a race to do, or fighting, boxers will do that. What boxers will do is they'll actually go through the fight in their, like a visualization, as a psychological preparation. And so really, this is the same idea, is that what you're doing is you're preparing yourself psychologically for a journey that you're going to go on. And this is, like Murabb al-Hajj has a qasida about death, and in it he says, فَسَتُسَافِرُ غَدًا أَيَّ السَّفَرِ. You're going to travel tomorrow, and what a journey. Meaning death. What a journey. I mean, this is a real thing. That the moment that you die, there's a severance, and you're still conscious. Only you're in hyper-conscious state. In fact, you're so conscious that this state becomes like a dream. And that's why people, when they die, they actually feel like they're waking up. Right? النَّاسُ نِيَّامٌ. People are asleep, Sayyidina Ali said, and when they die, he said, suddenly they انتبهوا. They come to their, attention. Right? So, the idea of reflecting on death, one of the exercises many of the Salaf did was actually lying down and imagining being lowered into the grave. And this is not a morbid exercise. It's really it's a training, and it's very effective. It really is. It's an effective thing to do. Some of the ulama, they said if somebody has a lot of shahwa, that's a good way to control the shahwa, like young people that have shahwa for appetites, that if they do that reflection and things like that it'll give some sobriety to their state. Now, another thing that's really important that Imam al-Qarafi radiallahu anhu mentions is the difference between raja, right, and tul al-amal. Raja raja is similar to hope. And then amal is different. So there are many verses in the Quran like وَلَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ إِسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهِ. The one who yarju Allah, they have raja of Allah. So there's a hope for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, and for the last day. And there's a famous hadith in which Aisha radiallahu anhu said, the Prophet ﷺ said, مَنْ أَحَبَّ لِقَاءَ اللَّهِ أَحَبَّ اللَّهُ لِقَاءَهُ. The one who Allah loves to meet, who loves to meet Allah, Allah loves to meet him. And Aisha said, Ya Rasulullah, what about disliking death, right? And he said, كُلُّكُمْ تَكْرَهُونَ الْمَوْتِ, right? That's a natural thing, not to like death itself. But to not want to meet your Lord, that's something the mu'min wants, is looking forward to that. Now there's something really interesting also. The Muslim emphasized this relationship between khawf and raja. وَلَا بُدَّ مِنْ عَلَيْهِ خَوْفٍ مَعَ الرَّجَى. You have to have the two sandals of fear and hope. So you walk with fear and hope. Right? If you're overwhelmed by fear, it puts you into a psychological state of terror and you get what's called ya'as. The psychological result of ya'as is despair. So too much excessive fear leads to despair of the mercy of Allah. You actually think, I'll never be saved from Allah. And this is a very common religious illness. Right? Less so now, right? Because people are not as religious as they used to. But this was a very common religious illness, and it still is for certain people. There are Christians that go into this state very easily, that are in a type of evangelical fire and brimstone Christianity that focuses a lot on hellfire, damnation. The pilgrims actually believed that there were only 144,000 saved. They were called the elect. Now, obviously, there were more than 144,000 pilgrims. So that kind of, your odds in that religion were not very high. Right? And I think the Jehovah's Witnesses actually believe that also. Yeah, because it's taken from Revelations, right? This 144,000 elect. So that's big fear. Too much fear. Too much hope, excessive hope, is another disease that leads to this lack of. It leads to a type of complacency. Well, I don't have any problem. And so one stops doing actions. And there's an interesting article about Bill Clinton and baptism. And a lot of people don't know this about baptism, but the Baptist religion has this concept that you can really do anything that you want, and you're saved as a Baptist because you believe in Jesus as your Savior, and they have very little fear of the fire. They don't really emphasize that. They really emphasize salvation through Christ, and everybody's wretched. You're all sinners, which is why somebody like Jimmy Swaggart can, all that can happen to him, and he can go back and actually preach, and everybody in the church they're all still sitting there listening to him. Right? I mean, if the same thing happened to a imam, right? La qaddar Allah. I mean, that's it. Nobody's going to have any respect for that person. Right? Because the Muslims have a much higher expectation of the people that they expect to be, examples for their community, which is one of the reasons why a bastard child, it's makruh for them to lead the prayer. Not because they did anything wrong, but simply because it's not a good qudwa or example for the community to have as an imam somebody whose parents were not upright as well. Right? Mm-hmm.
Is it possible for a person, say a bastard child, to become out?
Absolutely, yeah. No, there's no itham on a bastard child. There's none. There's no itham on them, and it's between them and their Lord. What their mother and father did, that's their business. لا تزر وازرة وزر أخرى. No soul bears the wrong actions of another soul. Right. So, and there were people in the Arabian Peninsula, that many people at that time who were not, they didn't have legitimate fathers. I mean, the Arabs fornicated it was quite common. So there were illegitimate children at that time that did become Muslim, right? And those people were considered the best people. So, I mean, their worst people are better than our best people. Really. I mean, the least of the Sahaba, in terms of their actions, the least of them are better than the best of us. Simple as that. And the ulama say simply by the ru'ya, they were given the ru'ya. I mean, that's enough of a bounty from Allah. They were given the vision of the Prophet in waking state and believed in him. So, now, right, the amal is, what amal is a desire to live a long life, right? Long life. To have wealth, right? To have those things in life that we generally attribute to this state of happiness. That is what amal is. It's a hope for that. It's a raja. And then there's something else which is called umniya. And this is what's blameworthy in Islam. And umniya is a hope. What the difference between raja and umniya is that raja, always the sabab is taken. In other words, the means to obtain the thing that you're doing is taken. Whereas with an umniya, it's bila sabab. The means is not taken. So for instance, if you want to get healthy, so what you do is you start watching your diet, you start exercising, that's called the raja, huwa yarju as-sihha. But somebody who, he says, I really want to get healthy. He doesn't change that. As he's eating his, all his junk food and watching television or something like that, and he said, I really want to get healthy. And he's doing nothing to change his state. That's called umniya. And that's what Allah says the Jews and the Christians have about akhirah. They have amani. They're not doing anything to get the akhirah, right? They're corrupting in the earth. They're not, and that's why the Muslims, I mean, they have to watch out because, like my friend Abdul Hakim Murad told this story about the Pakistani man who was walked by these three racists in London. And one of them said, I'm moving to Wales because there's only 1%, 3% Muslims there. And the other one said, no, I'm going to Scotland because they only have 2%. And the third one said, I'm going to Ireland because they only have 1%. And this Muslim said, why don't you go to hell? They don't have any Muslims there. And so, what Abdul Hakim said about that, Sidi Abdul Hakim, hafidhahullah, what he said about that was that the assumption, of course, is that Muslims don't go to hell. Unfortunately, there's going to be a big shock on the Yawm al-Qiyamah, right? Because if you have amani, and all you have for your Islam is that the shahadatain, right? They call the shahadatain. Shahadat al-wilada or shahadat al-wafat. Your testimony when you were born that you were a Muslim, they wrote it on your birth certificate, and when you died, right, they wrote it on your death certificate. If that's all you have, and I was in Santa Clara, Parif was with me once. These people came, and their grandfather had died, and they came to the masjid to bury him. None of them were practicing Muslims. And their grandfather wasn't a practicing Muslim, but he died, and they realized, hey, we're Muslims, and how do we bury our grandfather? Well, let's take him to the mosque. And so they brought him there, and we washed the body and did these things. But it's very sad that that's the extent of people's experience of Islam when they get married and when they die. Right? They have to have the imam to marry them, or they have to have somebody who knows how to wash the body and pray over them. So that's umniya. So raja, hoping for Allah, is when you're doing those things that you need to do in order to be pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then the other thing that the ulama say is that you should have khawf should be overriding until when you get to your deathbed. At that point you should forget all about fear and just have absolute hope in Allah. You should have no fear on your deathbed. You should be completely immersed in a sense of Allah's rahmah and that He will forgive me and He will accept me, and have a good opinion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, another thing that Imam al-Haythami says that Shaykh Walid al-Khadim mentions in his commentary, and this is really important, is that طول al-amal, this extended hope, what it is it's really a heedlessness about the reality of death, which he says is not a wrong action in and of itself. In other words, there's no commandment of wujub that you have to remember death. Right? When the Prophet ﷺ said, أَكْثِرُ مِنْ ذِكْرِكُمْ هَذَا مَنْ لَذَّاتٍ, remember death, right? And he also said, ﷺ, كُنْتُ أَنْهَاكُمْ عَنْ زِيَارَةِ الْقُبُورِ فَزُورُوهَا فَإِنَّهَا تُذَكِّرُكُمْ بِالْآخِرَةِ. Right? I used to tell you don't visit graves, now I tell you go visit graves because it'll remind you of the akhirah. So the idea is that it's mandub to do a remembrance of death in the same way it's mandub to do dhikr outside of what's prescribed, like the prayers. أكثر من ذكري, يعني to do dhikr. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا. اذكروا there is fi'l amar, but it's an imperative, it's a command, but it's for nadab, it's not for wujub. You don't have to remember Allah as a fard. It's mandub, it's mustahab, it's encouraged to do it because it prepares you. So that is not a wrong action in and of itself. وَلِلتَّرَسِّرِ فِي جَمْعَ الْمَالِ هُوَ جَائِزٌ. And also, trying to make money, being out in the dunya, being active in your dunya, it's jaiz, it's mubah. Allah didn't tell you. He said, فَانْتَشِرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَابْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. Travel in the earth, and seek the bounty of Allah. Meaning dunya, seek good things. Right? لِيَشْهَدُوا مَنَافِعَ لَهُمْ. Even on Hajj, Allah says you can go and have worldly benefit on Hajj. You can actually go and sell things on Hajj. There's nothing wrong. You can join dunya and akhirah on Hajj. You don't have to go purely, I'm only going, that's it. No, you can take things. You could take scents or books or whatever. I mean, now, I think it's limited what they allow through the thing. But it is permissible for the hujjaj on Hajj to bring merchandise and sell it. And there's people that shave people and make money. They bring razors and things like that. And they're hujjaj and they're making money. Nothing wrong with that. Our deen doesn't even frown upon it. You shouldn't say astaghfirullah. They're not spiritual people. That's not from our deen. There's nothing wrong with doing that. So he says that's permissible, unless it was for tafakhur or takathur, right? Or litaswif at-tawbah. Then it becomes a kabira. Unless you were acquiring money in order to compete with others in a proud way, right? Or to hoard wealth and things like that as a way of accumulating massive wealth. Or taswif at-tawbah, putting off tawbah, right? يُرِيدُ الْإِنسَانُ لِيَفْجُرَ أَمَامَهُ. In Yawm al-Qiyamah, it says about لا أقسم يوم القيامة لا أقسم بالنفس اللوامة أيحسب الإنسان أَلَّنْ نَجْمَعْ عِظَامَ بَلَا قَادِرٍ عَلَى أَنْ نُسَوِّيَ بَنَانَهُ بَلْ يُرِيدُ الْإِنسَانُ لِيَفْجُرَ أَمَامَهُ يَسْأَلُ أَيَّانَ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. So there's your طول الأمل. Man wants to keep doing wrong in what's left of his life, and he says, when is the Yawm al-Qiyamah? It seems a long way off. He doesn't really think about it. And so, in the commentaries on that ayah, the ulama say that one of the meanings of that, يُرِيدُ لِيَبْجُرْ أَمَامَهُ يُسَوِّفَ تَوْبَتَهُ, to put off his tawbah. And this is what they call, in this culture, sowing your wild oats. Right? There's an idea in this culture that when you're young and you've got energy to do ma'asi, get out and do as much as you can. Because you won't have energy to do those ma'asi when you get older. Alright? This is a concept in American culture and European. sowing your wild oats. And this is why Allah loves the young man who is in obedience. Because you get old, you don't have the energy to be disobedient to Allah. And you get some older people who had really bad lives when they were young, and then about 45, 50, they start thinking about that, they make tawbah, and then they become these self-righteous people that are pointing fingers at people. This is a problem. Religiosity. There's people that do that. They become, 50 years old. They've been doing all the worst things. They drank, right? They cheated. All these terrible things they did. And at 50 they realize, oh my God, I'm going to die. And then they start going to the masjid and become real righteous. And then they start pointing fingers at other people because they completely forgot about how they were. Right? So, now the next one is called tatayyur. And this is it's a little bit difficult because tatayyur had a jahili concept, right, which is called tiyara. And tatayyur, I mentioned this before, the Arabs, when they wanted to do something, they would go to a flock of birds. It was a type of divination. And that's why the word tiyara comes from tayr, which is a bird. And so they would go to a flock of birds and they would run at it. And if the flock went to the left, they took a bad omen. If it went to the right, they took a positive omen. If it went to the right, they called it a human. If they went to the left, they called it a sha'am. Which is why, the Muslim cosmology, if you're in the Arabian Peninsula and you face the sun, which is the natural in the morning for a man to wake up, look at the sun, Yemen is to the Yameen and Sham is to the left, right? So you get that idea of human and Sha'am, right? The Sham is the place of the left, and it's also called north, which is Shamal, which is what we get Shimal, which is left, and Janub is from Jamb, which is right side, because you recline on your right side. So the south is on the right side, the north is on the left side, which is also indicative in traditional cosmology that the Muslims always on their maps put the south on the top and the north on the bottom. And I can show you maps from the traditional books of Tawqeet, which was the ilm al-falak of the Muslims. All their maps of the earth show the south on the top and the north on the bottom, which is why I really think, and I've said this for a long time, Muslims need to make their own maps. And the reason that I realized this, I was in New Mexico years ago with Hakeem Archuleta, and we were at a flea market, and I found a compass, an old antique compass, and the guy, it was really cheap, and he said, there's only one problem. I said, what is it? He said, instead of pointing to the north, the arrow points to the south. And I said, that's fantastic. I thought that was great. And then we were walking away, and I said to my friend Hakeem, who knows a lot about science, why does it make any difference? He said, well, it's just a polarization. I mean, the paint's obviously just facing the south, because it's istiqtab, right? Polarization. Isn't that right? And so I started thinking about this idea of the south and the north, and why do we always make the north the dominant thing? And then I saw a map that al-Idrisi, the first map maker of the world, was al-Idrisi, was a Moroccan who did a world map, and he put the south on the top and he put the north on the bottom. The European map makers actually took from his book, but they realized the significance of putting the south on the top. It put Africa over Europe. And so they actually flipped it over and made their maps with the north on the top. And interestingly enough, if you read in the book called The Venture of Islam, Hodgson's points this out, how he said it's so unfortunate that the Muslims don't recognize that they made the first maps and they put the south on the bottom, and they should go back to putting the south on the bottom, because it's a completely Eurocentric worldview that actually does not have historical foundation. And so we should make maps that have Africa, right, on the top, and then Europe on the bottom, and we say, I'm going down to Europe and up to Africa, right? So we have to say, I'm going up to Los Angeles and down to San Francisco, because in Arabic you actually do say the south is up. In fact, they call southern Egypt Sa'id, which is upper Egypt. And northern Egypt is lower Egypt. Ihbitu Misra, go down to Egypt, right? And also in Libya they say it as well. They say Nas'ad al-Qibla, we're going up south, Wanzil al-Bahr, we're going down to the ocean, which is in the north. So this is traditional cosmology. And don't think this is insignificant, the impact that's seeing maps all your life with Africa on the bottom. Yeah. And then the other thing about a southern map, nothing's over Arabia. That's another thing about it. If you look at a southern map, because I have one that was printed in Australia, because the Australians caught on to this. And they said, why should we be down under? And so they just turned it right side up, right? And they made their maps. I have a map from New Zealand that Ustada Besa sent me, because I told her about this and she sent me this map. And it's really interesting to look at it. It actually puts things in a very interesting perspective. Start seeing things like how close Ireland is to Morocco, for instance, and how close Germany is to England. You realize how strong the Germanic ties, because you don't get that sense when you see a northernly dominant map. So it's a very interesting thing. That's just a digression from diseases of the heart. But I think that has some merit, about that. Anyway, that was about tatayyur, of making the birds go to the right or the left. So tiyara is it's just a superstition. But it's also more than that, because mutatayyir in the Arabic language is a pessimist. Mutatayyir is somebody who always sees the worst situation. No matter what, he's the one that's going to say, it'll never work. Right? They're pessimists. They always look at the worst. So he says, أَمَّا تَطَيُّرُ فَإِنَّ أَصْرَهُ مِنْ جَهْلِ أَنَّ الْأَمْرَ كُلُّهُ لَهُ. It's based on the ignorance that everything is Allah. The affair belongs to Allah alone. Now for the Muslim, what does that mean? It means that you're going to have a good opinion of Allah. The non-Muslim has a bad opinion of Allah. The Muslim has a good opinion of Allah. And that's the difference. So you should always have this good opinion of Allah. Now, he says here, وَالظَّنُّ بَعْضٌ مِّنْهُ لَا يُبَاحُ كَثُوبِ مَنْ ظَاهِرُ الصَّلَاحُ. He's going into bad opinion. But I wanted to say one thing about tatayyur, which is that there are really two types of tatayyur. One is where it's based on normative. For people that are in the Aqidah class, if you have a hukm adi, a empirical proof that things consistently happen. In other words, you get near a cobra, it bites you, you die. Then in that stage, you have to use your intellect. That's not tatayyur. That is a valid tatayyur, right? So if you see something harmful and by the hukm adi, it's harmful, you have to avoid it. That's and Wud Khudaim says, if you don't, يخرجك عن طول العقلاء. You're not considered from the people of intellect. If you don't, you're a fool. Unless a person, there are people of Allah, like one of the tabi'een was walking with one of his students, and they came on a path. There was a lion a little ways down the road, and the student got frightened, and he said, go up on the high road. And he continued walking, and the lion didn't touch him. Right? So that's an example. People, certain ahwal or something like that, states that they have, but that's not for everybody to practice. Now, another thing Imam al-Qarafi radiallahu anhu says, a tatayyur is a bad opinion, and tiyara is the action that results from having that bad opinion. As long as the normative experience in which harm results from that doesn't occur, like walking under a ladder. Right? So in this culture, step on a crack, you break your mother's back. Right? And so when you were little kids, you avoid these cracks, right? Because it's a bad, or black cat, 13 years of bad luck. Breaking a mirror, right? Knock wood. I've been healthy and then you knock wood. That is tiyara. And that's actually haram to do any of those things. On the other hand, if the Sharia gives us things to do, like to say, Bismillah alladhi la yadurru ma'a ismihi shay'un fil ardi wa la fis sama'i wa huwa as-sami'ul 'alim, those are things that you should do. Because there, it's not superstition, it's from revelation. But these things are, this is actually pagan, goes back to worshipping trees and knocking on the wood, comes from that. You know, they had sacred wood and things like that. So that's what a tiyara is. Or like for the Arabs, things like walking between sheep, two sheep, that was bad luck in Jahili Arab culture. Buma, to see an owl, right? To see an owl was a bad omen. Some cultures, to see a shooting star was a bad omen. Things like that, you know. Those are all types of tiyara. Now, the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith also that you'll never be free from tatayyur. In other words, it's a human nature. And there's a book by a skeptic, Michael Shermer, called Why People Believe Weird Things. And a lot of it is about that. He's explaining, you know, how we really do have all these superstitions that are part of our nature. And that hadith indicates that, right? So there's people, they have to read the astrology before they go out on that day. There's people that won't buy stocks or sell stocks until they talk to their astrologer. Completely absurd premise. But they believe in it, and it gives them this thing. There's people that consult the I Ching, the Chinese I Ching, before they'll do anything. There's people that do ramal in the desert, Sahara Desert, things like that. People that flip coins or throw into wishing wells. These are all really part of human nature. So when the Prophet ﷺ said that there's ثَلَاثَ لَا بُدَّ مِنْهُنَّ, there's three things that you're going to get in your life. One of them is tatayyur. And then he said, فَإِذَا تَطَيَّرْتَ فَامْضِي. The way that you cure it is that if you feel that bad omen, just keep going. So if you see, for us in this culture, if you see a ladder and you're about to walk under it, and then that tayyara comes to your heart, you just keep walking. But that's the way you break it, right? And if the plant falls on your head, no, I'm just kidding. But that is the way you break it. You know, you just ignore it and keep going, right? And a friend of mine who has a strong iman, he somebody who like claimed to be like this wali or something like that, that he didn't really think should be making those claims, and said something about it. And these people said to him, "Don't you know, if he makes dua against you, he can destroy you." And so he said, let's make dua right now against me. I want you to make dua against me. Because what he was trying to show them was that's not the way Muslims behave. Muslims don't make dua against each other if they're real Muslims. And certainly a wali is not going to do that. And if he is a real wali, Allah will give you trouble, right? Without him wanting it. Right? And there's a Shaykh I know in Mauritania, Muhammad Zain, who you met. Muhammad Zain, it's known that people that speak bad of him or have bad news, he's from the family of the Prophet ﷺ, and he's a very righteous man. And he would never do anything to harm anybody, but people have been known that have bad attitude towards him or something like that they have troubles. So you don't want to mess with the awliya. But then on the other hand, like the Moroccans say, don't belittle any Muslim because he might be a wali of Allah. In other words, you should just be aware of Muslims in general, of harming other Muslims. It's not a good thing to want to do. So that's the idea of tiyara. And then the next one is the bad opinion of others. So he says, وَالظَّنُّ بَعْضٌ مِنْهُ لَا يُبَاحُ كَالسُّوبِ مَنْ ظَاهِرُ الصَّلَاحُ. Dhann is suspicion. It's also opinion, conjecture. It's where you think something without having any facts to support it. It's a dhann. Right? Now, the worst bad opinion is having bad opinion about people who outwardly they have righteous appearance and behavior. And appearance was something that the early Muslims actually considered important as well. In other words, although they say beware of people who you might think have a bad appearance, because sometimes they're just, Allah's veiled them. But they have what's called al-wasma. The Arabs have something they call wasma, which is wasim. Wasim is somebody who has a good face. Like when the Arabi came to Rasulullah and left, they asked him, "What did you think of him?" He said, "Laysa wajhuhu wajhat kadhab." His face isn't the face of a liar. And this is called firasa. having the ability to see in people's faces a goodness or a badness that's actually manifest in the face. And so having a bad opinion of somebody who has this wasma, outwardly they appear to be a righteous person, that's a bad type of dhann. وَإِنَّ بَعْضَ الظَّنِّ إِثْمٌ, Allah says. Some of dhann is wrong action. And this is important because generally the heart you're not taken to account for. But there's a ghiba of the heart. And that is to have a bad opinion of somebody that's unfounded. That actually is written against you. So that's really important. It's called ghibat al-qalb. And that's something, it's not like you see, Allah doesn't take into account for what occurs to your heart. He takes you to account for what there's azam, what continues. Azam is written against you in the heart, right? We'll go into that when we get to the khawatir, because there's degrees, right? Hajis, azima, there's degrees of thought, levels. Hadithun nafs, and azima is the highest degree. And that is what's written against you. Run in the heart, if you actually do believe it, and it causes you to have an effect on your behavior towards that person, it's considered ghibat al-qalb. And it's actually a ghiba in which a second person is not involved. It's between you and your own heart. And that's not permissible. That's why he's saying, minhu la yubahu. It's not permissible. It's actually written against you. And then he said, ay aqtu qalbika. So it's azima. It's aqtu qalbika. Your qalb, it means your heart is convinced and you've judged him based on your heart's suspicions without a proof that warrants such assumption. You don't have a dalil for it. So somebody says, why don't you like that person? He says, I just don't, my heart tells me something's wrong. Now obviously, and we'll go into that in a second about following the heart about certain things, right? And the hadith which is muttafaq alayhi says, إِيَّاكُمْ وَالظَّنَّ فَإِنَّ الظَّنَّ أَكْتَبُ الْحَدِيثِ. Beware of bad opinion because it's the most treacherous or the most false of speech. Where there's no dalil. You say to somebody, do you know so-and-so? That he's a really bad person. And you say, what's your proof? I just know he is. Right? That's aktabul hadith. That's a lie. Because you have no dalil, and our sharia is based, umirtu an ahkum bil-zawahir. I was commanded to judge people in outward matters. Right? So it's really important to look to the outward and see the behavior and things like that. And then he says, لا إثم في الشك ولا من استند لسبب فلم يكن مجردا. There's nothing wrong with having doubts about someone or having a bad opinion of him if it is based upon sound reason and it is not without evidence. So this is a really important distinction. The difference between shak and dhann is you have made, when you have your scales, right? Shak is where both the scales are balanced. Is he good? Question mark. Is he bad? Question mark. That's shak. I've got doubt about that person. What that means is, I don't know. And I have to be wary because I just don't know. That is not haram. Dhann is where you make the decision without proof that he's bad. Does everybody understand? This is a really important difference that'll help you in life. So, now how do we deal with people that we do get these feelings of doubt about? The first thing, if he is a fasiq, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِن جَاءَكُمْ فَاسِقٌ بِنَبَإٍ فَتَبَيَّنُوا, and in a riwayah sab'iyah, فَتَثَبَّتُوا. If a fasiq comes to you, find out whether what he said is true or not true before you take it. So if somebody who's known to do kaba'ir, a fasiq is somebody who does kaba'ir openly, or is mutahawan with sagha'ir openly and consistently. He's always doing lesser wrong actions without any care about them. Alright? So, that person is a fasiq. If they come to you telling you something, you can't take that at face, you cannot take it at face value. You have to find out whether it's true or not. Now, if you have doubt about a person, about his badness, shak, what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says is, and this is really good advice, even though it's coming from the 9th century, it's actually more pertinent in the 15th century, and that is, لا تؤمن أحدا على دينك أو أهلك أو مالك حتى تجربه ألف مرة. Don't trust anybody with your deen, your family, or your wealth until you've tried him at least 1,000,000 times. No, alf, 1,000 times. And that's called hyperbole. It's mubalagha. What he's saying is you better test them and see if they're true and sincere or not. If you don't know, don't trust them. One of the poets said, he said, حسن الظن في الأيام منقصة فظن شرا ثم كن منه على وجري. A good opinion in these days is foolishness. So think the worst of people and then be on guard. And seriously, that is what the ulama all say. When the period that you're in is full of corrupt people, then the best position is to be distrustful of people. It's not dhann, right? It's just that you are distrustful of people. You don't trust people until you've really tested them. Just because there's so many people that it's a time like that. People don't have taqwa. They'll cheat you. They'll come out to you smiling and tell you, what wonderful Muslims they are and this and that, and they cheat you, right? And it happens all the time. And that's why the ulama all about zakat. Time is bad. It becomes an obligation on distributor of zakat to check out the people's situation. They can't just give them zakat. If it's a good people, if most of the people are good, then in those situations you believe people. But when you get corrupted times and people, and somebody comes and says, brother, I've got 5 children, I don't have any money, then it's a responsibility for you to go find out if their claim is truthful. And they can't get upset or angry about that. They have to accept that it's not for you. It's like in this culture they say, well, the bad ones ruin it for the good ones. Right? Sorry we have to do this, but we've been cheated so many times. That's the type of situation. They have to be told, unfortunately, because, we've been tricked and this is an amana from Allah, we really need to find out whether your situation is as you stated. It's not that we don't trust you, it's just this is a blanket policy for everybody for that reason. And that's unfortunate, but that is the reality of it. So that is bad opinion of others. So having doubts about people, there's nothing wrong with that. And then a bad opinion of a person who there's ample evidence that he's a bad person. That's just common sense. On the other hand, do not, if people make tawbah, then don't hold their past. And one of the worst things you can do is remind people of the past evil that they've done. That's a really bad thing to do to people. You should always not remind people of the past. You should really let people, let go of their past. Don't you hold on to it, because it's unfair to other people. And then there's another hadith also that says, خَصْلَتَانِ مَا أُوتِيَ الْمُؤْمِنُ خَيْرًا مِنْهُمَا حُسْنَ الظَّنِّ بِاللَّهِ وَحُسْنَ الظَّنِّ بِعِبَادِ اللَّهِ. A good opinion of Allah and a good opinion of the servants of Allah are two things that no mu'min was given better than it. So generally it's good to have a good opinion, certainly of Allah, and generally of the slaves of Allah. Now one of the things that Ibn Umar said is مَا ضَرَّ عَبْدًا حُسْنَ الظَّنِّ. No servant was ever harmed by a good opinion, whereas a bad opinion can harm you. So generally, it's better to have a good opinion of people until proven, by Sharia, it's called Barakat al-Asliya. People are innocent until proven guilty. So you should not assume that people are guilty until really there's ample evidence of it. The other thing that's really important, opinion of Allah. There's a hadith in Tabarani, أَنَا عِنْدَ الظَّنِّ عَبْدِي بِي فَلْيَظُنَّ عَبْدِي بِيَ مَا شَاءَ. I am in the opinion of my servant, so let my servant think whatever he wants of me. And then there's another hadith that clarifies that, which says, أَنَا عِنْدَ الظَّنِّ عَبْدِي بِي, right? فَمَنْ ظَنَّ بِيَ خَيْرًا وَجَدَ خَيْرًا وَمَنْ ظَنَّ بِيَ شَرًّا وَجَدَ شَرًّا. Whoever, I'm in the opinion of my servant. If he thinks good of me, he finds good, and if he thinks evil of me, he finds evil. And that hadith is essential to understanding something really important, which is the other hadith which is in the 40 hadith of Imam Nawawi, in which he says that every servant has what he deserves. And then he said, فَمَنْ وَجَدَ خَيْرًا فَلْيَحْمَدِ اللَّهِ. If he finds good, let him thank Allah. وَمَنْ وَجَدَ غَيْرَ ذَلِكَ فَلَا يَلُمَنَّ إِلَّا نَفْسَهُ. And whoever finds other than that, let him only blame his own soul. The idea here is that if you're a true mu'min, everything is going to be good for you. فَعَجِبًا لِأَمْرِ الْمُؤْمِنِ فَأَمْرُهُ كُلُّهُ خَيْرٌ. The affair of the mu'min, it's all good. And a true mu'min, you will believe that even the bad that happens to you is for a reason. There's good in it. And that's a different worldview from people who are the mutatayyir, the pessimist. He's going to look, and then we have sakhatul qadar. Why is this happening to me? I don't deserve this. What did I do to deserve this? When fall them, right, they, like the Prophet ﷺ said, that if you're not angry at me, right, I don't care. If you're not angry at me, then I'm not. وَلَكَنَ الْعَافِيَةُ أَوْسَعْ لِي. But the afiyah is more comfortable for me. I mean, I'd rather be in a situation where it's not so difficult, but the difficulty of the situation for the mu'min is still a good thing. And so that's having a good opinion of Allah and a good opinion of others. Next one is called the ujub. Now, al-ujbu, Imam al-Ghazali says that ujub, the difference between ujub and kibr is that kibr needs two people. Kibr is arrogance, right? And it needs two people. You need the mutakabbir, the arrogant one, وَالْمُتَكَبِّرْ عَلَيْهِ, and the one who is having arrogance shown to him. So with kibr, if Zayd comes and tells Amr, you little insignificant fool, why didn't you do what I told you? He's mutakabbir and Amr is mutakabbir alayh. He's being shown arrogance. Whereas the mu'jab is similar to kibr, only he doesn't need a second person. Right? He's just impressed with himself. He thinks that he's better than other people. If he has a mirror, then he's happy. Because he's just looking and he's really impressed at how wonderful he is, how magnificent he is. Now, or she. وَالْعُجْبُ الْإِسْتِعْظَامُ لِلنَّعِيمِ مَعْ نِسْيَانِ كَوْنِهِ مِنَ اللَّهِ وَقَعَ. He says the definition of ujub is isti'azam al-na'im, that you exalt or magnify the ni'mah, the blessing, ma'nisyan and mun'im, but you forget who gave you the blessing. So, and this is the thing where people, in this culture, if somebody says, oh, you're so beautiful, and they say thank you, like as if, they did something about it, right? And it's a very odd thing, if you think about that. It's a very odd thing. Now, they might have paid a lot of money or something for reconstructive facial surgery, but they should still thank the plastic surgeon, not the person himself. So the point is that if Allah made somebody beautiful, then they should be grateful to Allah. They should see the mun'im is Allah. It's not themselves. They didn't do anything. And even if they have talents, those talents, even raw God-given talents, still need to be developed, right? So, nobody is born with a talent to do anything right. No, they have to work at it. A person that has beautiful calligraphy, it looks easy to you. It's like I took a lesson with Sidi Muhammad Zakaria, who's famous calligrapher, American calligrapher. And when I watched him doing the calligraphy, he made it look so easy. I thought, I can do that. And they say the sign of a master is he does it so easy that you think you can do it yourself. Imam al-Jurjani, he said that the master of rhetoric is the one who, when he speaks so with such facility that the people listening think, I could do that, but they couldn't. And so the same is true with all these things. But when you see Muhammad Zakaria, Sidi Muhammad, doing his calligraphy, what you have to realize is there were years of patient perseverance, of doing over and over again wows and yas and bas, and then writing out things. And so he did that. And then you see the finished product, you say, Subhanallah. And that is a gift from Allah. If he starts thinking, look at all my accomplishments, which he wouldn't, but he's a very humble man. But if somebody who was given a gift like that, he says, oh, I worked so hard and I've done this all by myself. And there's many people all over the world that do this, right? That think that it's their accomplishment. I got myself by pulling myself up by the bootstraps. I'm the one that did all this. And that's mu'jab bi nafsihi. Because the mu'min sees, if Allah gave you tawfiq to be disciplined, that was from Allah. And you can see it within a family. One person has discipline and another person doesn't. Grew up in the same family, same environmental factors, right? One person has the ability to be disciplined. You know, they go on and they master in their studies and they graduate with the honors and anything that happens, it's Allah who did it. In Imam al-Bayhaqi says, إِنَّ اللَّهَ صَانِعُ كُلِّ صَنَعٍ وَصَنْعَتِهِ Allahu khaliqu kulli صَانِعٍ وَصَنْعَتِهِ Allah makes every creator and His creation. So Allah is the maker of the airplane. Allah is the maker of the automobile. Allah is the maker of the computer. All these things. Allah created the one who produced it and what He produced. Allah. And once you realize that, then you lose your ujub. You can't be impressed with yourself. And then the other thing to remember is فَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ. Over everyone who knows something, there's somebody that knows more. And this is what Musa a.s. was asked, is there anybody more knowledgeable than you? And he said, I don't think so. And Allah sent him al-Khadr, who wasn't a prophet. And He made him a student. And he even ended up not being the student that he should have been, right? And this was before his nubuwwah, but when he was with Al-Khadr, he kept asking questions. And the Prophet ﷺ said, had he not asked those questions, he would have learned so much more from Al-Khadr. So he didn't learn everything he could have learned. But he learned, he was taught. And the biggest lesson that he learned was to recognize there's always somebody that knows more than you. And never to do that. So it's very, very alayhi salam. You have to be careful when you talk about the prophets, and you have to be really careful with the words you choose and things. I don't want to say he wasn't a good student or anything like that. You just have to really be careful about those things. So I'm sure he was a brilliant student, but he had a lesson to learn, and Allah taught him that lesson through Al-Khadr alayhi salam. Now, vanity, the reason I translated that vanity, ujub, if you look at the word vanity in the dictionary, it's called excessive pride in one's appearance or accomplishment. It's very close to ujub in Arabic. Ajiba means to wonder or marvel at. Ujub is to marvel at one's own self or one's accomplishments. And then vanity comes from a Latin word vanus, which means empty. Right? And so it's the idea that the source of our vanity is empty and will vanish. Now, one of the things that the Roman used to do, they had these victory parades, like when Caesar would have victory, then they'd have this huge victory parade in Rome, and they'd hold a laurel leaf over the victor. A slave he'd ride through the city on a chariot, and everybody would be cheering him. And he would hold this laurel leaf, and then the slave would say to him, all is vanity. He'd remind this general, it's all vanity. And it's an ancient wisdom, it's a hikmah to remind people that all these accomplishments, one day who's ever going to remember it? It's like, Charles Lindbergh, when he flew over, they had a huge parade for him in New York City. Within 10 years, he was a criminal by the American government because he's a Nazi sympathizer, right? So the hero, there's a great story of, I can't remember his name. He wrote Secret Life of Walter Mitty, James Thurber. It's called The Hero That Shouldn't Have Been or something like that. And it's about this guy who who saves this child, and all the newspaper reporters come and they want to make him a hero, and it turns out he's this really bad guy, and he just wants to make money out of the thing. He did a good thing, so they realize he's not a good hero for the people. So as he's looking out the window, seeing all the crowds applauding and things, one of the reporters pushes him out the window. So the point is, right, is that there's always going to be this other side to things. You know, no matter how much good a person does, there's always going to be people that are detractors, or it's just a vain thing. Like now the Yankees went through New York and they had these huge ticker tape parades and celebrating the greatest team that ever lived as the Titanic's going down, right? New York City's like just complete disaster, morally, socially, ethically, everything. But we've got the best baseball team in the world. That's ujab, right? That is complete mu'jab. New York is mu'jaba bi nafsiha, right? And it's really a bad situation when people get into that state. So he says, you know, وَالْعَجْزِ أَن تَخْلُقَ نَفْعًا أَوْ ضَرَرٍ فَهُوَ مِنَ الْجَهْرِ بِالْأَمْرَيْنِ صَدَرٍ. And then he says, also knowing that as a result of your impotence, you can neither create any benefit nor produce any harm. Your ajiz. Indeed, vanity originates from nothing other than one's ignorance of these two matters, that He, Allah, is the fashioner and giver of blessings alone, and you're incapable of doing anything. That, in not knowing that, that's how you get ujab. So it's a disease that you have to be on guard of if you do anything well, or even if you don't do anything well. Right? You have to be on guard of being mu'jab. Or, you know, more so for women than men, but people that Allah has given outward beauty, physical beauty, getting vain about that, having vanity about how one looks. I mean, men are susceptible to that as well, right? Certainly. But for women, it's also a very dangerous thing to fall into. And then the next one is al-ghish, which is fraud. إخفاء ضرر ديني أو دنيوي ولو عن الذمي أو المعاهد وبعض شرح بأنه تزيين غير المصلحة. So he says fraud is to conceal some fault or harm, either religious or worldly, even from a protected minority or someone who has a treaty with the Muslims. Others have interpreted it to be the adornment of something that lacks benefit or making an evil appear to be good. So, ghish, there's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man ghashana falaysa minna." Whoever tricks us is not from us. So ghish, a Muslim is not somebody who has this fraud. And it's a very common thing. And what he's saying is you can be fraudulent in a worldly or an otherworldly matter. So in the Sharia, it is haram to sell something without pointing out the ayub. If there's something wrong with the thing you're selling, you can't hide that. If you don't know it, you really don't, like you sell a car and you don't know that the engine is actually in really bad shape. You don't know. But if you know it, you have to tell them. Right? And that is ghish if you don't. And it's a disease in the heart that enables you to do that. That's a disease in the heart. That's where it emanates from. And also, I put in there just in the note that this is certainly prominent in modern advertising, which to me is indicative of the fact that only a diseased heart could do that type of work. And it's also something that the sophists in Greece, safsata, was something, what the sophists did, they worshipped rhetoric. And they didn't believe, they were really the first historical relativists, right? Relativism is that you don't believe in right and wrong. You believe might makes right, whoever has the most persuasive argument. There's no truth. And this is a modern disease as well. But the sophists were people who mastered rhetoric. And they believed actually the most important thing was to be convincing. And it didn't matter if you were telling the truth or lying. The important thing is you got what you wanted. And the way to get that was through rhetoric, to master the arts of rhetoric, which they called the art of persuasion. Right? The art of persuasion. And according to the Muslims, rhetoric is the art of embellishing truth. right? Presenting the truth in the best way, not falsehood. Very different worldview. So the Sophists were people who made the worst appear to be the better cause, right? And they believed, and they actually said, men are either wolves or sheep. You're either a smart wolf or a dumb sheep. If you're a smart wolf, you eat the dumb sheep. And this is very common in modern corporate American culture, right? Is that the competition, you just do whatever you can. Well, yeah, it actually comes from wisdom, a word, Sophia. I don't know if the actual Greek root is, I'm pretty sure it is. Sophists were people that thought they were wise, clever, sophisticated, same thing, yeah. And then he's going to go into really a key disease, and I think he spends almost as much time on this one as he does on riya, and that's a ghadab. So I'm going to do that next week, inshallah. Is there any question anybody has?
Prophet Musa alayhi salam met Hazrat Hajar before he got the nubuwwah?
He met him before he was sent to the Bani Israel. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was a prophet, yeah.
How's bad opinion of others different from hating others?
What's that?
How's bad opinion of others different with hating others?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, a bad opinion of others is just thinking that they're bad people or without having proof. Hating them is something else. It's not having one. I mean, hating is an actual feeling. It's an emotion, right? And we'll get into it. It becomes deadly when you actually act according to it. Tatayyur. Oh, yuman and sha'am. Tasha'um and tayammun. Yuman and sha'am. If you want them in Arabic. Anything else?
The fourth line of
Where? والعجب الاستعظام للنعيم مع نسيان كونهم من الله وقع. Oh, what he's saying is إخفاء ضرر, that fraud is to hide some religious or worldly harm, even if it's against a dhimmi. In other words, you can't cheat a non-Muslim either. Yeah, just because they're non-Muslim, you have to be upright in your transactions with everybody. So, ghish can be towards non-Muslims as well.
Is there a proper way of reminding someone of something bad they did in the past? If they're trying to just, maybe they've forgotten something and they're repeating it and you say, remember this.
Yeah, it's generally, that's not a good thing to do. I mean, it's better, it's easier for people to get beyond that if they're not reminded all the time. Obviously, if they're repeating something over and over again, then that's a problem. But if it's something that happened in the past and you remind them of it, it's just not a fair thing to do to people. Because it doesn't leave that door of changing open to them. Any other? What? Yasar, yusr, ease, inna ma'al usri yusra. Well, it's probably related to Because asri is another one, usr. And yusr, it might be like, sometimes it's from the abad. The Arabs will name a thing by its opposite in order as a tafa'ul. Like they call mahlaka mafaza. Like the desert, they call it mafaza. And what they mean by it is mahlaka, but it's like kind of a tafa'ul that it'll be a place where they don't get destroyed. So yusr, by calling the left yusr, it means like, for most people it's hard to do things with your left. So if you call it yusr, it's like a tafa'ud, that it won't be hard for you. Allahu a'lam. I mean, that's very common in the Arabic language to do that. But I'm not sure if that's the reason.
I think last week and week before you said for the Imam, this week you said the way the Arabic language works for everyone.
Yeah, Sayyidina Umar, there's a tradition of Sayyidina Umar, he said that عسر واحد لا يغلب يسرين, that one difficulty will not overcome two eases. And the reason for that is that in that ayah, Allah says, إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. And he gives the usr is ma'rifa, it has a definite article, and the yusr is nakira, it's indefinite. And then in the second ayah, it says, إِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا. In the second ayah, that alif lam is called ahad. It's an alif lam that is a repeat of the first one. So it's the same usr. Whereas the yusr, because it's a nakira, it's a indefinite, it actually is a second yusr. So the idea is that even that with one usr comes two eases. Allahu a'lam.
About like bad vibes, you know, some people say they get
Bad vibes. Yeah, that's like a 60s term. There was a song, Bad Vibrations. People used to say that, like groovy. People, have they heard that word? I mean, that's scary, but that, when I grew up, that was a word. Was that a word? Groovy. And that came from in the groove, right? On a record, right? Groovy. You know, it's in the groove. And actually, Dr. Suleiman Yang told me that hipster. Now, people know, like, he's hip. I think they even still use that word, don't they? Hip, still around, right? Hip. A hepcat in Wolof language means somebody who really knows what's up. It's actually a West African term, hepcat. He told me that, Dr. Suleiman Yang. So a hipster, and this is what happened with a lot of these jazz musicians in New York and things, they were hanging out with Africans from Africa, and there was a lot of cultural exchange going on, and many of the original hepcats actually became Muslim, right? And some of the real big jazz musicians like Pharoah Sanders and John Coltrane, they became Muslim. And John Coltrane was a Muslim, because I heard that from his wife. I met John Coltrane's wife, Alice, and I asked her, is it true that John Coltrane was a Muslim? She said, yes, he was. His name was Jamaluddin, and he was very proud of his Islam, And he is considered the greatest jazz saxophonist that ever lived. I think there's some validity, to that idea that people do have bad energy and people have good energy. If you want to use those terms, I don't know how well they work. I mean, we would say ruh tayyiba wa ruh khabitha. He has a good soul or a bad soul. Rajulu su'in, a bad person. Wa rajulu salihun, a good person. And insijam, like munsajam, means somebody who's in the groove. Literally in Arabic, insijam means to be in the flow. Right? Munsajam, somebody whose heart is munsajam, it's in harmony. Right? And you can see it in music also, cacophonic sounds are not harmonious. And there's a vibration, a sound vibration that hurts the ear, and then something that's melodious has a good impact on the ear. So I think it comes from that, just people do get a feeling from certain people. And certainly all of us have this experience. If you're around people that are depressed, it's very easy to start feeling depressed. In other words, it's like entering into some kind of, you know how the moon, like last night the moon had this real aura around it, right? And it's like that, you know, people have aura. I don't want to get starting to sound too new agey, but you know, people do have you know, these fields that you get into that are either uplifting or they actually bring you down, or some are just kind of neutral, you know. Again, yeah, I would think that if you don't feel comfortable with a person, you should not consider, you know, to say I don't feel comfortable around that person is not the same as saying it's a bad person. Because I had one of my teachers, Shaykh Hamid, told me once when he was a student, he said there was a man who really liked him, a student there, and he was always with him, and he didn't like him. He just didn't like him. And he went to Murabbit Hajj and he told him, he said, I feel bad because I don't really like being around this person likes being around me. And Murabbit Hajj said to him, Arwah junudu mujannada. You know, the souls are regimented ranks, and ma ta'arafa minha at-taraf wa ma tanakara ikhtaraf. The souls, you know, some souls don't feel harmonious around each other. And it doesn't mean that they're bad or something like that. It's just some people you might not feel a connection to, and other people you feel an immediate connection to. And some of the ulama say it had to do with the worldly existence of the arwah. The closer arwah were to you on that day of the mashhad, the more affinity you'll feel towards them. And the further away they were from you, the more distant you'll feel towards them. So there are people you meet and it's like instantaneously you feel like you've known them all your life. Like I had that feeling with Shaykh Abdullah al-Qadi. When I first met him, it was just like there was no, it's like I knew that person all my life. And I think he felt the same way. So there's certain people you'll have an instantaneous connection with, and other people you won't. And then some people it develops over time. And there's wisdom in all of those things. One is where you have a bad opinion of somebody without having any proof. Distrusting people is not one. In other words, as a general principle, you are distrustful of people. The ulama say it's wisdom in bad times. It's wisdom to be on your guard. Don't become paranoid, right? I mean, the idea is not to become paranoid, right? Do you hear what he said? You see how he looked at me? You don't want to do that. That's a psychological condition to be avoided. Seriously. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khair. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. قل ربي زدني علما. اللهم انشر علينا رحمتك وانشر علينا حكمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. The next section in this is ghadab, which means anger. And he begins it by saying, وَبَحْرُهَا الزَّاخِرُ أَعْنِيَ الْغَضَبَ إِن تَأْتِي شَطَّهُ تَرَى الْعَجَائِبَ أَمْوَاجُهُ طَامِيَةٌ كَذَا اللُّجَجِ أَلَا فَعَنْهُ حَدِّثًا وَلَا حَرَجٍ. As for the swelling ocean of all of these diseases, so what he means here is that the ocean of all of the diseases of the heart is anger. And if you come to its shore, you'll see what astonishes. تَرَى الْعَجَائِبَ. If you come to the shore of the ocean, just the shore, you haven't even gone in it and looked at what's in it, you'll see ajaib. Its waves and everything else about it are overflowing. So say of it what you will without constraint. In other words, say whatever you want about ghadab and don't feel any constraint, because it's an amazing thing. And there's a hadith that has some weakness, but it's an important hadith in its meaning. A man came to the Prophet ﷺ, he came to his front and he said, Ya Rasulullah, he said, tell me, what's the best thing to draw near to Allah? And he said, Husn al-Khuluq, good character. And then he went to his right side and he said the same, and the Prophet said, Husn al-Khuluq. And then he went to his left side and he said the same, he said, Husn al-Khuluq. And then he went behind him and he asked the same, and the Prophet said, أَوَلَمْ تَفْقَهْ? Haven't you understood? لَا تَغْضَبْ. Don't get angry. And there's another hadith where a man was asked the Prophet ﷺ, what is the worst thing that one incurs concerning Allah? And he said, غَضَبُهُ, his anger. And he said, كَيْفَ نَتَجَنَّبُهُ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ? How do we avoid it? لَا تَغْضَبْ. Don't get angry yourself. If you don't want Allah to get angry at you, don't get angry yourself. كَيْفَ مَا تُدِينُ تُدَانُ. How you behave is what will be shown to you. And then the famous hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, Ya Rasulullah, awsini, give me some advice. He said, La taghdab, fakarra alayhi awsini. And then he said again, La awsini, tell me, give me advice. In other words, that wasn't enough for him. So he said, give me some advice. He said, La taghdab, don't get angry. He said, Ya Rasulullah, awsini, I want some more. He said 3 times, La taghdab, don't get angry. So ghadab and the controlling ghadab is the key to good character. And the Prophet ﷺ, in that hadith when he said La taghdab, the ulama radiallahu anhum, our scholars, that it does not mean don't get angry. In other words, don't feel anger. Because even the Messenger of Allah said, إِنَّمَا أَنَا بَشَرٌ أَغْضَبْ مِثْلُكُمْ. I am a man, a human being, and I get angry like you do. And his anger could be seen in his face. If he got angry, he had a vein in his forehead. If he got angry, it manifested. So the Prophet ﷺ was not saying, don't get angry, don't have the feeling of anger, because anger is not a negative thing in and of itself. It's actually essential to the human character. And many things would never get done if people didn't get angry. But anger, if it's not transmutated into something that's useful for the human being, it will destroy him. And that's the point. So when the Messenger of Allah ﷺ said, La taghdab, what he meant, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, according to our scholars, Imam Nawawi and others, don't allow your anger to take control of you. Be in control of your anger. And some of the ulama have said that anger is like the hunting dog. If you don't train it, it won't get what you need. So it's literally needs to be trained. Because if you don't get angry, many of the injustice of the world would never be opposed. If people not get angry, people could go around with impunity and do things, and nobody would get upset. That's not what Allah wants from us. He wants you to get angry, but He doesn't want you to get angry for your sake. He wants to get angry for Allah's sake. This is the transformation of ghadab. Just like these other diseases, you transform them so that they're no longer working against you, but working for you. And the reason that He calls this the ocean is because this will destroy many people. They'll drown in it. They'll drown in the ocean of wrath and anger. And it will take them to destruction and despair. Now, he's going to go into some dawah, but at this point I wanted to make a diversion that's not really a diversion because it's very much related to this. Imam al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu identified 4 essential qualities, and this is in earlier traditions as well. You'll find this in other traditions. This is not unique to Islam. But the Muslims recognize the truth of it, and this is why our Imams adopted that model. Fakhruddin al-Razi adopts it, and others. Imam Raghib Isfahani adopts it in his book on akhlaq, and Imam al-Ghazali adopts it also. And it is a model that looks at the human soul and recognizes certain qualities. And Imam al-Ghazali says there are 4 qualities in the human soul. The 4 qualities that he identifies, the first one is called quwwat al-ilm. And in the Western tradition they call it the rational soul. Quwwat al-ilm. And that is that within the human being there's a power that by its nature is related to what man knows. And then the next one is called quwwat al-ghadab, which is the irascible soul, which is in the human being, it's the element that relates to his emotions, the basis of which is anger. And it's interesting that Imam Jalaluddin al-Rumi, rahimahullah, he once said that the wisdom for the prohibition of khamar is that most people are angry, and if they drink, the root of their soul is exposed. Because a lot of people get angry when they drink. They become belligerent. And so he said it's like a veiling from Allah, not to expose people's inherent anger. So that most people at the core root of their soul is this quwwat al-ghadab, anger. And then quwwat al-shahwa, and I think I spelled it wrong, but it's concupiscent soul, the soul that's related to appetite, the appetitive. I'll use that word, because I can spell that. Yeah, that's a college word. The appetitive soul is the soul related to shahwa, right? It's your shahwani nature. You have appetite. And then the 4th power is quwwat al-adl, which according to Imam al-Ghazali is the quwwah that harmonizes these 3, so that the human being is functioning healthy. None of these are out of balance. Now, these relate to what are known you find this in Western tradition and you find it in the Muslim tradition. The Muslims called them ummahat al-fada'il. In the Western tradition they call them the 4 cardinal virtues. And the ummahat al-fada'il are wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. In the Islamic tradition, they call this hikmah, shaja'a, iffa, and adl. Now, when the rational soul is balanced, the result is hikmah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَنْ يُؤْتَى حِكْمَةً فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. Whoever is given hikmah is given much good. And hikmah, according to Imam al-Ghazali, is the mean between balada and khid'ah. If the wisdom of the human being, in other words, their intellectual, this quwwat al-ilm, the rational soul, if it's in want, the result is stupidity. People do stupid things. And if it becomes excessive, the result is trickery. They become clever and use their intellect for manipulation, for tricking, exploiting people. Right? And which is an essential quality in order to get a job as a CEO, usually. Right? CEOs tend to be people that have this excess of this quwwat al-ilm, but they use it for manipulation. Right? Now, shaja' is when your irascible soul, your ghadab, is under control. And it is a mean between two things. It's a mean between tahawwur, or impetuousness, irrational behavior where people completely lose control, they become angry, they don't have any control over themselves, and then they do things that they regret afterwards. That's one level. Or jabana, cowardice. They don't have enough ghadab, they're too afraid to act. And these are both extremes. One is deficient, naqs, and the other is ziyada. And i'tidal is from the hadith, khairul umur awsatuha, kadhalika ja'alnaka ummatan wasata. We made you a middle people, a people of wisdom, hikmah, a people of shaja'a. Right? These virtues, if they're balanced, they become the qualities of the human being. And then iffa is the middle way of quwwat al-shahwa. And it's a mean between jumud, which is where there's no energy, indifferent. They don't have shahwa, right? They really don't have an appetite. They're not interested in the opposite sex. They're indifferent to their shahwat. That's called jumud, which is unhealthy in Sharia. The Prophet ﷺ didn't like it. And the excess of it is fisq, where somebody goes into completely indulging in their appetites, and they become somebody who's a slave to their appetitive soul, and they lose that balance between those. So again, quwwat al-shahwa, the balance is iffa. You become afif, and iffa is part of the sharia. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the ignorant people, when they see the poor Muslims, يَحْسِبُهُمْ أَغْنِيَّا مِنَ التَّعَفُّفِ. They think that they're rich because they have this iffa. They're not out trying to get money. So they have this iffa, this dignity in their soul that prevents them from going out and doing things to get money through trickery and khuda and things like this, because it's imbalanced. And then the adl is, it's not a mean. It has an opposite. And the opposite is what? Zulm. So adl, justice, is not in between anything. It's the opposite of zulm. Now what you can see then is when these are in balance, you're just. And when they're out of balance, you're zalim. You're oppressing yourself and others. In other words, if you completely indulge your appetitive soul, you've become ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. You're oppressing your soul because you're doing things that the soul was not created to do. كُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا وَلَا تُسْرِفُوا. Eat and drink, but not to excess, the middle. Eat to what you need. There's actually, it's a science now. You can determine based on your body size, you can determine exactly, almost to the, to the gram, how many calories you need every day. And if you eat more than that or less than that, you're zalim. Now Allah, out of His mercy to the human being, has created a natural state. You're in a fitra state when you're healthy, so you'll eat to where you feel satiated at a certain point. And it becomes dhulm to your soul when you go beyond that. And this is why the Prophet said, خَيْرُ شَرُّ وِعَاءٍ مَلَأَهُ إِبْنُ آدَمْ بَطْنَهُ. The worst vessel that the human being, son of Adam, fills is his stomach. It's a dhulm to your stomach, because the stomach has a haqq. And the haqq is that you leave 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for air. That's the haqq, and that's the adala. If you go beyond that, then you've gone beyond the adala of eating. The same with your sexual appetite. Human being has a sexual appetite that if it's expressed naturally, then he'll be in a healthy state. If he transgresses it and goes beyond it, and this is part of this whole now Viagra society, right? Because for many people, as you get older, that aspect of the self should be diminishing as you look more towards akhirah and these things, right? And so it's very natural for that area of, but for people who don't have akhirah as a concern, they still want to be engaging in a shahawat that really they should be moving away from and directing themselves towards the akhirah. You see? And so they go out and they do all these things in order to fulfill their shahwa, which is now excessive shahwa. It's a mental shahwa because the physical shahwa is no longer there. The physical shahwa is not there. It's become a psychological shahwa. So these are the balance of a human being. Now, by the blessing of Allah, according to Imam al-Ghazali, the only human being that ever perfected the balance of these four was the Messenger of Allah. He's the only human being that was ever completely balanced in all three, which resulted in him being the most just of men. So his character is completely just. His nature is adala. And this is why the more you emulate him in his behavior, the more you become closer to being this just human being. For this reason, the Messenger of Allah did not fast all the time, because that would have been deficient in the iffah. You're not giving yourself enough. Nor did he go to the other extreme, but he was in the middle. He said, some days I fast and some days I eat. Ashba' wa ajua. There's a balance between the human being. The Prophet ﷺ did not become angry when it was inappropriate. He became angry when it was appropriate, and this was his shaja'ah. He became angry when the state needed a mawqif. Imam al-Ghazali says that the honorable is to be angry in the right time, in the right place, to the right person, with the right amount. And how do you do that? By looking at the Messenger of Allah and what he did when he became angry. Because he never allowed his anger to get the best of him to where he prayed against people. He never allowed his anger to get the best of him where he struck people. Right? He didn't. He controlled it. And that is shaja'ah. The Prophet ﷺ also, أَنَا أَعْلَمُكُمْ بِاللَّهِ, he had more knowledge than any human being. And it's perfectly balanced knowledge. There's nothing foolish in his behavior. He never displayed anything that would indicate that there was any thing that was imprudent, that was incorrect for somebody to do who had wisdom. Nor did he use his intellectual gifts for anything that was clever or trickery. He didn't use it to gain dunya. He didn't use it to do these things. He used it for the sake of Allah where it was appropriate. Now, one of the things, and this is Imam Suyuti radiallahu anhu said, sometimes in his book he said, لم يسبق إلي في هذا أحد. You know, I didn't see anybody get this before me. I have never seen this in a book, but I was reading Qadi Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, and he mentioned about Abu Bakr, he said no one was more courageous than Abu Bakr of the Ummah after the Messenger of Allah. And I started thinking about that quality of Abu Bakr, courageous, which resulted in a talk that I gave called Abu Bakr and Courage. And it was talking about this virtue. But then I realized something about the Khulafa al-Rashidin. Each one of them embodies one of these virtues as his dominant character. Right? So you can see, obviously, hikmah is Sayyidina Ali, because he's Bab al-Ilm. And Shaja'ah is Abu Bakr. And everybody knows Umar the Just. Now the only one I was worried about was Uthman. Does it really work? And I looked up the word Iffa to get the exact definition, and immediately after it in the Qamus of Feroz Abadi he says, Wa'affan is the Afif Mubalagha. And his name is Uthman ibn Affan. And that's what he was known for. And if you think about it, what was he doing on the day he was killed? He was fasting. So his state is complete iffa, control of his nafs. Right? And even the angels were shy before Uthman because he had so much iffa. So each one of them embodies one of these four virtues as a dominant quality, but all of them, Ali was shuja', Ali was adal, Ali was hakim, Ali was afif, but the dominant characteristic is hikmah. That's what he was given. Sayyidina Abu Bakr was alim, he was afif, he was adal, but you can see in his mawaqif shuja'a, because the shuja', the courageous one, is the one that does not waver when other hearts waver. That's the definition of courage, is thabat and al-masa'ib. And if you look at all of these events that took place in the history of the seerah, it was Abu Bakr who was thabit. He was the one that never wavered when everybody wavered. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, I presented Islam to everyone, and the only one that didn't waver was Abu Bakr. His heart was shuja'. He was, right? I mean, that's his nature, shuja'. So now, there's another really interesting thing about this. If you look at the sirat al-mustaqim, mustaqim means upright, and istiqama is i'tidal. In the prayer, in order to be, your prayer to be valid, you have to be mu'tadil. And mu'tadil in Arabic means upright, but it also means perfectly balanced. So the sirat al-mustaqim is the perfectly balanced path. And there's two ways you can deviate. You either deviate through what? You either go through naqs or ziyada. That's the only way you can deviate from the path. You either are deficient in what's wajib, or you're excessive. And these two deviations of the Jews and the Christians. The Christians are excessive. They went beyond what they were told to do. رَهْبَانِيَّةً ابْتَدَعُوهَا مَا كَتَبْنَا عَلَيْهِمُ. They invented monkery. We didn't write it for them. They went to an excess. ابْتِغَاء مَرْضَاتِ. They wanted to gain Allah's rida. So that's why they did it. فَمَا رَعَوْهَا حَقَّ رِعَايَتِهَا. But then they weren't able to fulfill it. They went to excess, and that's the nature of excess. The excess, you can't fulfill it. You can't, by its nature. That's why it's so dangerous. إِيَّاكُمْ وَالْغُلُوا فِي الدِّينِ إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يَمَلُّ حَتَّى تَمَلُّوا. Don't go to excess, because Allah does not taper off until you taper off in His reward. When you go to excess, you get worn out. It's not balanced. And so the Jew goes to excess. He becomes a Puritan. He swears off sexual relations. He fasts every day. Right? I'm talking about archetypally the Christian ideal. This is the Christian ideal. He becomes this Puritan, and he goes to an extreme of iffah, which becomes its opposite. And not the opposite, but it becomes an excess. Right? It's no longer in the balance. He's gone to this extreme. And what happens is that will always result in going to the opposite. Because when you go to an extreme, you end up reverting back to its opposite. So they go to this extreme of asceticism, way out here, and then they flip all the way over to modern American society, where it's all shahawat. Indulge your shahawat. They came here as Puritans. They came here as Puritans. That's why they came to this country originally, right? The Pilgrims. They came here to be the perfect religious people, and they rejected the European society that they felt was this extreme society of shahawat. So they came here to reject all their shahawat, and they end up the opposite, which is extreme shahawat. And this is what happens, right, with these opposites. Now, and then you can see the shuja'ah, they go to the extreme. They become filled with rage. They tell them, turn the other cheek. That's their ideal. Turn the other cheek. But it ends up with them being the people that massacre more human beings in the history of man. The Christians have killed more human beings than any other religious or secular community in their history. And now they have bombs of mass destruction to do it. This is all from the Christian mind. Really, it's the Germans, the Protestants, who developed rockets, tanks, missiles. It's all from this Christian madness. And this is because they went to these extremes. And the same thing with justice. They go to this extreme of justice. They demand justice in everything, and what do they end up doing? It's all trickery. Their law is all trickery. They use lawyers to trick everything so that they can get their way. So it all becomes trickery. So that this desire for justice in the end, right, the justice becomes dhulm. With the knowledge it becomes trickery. The knowledge becomes trickery. So they use their knowledge no longer for human development, for increasing people. That was their original claim. If you read the original Enlightenment people, it was all about benefiting human beings. For Bacon, all he writes about is that Christianity will maintain its morality and will be able to keep technology in check, and it will free us, and we'll be good people with it. They go to the trickery, and it becomes a means of getting what they want. With the justice, it goes to the opposite, oppression. And so their justice becomes oppression, right? Because their justice is based on oppressing everybody else. And this is the Roman sickness. Justice for the Roman, oppression for everybody else. So you can see that is one way. Now the other way of imbalance is the way of the Jews. The Jews did not do enough. And this is Musa alayhi salam's complaint to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam on the Mi'raj. On the Isra, he told them they couldn't even do 2 prayers a day. They couldn't even do 2. That's all they were asked to do. They couldn't even do that. They wouldn't defend him. They said, "Idhab anta wa rabbuka faqatila." Go, you and go with your Lord and pray. We're not going to do that. So the naqs is everywhere. Right? The naqs is everywhere. Now, again, these are archetypes. I don't want you to look at it like these are absolutes. These are archetypes. In other words, within the Jewish fold, you have the Christian phenomenon, and within the Christian fold, you have the Jewish phenomenon. They're just archetypes. They're ways of looking at human beings. And this is why you can have this Jewish archetype in a Hindu, in a Buddhist. It's an archetype. And that's the way, if you look at غَيْرَ الْمَغْضُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ وَرَضَّالِينَ, what happens with the one who has ziyada, he goes astray, right? He becomes balun, right? Now, it's interesting also that going astray, if you look at the root word dal means to also be in love. Dal in Arabic. Dalla means he fell in love. And this is part of what the idea of, this excessive love that takes people, it leads them astray. The love of Qais, right? Majnoon. And then within the Christian doctrine, or the Jewish doctrine, you have naqs. Now, the Muslim is supposed to be in the middle between the two. And we could look at this as ghadab, which is the nature of justice, which is the root of the Jewish tradition is justice. Musa alayhi salam is the lawgiver. He's the lawgiver. It's justice. At the root of the Christian phenomenon is the idea of rahmah. Right? It's the idea of rahmah. That's the root of the Christian thing, is that out of this mercy, right, everybody should be forgiven. It's all emphasis on mercy. And the Christian believes that they're forgiven out of God's mercy, despite what they do. Because all they see is mercy. They don't see the ghadab. Archetypally, you're going to get Christians that become obsessed with the wrath. But archetypally, if you look at what they talk about, it's this idea of rahmah. Now, ghadab and rahmah have to be in a balance. You have to have both in order to be on the sirat al-mustaqim. You have to have the sharia, right? And you have to have the haqiqah. Right? You have to have the law, and you have to have the spirit of the law. And the law is rules, but the spirit of the law is rahmah. Allah sent down the sharia as a rahmah. مَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We sent you as a rahmah. So what he brought was rahmah. So when these are in balance, this inward and outward state, inwardly is iman, outwardly is Islam. And when they come together, inwardly and outwardly, you get the muhsin. Right? You get this person who's a muhsin. He's somebody who has ihsan. And so this model here is a model really for understanding what the straight path is. Now Muslims, according to Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, he said they deviate, well it's actually from a hadith, but he said that they deviate one of two ways. They deviate like Jews or like Christians. They go the way of ghadab or they go the way of rahmah. They go the way of the hair-splitting, rabbinical, tyrannical alim, which is what the Prophet said, إِيَّاكُمْ وَجَبَابِرَةَ الْعُلَمَاءِ. Beware of tyrannical scholars. Right? And the other way is the way of, so this way is this kind of rabbinical scholar over here. And this way is the way of the ignorant worshipper, which is embodied in the Christian model, or the Sufi, right? The extreme of tasawwuf is to go into this state where it's all one and everybody's going to heaven and there's nothing to worry about and peace and harmony. And you get people that talk, when you hear them, that claim to be like people of tasawwuf, and it sounds more like a New Age type of religion than having anything to do with Islam. Because it goes to this other extreme. And the balance is to be Sufi faqih. Right? To be inwardly the spirit of tasawwuf, but outwardly the spirit of fiqh, of sharia. And this is why Imam Shafi'i said, don't be a faqih, and a Sufi and a faqih, don't be one of them without the other. Because one of them becomes hard-hearted, the faqih, and the other goes astray. Right? So don't be one without the other. And this is the balance, the joining of rahmah, which is the spirit of tasawwuf, and the joining of adl, which is the spirit of sharia. Now, if you look, our tradition is closer to the Christian tradition. The Christians are closer to us because they focus more on the rahmah. And our focus as Muslims, when we deal with other Muslims, should be more on the side of rahmah than on the side of wrath. You should be more inclined to forgive your brother than to condemn your brother. That's a higher thing. Right? وَأَن تَعْفُوا أَقْرَبُ لِلتَّقْوَى. That you should forgive is closer to taqwa. That's higher in Allah's deen than to demand justice. And that's why Raghib al-Isbahani said, radiyallahu anhu, that when love exists, there's no need for justice. And that's why the Sahaba really weren't, because the love was so intense there, they didn't want retribution from each other. They didn't want to take each other to account, right? And in fact, the first fitna is when they deviate from that minhaj, and the adl overrides the rahmah. Yeah, this is the first deviation. Yeah, because Sayyidina Muawiyah radiallahu anhu, he demanded justice, and Sayyidina Ali, who had hikmah, he demanded forgiveness, because he said that if we demand justice, we're going to rip this ummah apart. Now, Sayyidina Muawiyah, contrary to the Shia position, we recognize that it was, there was a positive. We believe, we have a good opinion of him. We believe that his intentions, like Aisha and Zubair and others, was really that they did want justice. But Sayyidina Ali was going to the higher spirit of Islam, which is rahmah, and that's why we consider him to be muwaffaq. He was given tawfiq in that ijtihad, contrary to Sayyidina Muawiyah, who was not given tawfiq in his ijtihad. And that's why they're called al-fi'a al-baghiyah. They're the oppressive. And that's the danger of adl, is that it goes to baghi. If you take it to you see it goes to that baghi. And they were unjust to Sayyidina Ali, radiallahu anhu. I mean, with all our deference and love for them, and when you talk about it, it's called fitnat al-kubra, and you have to be very careful, because we're supposed to love all of the Sahaba radiallahu anhu, including Sayyidina Muawiyah. He was Katib al-Wahi, and he benefited Islam greatly, right? But that is a mistake. He made a mistake. He's a human being. He's not ma'soom. Jazakumullahu khairan. So, any questions about that? Between stupidity and cleverness. Yeah.
For example,
Ghish is a cleverness.
We would hear about people that are deemed to be like wise people,
Mm-hmm.
and then when it comes to, for example, the destiny, they are really unwise. They are kind of stupid in the sense when you tell them there is Allah, and they tell you, for example, oh, there is no God, or something like that. They are astray, but yet they're known to be wise. So they have a meaning in terms of some type of knowledge, but still there's something missing. How can we...
Right, when somebody has a cleverness, but that cleverness doesn't take them to recognizing the truth. In that case, by Sharia, they're considered jahil. They're not wise. They only appear to be wise. To give you an example, we were talking earlier about Utbah ibn Rabi'ah, who was known for his opinion before Islam, or Abu al-Hakam. He was called Abu al-Hakam, the one of opinion, the proper opinion. These people were known, and even Abu Hudayfa, radiallahu anhu, when his father was killed at Badr and he was thrown into the pit, the Prophet looked at Abu Hudayfa and he was weeping, and he said, perhaps you're upset with, where we've put your father. And he said, La wallahi, it's not that. He said, I just remember him when I was a young man, and how intelligent he was, and what good opinions and counsel he used to give me. And I always hoped that he would become a Muslim, and now I'm looking at what he's taken himself to. And that's an example, and I think non-Muslims who, like myself, who became Muslim, they, our parents are not Muslim, right? Like my parents aren't Muslim. And I can see that my parents, they have given me good advice in the past, and I can see that type of wisdom, and I can see that thing, and that's what Abu Hudayfa was seeing. for a Muslim whose parents were born Muslim, and they were born Muslim, they might not recognize that. But there are non-Muslims that do have types of wisdom and types. But what this type of wisdom here, when it's balanced, it sees everything that is true as true and everything that's false as false. And obviously the only person that's ever achieved that absolutely is the Messenger of Allah. But the closer you come to the Messenger of Allah, the closer you come to having that wisdom that enables you to see things as they truly are. Right? Does that make sense? Any other?
You talked about how these are also the four cardinal virtues in Christianity, and I've seen it.
Yeah, the Christians use them. The Hellenistic tradition used it.
And even modern New Age.
Right. Well, it's a wisdom. Al-hikmatul dallatul mu'min. The wisdom is the lost property of the mu'min. So wherever he finds it, he finds it. And you can see it in the deen. I mean, these qualities, they are cardinal virtues because all of the virtues stem from them. In other words, if you give me a virtue, give me a virtue, any virtue. Generosity. What is generosity in reality? Well, what is it though? And what's a generous person? It's not iffa. Yeah, but what is karam? In other words, somebody who can give money. What are they able to do that other people can't do? Why can't other people give money? Because they're afraid. They're going to lose something. So the generous man is really a courageous man. Because where other people have fear, they don't. You see, they're able to give from their shaja'ah and their magnanimity. And that's why Abu Bakr is the most generous of all of the Sahaba. He gave everything when Umar only gave half. Only gave half. Right. So, another virtue. This is why the Arabs call them the ummahat, the matrices of virtue. These are the matrices. All the virtues emerge from these four.
About mercy.
Mercy, right? So if we look at mercy, what is mercy? Mercy is not adab. It would be, mercy would be hikmah. Yeah, because if you look at compassion and mercy, for instance, Abu Bakr, when he told the Prophet to be merciful to the people, what was really behind it? The hikmah. That Allah gives with mercy what He doesn't give with wrath. Inna Allah ya'ti bil-rifq ma la ya'ti bil-ghadab. So there's a wisdom in showing mercy. Right? When you show mercy. And it comes from a knowledge that... And you can do that with any of the virtues. You can find where they lie in one of these four. And it's been done. I mean, you can exhaust yourself thinking about it, but some of the greatest minds that ever existed in human history, they really exhausted themselves. Imam al-Ghazali goes into great detail in the Ihya of showing how all the virtues come from these four. And he really exhausted it. So, now, how does this all relate to ghadab? ghadab, because it's one of these quwwah, it's coming from something that's essential to the human nature. Right? If you look at the brain, the way the brain has been made, right? They call the human brain a triune brain because it has 3 dominant centers. And this is also not so modern. I mean, this is actually, Imam al-Ghazali does mention this. The lowest brain, they call it the R brain, which is really out of evolutionary theory, the reptilian brain. And this is the appetitive center of the brain. It functions, these basic functions, the drive, the urges of the human being, the food urge, the sex urge, all these urges. And then there's the midbrain. So this would be relate to the appetitive, and then the midbrain is where the emotions are centered. And from this model, the root emotion is ghadab. And this is why children, the real first emotions that they display are ghadab. They get angry, right? And they express the anger through crying, and as they get older through, tantrum, or they always learn la before they learn na'am, right? They learn no before they learn yes. And you can see it rooted in that. So this brain is related to the emotions, and this is why there's a beautiful hadith in Imam at-Tirmidhi, in which the Prophet said, "Ahbib mahbubak hawnan ma, asa an yakuna baghidak yawman ma, wa abghid baghidak hawnan ma, asa an yakuna mahbubak yawman ma." He said, love the one you love up to a point, because one day he might hate you. And the wisdom here is, if you tell somebody all your secrets, and then one day they turn on you, which is a human experience. It occurs quite often. And people are often devastated by that. And also, don't hate people extremely, because one day that you might end up being people that love each other. So be balanced in your love and in your hate. And so this is again an indication of having a balance of emotions. And when they get out of balance, people become, if you have too much love, one of the Arabs, he said, "La takun sukkaran fatubla." Don't be sukkar and get eaten up. "Wa la takun hamdala faturma." And don't be colocynth and get thrown away. Don't be too sweet, because they'll eat you alive. And don't be too bitter, because you won't have any friends. Right? So be balanced. And that's the idea. And then finally, what they call the new brain is the neocortex, which is where this would be the quwwat al-ilm, the rational. When these 3 are functioning properly, the human being is adil. Right? In other words, and see, this is part of the human condition. You have people that are excessively cerebral. They're completely in their heads. And everything's theoretical to them. There's nothing practical. They go to this extreme. Then you have other people that are like reptiles out there. They're literally living like reptiles. And I explained this once in a prison, and some of these people, that Muslim inmates, really responded to this. And one came up to me afterwards. He said, "You know that thing about the reptilian brain?" He said, "There's a lot of reptiles here." He said, these guys are like snakes, just waiting to attack you. Right? It's an interesting phenomenon, this idea of people in that really completely reactionary mode. Right? There's no humanity there. And then you have people that are, obviously, you see them overly emotional. Right? They're either angry, right? They become, and that's the more common one, to get people that are very angry. So now, I just brought all of that in there to put this into perspective. Anger is one of the excesses of the human condition, which is why he calls it the ocean, because it really is the big one. And there's basically three reasons why people get angry. One of them relates to primal needs. Food, shelter, life, those type things. That's the first type of... Now this is majbool. Yani the human being, if he doesn't get angry for this, he's considered ahmaq. He goes under the category of stupidity. Because if this is a survival. If somebody's threatening your life, you have to respond to it. Right? I mean, you need to respond to it. If somebody is threatening your family, you need to respond to that. That is a ghadab that Allah loves. And Allah loves shuja'ah walau fi qatli hayya, even in killing a snake. It's a hadith. And also the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man mata duna malihi mata shahida." Anyone that dies defending his wealth dies a shaheed. So that ghadab, and because part of it is you don't want people to think it's easy in a society to rob people. You don't, I mean, your act in doing that is a type, it's an ultimate amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar. And if you die doing it, you died in jihad. Because amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar is jihad. It's in bab al-jihad. It's a type of jihad. So, the second type is also, and this is common to human beings. The second type is also common to human beings. But this relates to position. Right? Jah. Or it relates to things that have to do with ru'yat al-nafs, seeing yourself. Right? In other words, I have dignity. He can't do this to me. Right? I'm a human being. And this kind of anger that people get angry about that relates to a sense of belittlement. Somebody is belittling them. Somebody is treating them with disdain. Somebody is treating them less than what they want. And they could be right, they could be wrong. It just depends. Because some people have a completely, they have a complete delusion about who they are. Right? A delusion of the grandeur of their own soul. And so they actually... And then finally, the third one relates to specific people. This is a specific one. And this relates to, for instance, an alim, if he sees a book being mistreated, will get angry. But the farmer who's illiterate, he won't get angry. Because he doesn't really understand, what's the big deal? He sat on a book, so what? Whereas the alim sees it, that's wrong because it's related to his. Now, the farmer will get angry if you throw the pitchfork, because it's his tool. What are you doing? That you're going to break that, and he'll get upset at that. So this is a type of anger that relates to specific people. Right? So, and these three are why people get angry. Now, Imam al-Ghazali says the first one is healthy, unless it's taken to an extreme where you go and oppress people. Take their food, take their shelter, do things like that. That's oppression. But the next one, he says, it can be healthy up to a point. But the higher way is to stop seeing yourself and not get angry about these things. And the danger of it is you go to an extreme which is called da'a, and he'll deal with that. It's a disease, which is where you become so humble that you become humiliated. And the Prophet ﷺ says, "Al-mu'minu la yuzillu nafsah." The mu'min does not humiliate himself. And Allah says that they're a'izza ala al-kuffar, ruhama'u baynahum. They have izzah when it comes to the non-Muslims. You're not all humble and meek and Uriah Heep obsequiousness. Right? You have izzah with the kafir. He shouldn't see you as being humble and weak like that, when in the face of him. Whereas with the mu'min, you should give up those things, right? And even according to Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, if the kafir says something to you that does not relate to your deen, like not making fun of your deen or something, that you should just ignore it. إِذَا خَاطَبُهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا السَّلَامُ. When ignorant people speak to them, they just say salam. You shouldn't get angry for things that really there's no benefit in getting angry, because all they're doing is pushing buttons. And that's why Allah says, وَاصْبِرْ عَلَى مَا يَقُولُونَ وَهْجُرْهُمْ هَجَرًا جَمِيلًا. Just be patient about what they're saying, and then leave them in a good way. Right? So just turn away from it. Don't obsess yourself with it, and let it go, because there's no benefit in it. No benefit. So, and then finally, the fourth one, again, if there's ghayra is something that Sa'ad radiallahu anhu, when the Prophet ﷺ was mentioning about the wife, and Sa'ad said, Wallahi, if I found a man with my wife, لَأَقْتُلَنَّهُ, I'd kill him. And the Prophet ﷺ said, أَنَا أَغْيَرُ مِنْ Sa'ad. I have more ghayra than Sa'ad. Wallahu aghyaru minni, and Allah has more ghayra than I do. In other words, that is a good sign. Ghayra is a good thing. And they say ghayra, sometimes it's translated as jealousy. It's an idea of something that you are in protection of, or that, something that's yours, that not letting somebody else do harm to it. A ghayra takes you. So this is why when a Muslim sees the non-Muslim threatening his deen, he gets a ghayra. He becomes ghayur for the deen. He wants to defend the deen. And that's a good thing. That's an anger that's positive. And this is why Allah has made ghayra part of the human nature, to protect nasab. Because if men didn't have ghayra for their women, they would lose nasab. People would go and commit adultery with their women, and then you would have a mixture of the nasab. So ghayra is a healthy thing for a man to have. To be jealous of his wife is a good thing, as long as it doesn't go to, obviously, an excess where he oppresses her, right, and becomes suspicious. And it's also a natural thing for the woman to have that ghayra, right? I mean, Allah has made mubah. He permitted the marriage of more than one wife. But the actual experience of a woman towards the man of ghayra is natural. It's part of human nature, and very few women are free from that. So it's not considered a fault, right? Right. Now he says here, له دواءان دواء يرفعه فلا يجي والثاني إن جاء يدفعه. He says that this disease has two cures. One of them will remove the anger when it comes, right? So that you prevent it from coming. And the second will suppress the anger. Now Allah says in the Quran, He praises وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظِ, those who suppress their anger. وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ, and those who forgive people. وَاللَّهُ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And that's the famous story of Ja'far al-Tayyar, when one of his servants was pouring and spilt water on him. He became angry, and the servant immediately said, وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظِ. And he said, كَظَمْتُهُ, I suppressed it. And he said, وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ. And he said, عَوْفَوْتُكَ, I forgive you. And he said, وَاللَّهُ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And he said, Allah loves the people of ihsan. He said, you're free for the sake of Allah. And that's the way the mu'min should be, waqaf عند حدود الله. He should be somebody, when he hears the Quran. In other words, if somebody's backbiting and somebody says, Ya akhi, la yaghtab ba'dukum ba'da, he should immediately say, astaghfirullah. He shouldn't get angry at the person that he reminded him. And I was once told a story of Shaykh Ibn al-Habib, that a man was with him in a gathering, and he said one of his qualities, he was a Moroccan Shaykh, he said one of his qualities was he never spoke ghiba about anybody. And this is also something that I was told by several people who have been with Murabbit Hajj for over 70 years, and they've said they never heard him once speak badly of a person, ever. And these are people that lived with him every day of his life, see him every day. In 70 years, they said they never heard him once say anything bad about anybody, ever. And, you know, somebody wrote me a letter not that long ago and said, and he's somebody that I think has a lot of taqwa, but he wrote me a letter and he said that he mentioned me in another letter to somebody, and he thinks maybe there was some ghiba in it, so he sent the letter with the thing. He said, if you find any ghiba in it, please tell me so that I can make tawbah. Right? I mean, he was questioning what he'd said. And it was just some disagreements between his understanding and I understand, which wasn't a problem with me at all. But that type of, even though you don't have to do that, it's called istihlal, or, you know, in Sharia, you don't have to go to a person and say, Sayyid Ahmed Zarruq says it's better not to. Unless you know that there are people that aren't going to, you know, because a lot of people will just make them hate you. If you go and you say, listen, I did ghiba about you, they'll get angry. Whereas other people, you know, it's not a big deal. So, like the Prophet said, يَعْجُزُ أَحْدُكُمْ أَنْ يَكُونَ أَلَّا يَكُونَ مِثْلُ أَبِي ضَمْضَمْ or أَبِي ضُمْضَمْ. Does one of you, are you unable to be like this man, Abu Damdam? He used to get up every morning and تصدق بعرضه على الناس. He used to give his own good name as sadaqah for people. In other words, he would just say, Ya Allah, if anybody says anything bad about me, I give the hasanat that they gave me back to them. And so he said, just do that. You know, who cares? In the end of the day, if you start thinking about the grave and questioning in the grave, the Yawm al-Qiyamah, if you really think about these things, you're not going to care. I mean, the moment you die, you could care less if so-and-so, you know, said one day that he gets angry too much. Or he said to you one day something that made you angry. It's all going to be completely irrelevant. So, the two diseases, he said, the first one, and then he said here, فَاذْكُرْ لِتَزْدَانَ بِحَلْيَ الرَّافِعِ كَثْرَةَ مَدْحِ الْحِلْمِ وَالتَّوَاضُعِ. He said, remember, in order to be ornamented with this quality of the thing that removes anger, remember the praise of hilm and tawadu'. Because no one gets angry who's a mutakabbir. The mutakabbir can't, the mutawadi', he doesn't get angry. Somebody who's humble, they will not get angry for themselves. They might get angry for Allah, but they won't get angry for themselves. Because Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, al-ghadabu tuntijuhu ru'yatun nafs. The only reason people get angry is because they're seeing themselves. And if the self's not there to see, then why get angry? If somebody says, Ya kalb, and it's like the Prophet when they called him, a'udhu billah, mudhammam, right? They called him the opposite of his name. He said, it's amazing how Allah took the tongues of Quraysh that wanted to condemn me, and they condemned some guy named Mudhammam. And I'm Muhammad. Right? So he didn't get angry. He just said, they're not talking about me, they're talking about Mudhammam. I'm Muhammad, right? So that's that idea of just letting it go. If you don't see yourself, there's no self to get angry. And that's tawadu'. And what he's saying is, in order to get this quality, remember how much humility and forbearance is praised. Right? In other words, every culture praises traditional. This culture no longer does. They used to. Right? I mean, humility. There are still people that will do that. But there's definitely one of the things that certain Eastern European elements that immigrated here introduced into the culture was a concept of chutzpah, right? This idea of overweening pride, where you literally, if you've got it, flaunt it, type thing. And this has become something which is actually alien to traditional American culture. Traditionally, Americans actually did appreciate the quality of humility, and generally, it's obviously you're going to get a lot of different people. But what you'll find is humility is praised by all the sages, even outside of the religion of Islam. Right? And the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man tawada'a lillah rafa'ahu Allah." The one that is humble for Allah's sake, Allah raises him up. And whoever raises himself up, wada'ahu Allah, Allah lowers him down. And Qaswa, the camel of the Prophet ﷺ, it used to race outwind all of the camels of the Arabs, and the Sahaba really liked that because it was the Prophet's camel. But one day it lost a race to a Bedouin, and they all got really upset. And the Prophet laughed, and he said, "Don't you know that nothing ever gets elevated except Allah has to bring it down?" Right? So it's the sunnah of Allah in His creation. And if you understand the sunnah, you can laugh at things like that. You don't get upset. So he's saying, if you really reflect on the praiseworthy quality of hilm and tawadu', and kana ahlam an-nas, the Prophet was the most forbearing of people. He forgave people. He did not get angry. He was very forbearing. And then he also said, في الشرع والشعر, also in poetry, humility and forbearance is always praised in poetry. Right? So he's saying that you'll find this in the Sharia and in shi'r. وَالنَّثَرَ الْحُكَمَةِ, and all the sages also in their writings. وَوَصْفَ الْأَنْبِيَاءِ طُرًّا بِهِمَا, and that all of the prophets, all of them have been characterized with humility and forbearance. None of them were known as being arrogant or easily angered. They were all known to have hilm wa tawadu'. And then he said, وَدَفْعُهُ يَحْصُلُ بِاسْتِشْعَارِ أَلَّيْسَ فَاعِلٌ سِوَى الْقَهَارِ. You can prevent it or suppress it by recognizing that there's no action except that it's from Allah. So part of when things happen that make you angry, you have to take some breath and just say, La ilaha illallah. This is a bala from Allah. It's a tribulation from Allah to see, ayyukum ahsanu amala. Who of you are the best in action? And so the Prophet ﷺ said, لَيْسَ الشَّدِيد شَدِيدَ الصُّرَعَ وَإِنَّمَا الشَّدِيد مَنْ غَلَبَ نَفْسَهُ عِنْدَ الْغَضَبِ. The strong man is not the one who can wrestle people down, but the strong man is the one who overcomes his self when he becomes angry. That's the shadid. That's the real strong man. It's not the other thing. And one of the things that Imam al-Ghazali says is the hamaqa of some people, he said, is that they see virility and this macho type of posturing as a good character or quality. They become completely destroyed. And so he said, you'll even see a man who brags about his criminal exploits. and how he robbed somebody and fought him and did these things, and he'll actually brag about what he thinks is courage. Right? And it's not. It's all, there's nothing virtuous in it whatsoever. So that's recognizing that only Allah is the one that, actually the hadith says first, if you're standing, to sit. And if you're sitting, to recline. And then if that neither of those help, to go do wudu, and then to start praying. So he does it this way. But doing wudu will actually put off the heat, because anger is fire. And anger is from shaitan. It's the quality of shaitan. And one day the Prophet ﷺ was there, and somebody became angry, and his face became red, and his veins started bulging, and the Prophet ﷺ said, Subhanallah, have you noticed how one of you, when he gets angry, his face starts looking like a shaitan? And he said, I word that if he said it, that would be removed from him. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. And I was once in a conflict type resolution situation, and it was really interesting because it started getting heated, and both parties stood up. They were on couches, and they both stood up at the same time. And I made them sit down, but that's the nature of anger. You start rising, and the way that you overcome that is to sit down. Just to sit down. If you're in a room and you begin to feel anger, leave the room. If somebody's making you angry, just leave the room. Go to another place, relax, sit down, and let your anger subside, and you can go back. And this is a practice. If you do it, it works. And if you don't, you'll either end up duking it out, and if he's bigger than you, he beats you up. And if he's smaller than you, everybody sees you as a heel because you're picking on somebody smaller than you. So, just the best thing to do is just avoid it. There's no benefit in it. There's none. It's just empty, meaningless tripe, and it's just best to get out of it. So that's the sunnah, to do that. Right? Cold water, to be quiet, to sit down, right? And then ta'awwud, to say a'udhu billahi minash shaitan. Those all came in the sunnah. Now, Imam al-Ghazali said that one man who had a fierce temper actually hired a man to insult him and paid him money to say like, ya kalb, ya himar. And he would listen until he could control himself. That's probably extreme. But the point is, people took these things very seriously. Because you don't want to have anger. It's a horrible quality. Now, there is a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, Al-hiddatu ta'tari khiyara ummati. Anger will even afflict the best of my ummah. And nobody displays that better than Sayyidina Umar, radiyallahu anhu. Sayyidina Umar became very angry. But if you look at Sayyidina Umar, his development as a human being in his Islam, radiyallahu anhu, by the end of it, Umar was not a person that his anger ever got the best of him. In fact, it was the opposite. He would tend to be actually very forgiving. And you can see this in his later period. And even when he was stabbed to death, the first thing he asked, was it a Muslim? And the man said no, and he praised Allah that a Muslim didn't kill him. He just didn't want that a Muslim would have done that to him. He said, Alhamdulillah. And that was his nature, even though he was very ferocious and a lion of Allah, he didn't. And once the Prophet ﷺ was sitting with women from the Quraysh in Medina, and Umar came in, and they immediately all fled into the other room. This was before the hijab came down. And they were sitting, and they all fled into the room and hid behind this curtain. And Umar comes in, he sees this, and the Prophet's laughing, and he said, Ma abhakaka ya Rasulullah, why are you laughing? He said, I'm laughing at these Qurayshi women. When they see you, they flee. And then he went over and he called these women back, and they said, Umar said, A'udhu billah, how is it that you flee from me and you're not shy before the Messenger of Allah? He's more worthy to be shy before. And they said, but your أغلظ وأفظ. You're like you're meaner and harsher than the Messenger of Allah. He doesn't get angry. And the Prophet ﷺ, he laughed and he said, Ya Sayyidina Umar, لو سركت فجا لسرك الشيطان فجا آخر. If you went down a path, shaitan would go down another path. You know, I mean, that he was. That idea of learning to control the anger, Umar radiallahu anhu is really an example of somebody who mastered that quality. He really mastered it. And but again, he's adl, and adl is really in ghadab, but it's a health ghadab. He wants justice because there's indignation. He becomes angry when he's wrong. He wants to right that wrong. And he even went to kill the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam before he became Muslim. That did in a desire to right a wrong. He felt it was wrong. So it was always rooted in his belief. He had a very strong sense of justice. And the Khattab family were traditionally in the Jahiliyyah Arab culture. So that is and let me see the Bahr will go on. I'm going to start. Is there questions they have? Was there a question over here earlier? They do have what? I mean, personally, for children that are under 7, you have to really be careful about becoming angry with them. If they're over 7, then you need to display discipline. I mean, they have to be disciplined. In fact, interestingly enough, I didn't mention this, but in these 3 souls, the question was about, you know, getting angry if you're a teacher and you need to establish discipline. And in the souls, the 3 souls, the stages are the first 7 years are the appetitive soul. So that's why you see children are constantly eating, wanting, you know, it's all shahawat and fulfilling their appetitive soul. And then the second 7 years is the ghadab. And then the third is the rational or the ilm, right? So this is the first. So if they're in the second, this is why the hadith says لَعِبُوهُمْ لِسَبْعٍ, and lu'b is fulfilling shahwa, right? Because the Prophet ﷺ said that there's no lu'b in Islam except one of them is with the spouse, right? That's a good lu'b, to play with your wife. And the Prophet ﷺ played with his wife. It was muda'aba and this type thing. So the hadith of Sayyidina Ali was لَعِبُوهُمْ لِسَبْعٍ, play with them for 7 years. During this period of the appetitive soul, just allow them to indulge themselves. It's part of what they're meant to do. They're discovering the world. And it's all sensual because they've been in a spiritual realm and now they've moved into the realm of sensory, and so they have to come into their bodies and they have to experience it. And that's why oftentimes children, things will happen to them that are quite traumatic. Like they get burnt. In those first 7 years, they fall from high places. These are all learning to come into their body and discovering that they have a body. It's a hikmah of Allah that those things happen to children, because they're literally to teach them the limitations of the body, that the body has limits, unlike the ruh, which is a more limitless type of entity. The body is limited, and the sharia is a protection for the body. Touch fire. You stay away from high places. You don't endanger yourself. And so, you know, you allow them to discover the world at those first 7 years. It really is discovering the world. And that's why a ghulam, the root of ghulam is to lust. Ghaluma means to lust. So it's a lusty experience. They're very sensuous, right? They like touch a lot. Children like to be touched a lot. And it's part of their development of discovering their bodies. And then this period, he said, أَدِّبُوهُمْ لِسَبْعٍ. Now you have to discipline them, because now their ghadab needs to be disciplined. They're moving into another stage. right? They need now to have discipline. And the discipline is when you see them getting angry, you don't allow them to do that. Right? Children, you don't let children get angry at the parents. You know, that's a bad sign. You have to teach them to control their anger. And if you're not controlling your anger, it's a disaster. فَاقِدُ شَيْءٍ لَا يُعْطِيهِ. You know, if you don't have something, you can't give it to somebody else. So if they see you getting angry all the time, they're just going to imitate the behavior. And then you'll wonder, where'd they get that temper? Right? And it's from you. Because you're their model. So the ta'deeb comes in those next 7 years. And then he said, then خَلِلُوهُمْ لِسَبْعٍ. Befriend them for 7 years, because this last stage is the stage of ilm. Now they're moving into the stage where they need, they need your guidance, they need your mushawara, they need your counsel, because you're going to help direct them, to learning, to what they're going to do with their education, those type things. That's a traditional model, anyway. Any other? Mm-hmm.
Differentiate more between hilm and covetousness.
Oh, it's interesting. You know the word for hilm. What's it mean in Arabic? I know, but what's the root word though? What are ahlam? When they said sappahu ahlamana, the intellect. So really, forbearance is a sign of intellect. Why? Because you have your quwwa al-ghadabiyya under control. It's guided by your rational soul. So your aql is working. Because the aql it's an iqal, ya'qiluhu. The aql is what puts the irascible and the concupiscent soul in check. It's an iqal for it, right? Aql means to prevent. And that's what the rational mind is supposed to do. It's supposed to keep the ghadab and the shahwa in check. And if it doesn't, you're not aql, you're not halim, you're himar or whatever. I mean, that's what they say. If somebody gets really angry, they say, ya himar. You're like a donkey or something like that. Why? Because he's acting like a beast, he's not acting like a human being. And usually he's a himar too, because he's angry too.
But the difference between hilm and tahallum, right?
A tahallum, oh, very good point. I'm really glad you brought that up, because I forgot to mention that. I'm really glad you brought that up. There is a hadith, and this is really important, because some of us are going to say, my God, I can't do any of this, it's all too hard, and I'm a mess, and I get angry, and I do this and that, and I eat too much chocolate, or whatever. Now, the hadith says, and I'm glad that Abu Dhar brought this up, the hadith says, إِنَّمَا الْعِلْمُ بِالتَّعَلُّمِ وَإِنَّمَا الْحِلْمُ بِالتَّحَلُّمِ. Knowledge is through acquisition. You acquire knowledge. You're not born alim. You become an alim. How did you do it? Through effort, mujahada. Right? The alim is the one he struggles to learn. He gets up in the night, he studies, he reads, he goes to the dars, he listens, he takes notes, he studies, he reviews, all that. That's mujahada. So you weren't born with that knowledge, it's something that you acquire. Hilm is the same thing. The hadith says, وَإِنَّمَا الْحِلْمُ بِالتَّحَلُّمِ. Now what happens when you become an alim? Somebody who's an alim, if you see an alim, what does it appear to you? You don't see that he was a student. It seems like they always had that. Right? That's what it seems. You don't see when they were doing all their studying and all their work and all that. The same with the halim. You don't see when he was struggling with it. You think it's like he was born that way. It's something you acquire. And that's what that's what Umar radiallahu anhu, he acquired it, tahallum. He didn't. And then tahallum is from tafa'ul, which is takalluf. You have to work for it. It's hard. Now, really important point. Imam al-Ghazali uses the metaphor of a calligrapher. He says, what do you do when you have a bad handwriting? And this is a metaphor. What do you do when you're angry? He said, you go to somebody who has an excellent hand, and you watch him, and then you ask him to draw you the letters, and then you go home, and you keep doing the letters over and over again. And initially, they're going to be lousy. But suddenly, about a month or 2 months later, you start noticing there's an improvement, but it's still not mastery. It's far from it. But it looks much better. And somebody who's not even started, he'll say, you have great handwriting. But if the master looks at it, he said, this is terrible. Right? Because sayyat al-abrar, right? Hasanat al-abrar, sayyat al-muqarrabin, you're moving up in rank. Now, what happens when you become a master? You see them drawing. Like I watched Muhammad Zakaria, I took a lesson in calligraphy from him, the first lesson I had, and I watched him do it, and I was thinking, I can do that. Wallahi, I thought that. I said, that looks so easy. Right? Because he's a master. He is a master. Like he's American master of calligraphy. He wins awards in Turkey and things. But I didn't see all those nights and years that he was doing it. Now, he just makes it look like he was born writing perfect calligraphy. And then when I got the pen and started doing it, and it's like jumping up and down. Really, it was hard. It flowed across the paper. That's because of mastery. And so the same thing happened now. The really interesting thing about this. So what do you do when you want good character? You do 3 things. 1, you learn what it is. You have to learn what bad character is and what good character is. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. We're doing the first stage. You have to learn what good character is, and you have to learn what bad character is. The second stage is mujahada. وَالَّذِينَ جَهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبَلَنَا. Those who struggle, for our sake, we will guide them to our paths. But then you have to, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَكُونُوا مَعَ الصَّادِقِينَ. You have to have صحبة. الْمَرْءُ عَلَى دِينِ خَلِيلِهِ. You have to find people with good character, and you have to spend time with them. And there's another benefit in being with people who get angry easily, right? Is to recognize how unpleasant it is. And this is why Imam Shafi'i, once somebody asked him, how did you get such excellent character? He said, I listened to what my detractor said about me, and then I looked into my soul to see if it was true, and when it was, I struggled with myself until I removed it. Sayyidina Isa was asked by a man once, how did you get such excellent character? And the prophets are born with it, but this is what the tradition says. He said, I looked at the bad character of people and I avoided it. Right? So part of it is doing a mujahada. But the third stage is to be with the person who has good character. And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, وَهُوَ مَعْدُوم, good luck. Right? It's difficult to find. But we shouldn't ever despair, and at least we should be trying I'll tell you, this stuff, it really works. I'm serious. I mean, I'm nowhere where I'd like to be, but really it helped me a lot to learn a lot of these things and to just, struggle with myself as much as I can. And hopefully, you get better and you improve and you do change, right? Seriously. I mean, ghadab was a real serious trouble for me for a long, long time, and it's much less so now. And part of that is aging, thank goodness. Right? Imam Sayyidina Ali said that youth is a darbun min al-junun. It's a type of madness. وَدَوَاءُهُ الشَّيْخُوخَةِ. And the cure is to get old. So, Yeah, anger with the parents. That's then you should be angry at the act, not at the actor. In other words, it should upset you what's being done, the action of the person. But if it's your father or your mother, you have to be really careful. If you're able to do amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar, then you should. Dhan al-ifada is the wujub is based on dhan al-ifada and not leading to a worse fitna. But the parents, you have to be really careful about it. The Prophet ﷺ, a man came to the Prophet and he said that, my father takes my money and it really angers me. And the Prophet ﷺ, he said, أَنْتَ وَمَالُكَ لِأَبِيكَ. You and your wealth belong to your father. In other words, he was the means by which you were given existence. So the parents really have a high maqam in Islam. It's just, that's a given. And the best thing to do with the parents is recognize that they're human beings, they have their limitations. I had a teacher once who told me, he wasn't a Muslim, he was a very wise person, he was a good teacher. And he said to me once that he thanked his father because he taught him how not to be a father. And he said he really did, his father was so harsh on him that he did the opposite with his children. And he said in the end he realized that it was a gift that his father gave him. And he was genuine in that. He wasn't saying, he was saying, I realized, obviously, and that's looking at the good side of something. Obviously it'd be better if you had a father who was a good example and showed you how to be a father, not how to not be a father. But the idea is taking the worst situation and making the best of it. And that's a gift. And that's hikmah. وَمَنْ يُؤْتَ حِكْمَةً فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. That is hikmah. And that's the beauty of Islam, is that in any situation, it can be a beneficial for the mu'min. Assalamu alaikum.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صلى على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم بارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت الحكيم العليم اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت الحكيم العليم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. So inshallah, we're actually, believe it or not, coming to, there's really not that many left. And in fact, there's only 4 more left after today, inshallah. So I think we'll be able to finish next week all the diseases, and then go on to, he's got a few good sections. One, he has a section called The Cure for all of the diseases of the heart, like how to cure them all. One fell swoop, the Gordian knot. Right? Everybody know about the Gordian knot? The Gordian knot was a knot in Turkey that it was huge, and nobody knew. They said whoever would untie it would rule the land. And so people used to try, nobody could get it untied. And when Alexander the Great conquered them, they showed him the knot. So he pulled out his sword and he cut through it. So that's the best way. The diseases are like that knot. The best way is to get the sword, just cut right through it. So that he has that section. And then we'll do what's called the khawatir, which is about thoughts. Because obviously, one of the most obvious manifestations of the diseases of the heart are diseased thoughts. In other words, impure thoughts that afflict the mind. And also, thoughts that one might think are actually good thoughts, but in fact are from shaitan, because shaitan, that is also one of the things that he does. They call him dhi'bul insan. The hadith says that he's like the wolf of the man who comes to the sheep. If he finds the shepherd one place, he comes from another place. So shaitan, he'll come one way. If it's not effective, he'll try another way. Which is one of the key differences between shaitan's thoughts, his khawatir,
and the khawatir of the nafs, because the nature of the nafs khawatir are they're compulsive, which is one of the things about Ramadan. We know that the shayateen, sufidat al-shayateen, they get locked up, but yet still people have trouble. And that's where you begin to differentiate from shaitan and from nafs, hawa, and dunya, because those are the four enemies of man. Shaitan, nafs, hawa, and dunya. Those four. So the next section is غفلة. والغفلة الغفول عما أمر به الإله ونهى عنه الورى. Ghafla, and this is a really important concept, because Imam al-Junayd radiyallahu anhu said that this is the root disease. And even though we've heard different roots, Ibn Abbad radiyallahu anhu said it was tama', and Sidi Abdul Wahid ibn Ashir said it's hubr riyasa and procrastination, and really procrastination is ghafla. So I think he would probably agree there, because tasweef is a type of ghafla. The reason you procrastinate is because you're not really thinking about the thing. Because if you really saw the urgency of it, you'd do it. So ghafla is a serious illness of the heart. And he calls it ghuful, which is inattentiveness, heedlessness, unaware. The word in Arabic for a simpleton, everybody know what that is, simpleton? Simpleton, somebody you can fool easily, is mughaffal. Somebody who's taken unaware. It's a passive form, mughaffal. He's taken unaware. He's a simpleton. He's easy to trick. And so ghafla, the definition is it's sahu. And as you know, sahu is a very important part of the prayer. Sujood as-sahu. And the fact that sujood as-sahu is there, and the prayer is such a short time, right? And yet sujood as-sahu is an essential element to knowing how to pray, because the nature of the human being is forgetfulness. So ghafla is a type of forgetfulness. And the word in Arabic for human being, al-insan, some say it comes from uns, which is intimacy, because the human being is a creature that needs uns. He needs to have intimacy. He's not wahshi. He's not something that can live on his own. And some say it comes from nesiya, which means to forget. And if you look at the word insan, insan is male and female. I mean, some linguists say that insanatun is a proper form. Insanatun, fattanatun. There's a line of Jahili poetry that uses insanat, but it's rare. Insan is ذكر وأنثى. هل أتى على الإنسان حين من الدهر لم يكن شيئا مذكورا. هل أتى على الإنسان على الذكر والأنثى على الhuman being. So it's a human being. Insan is human being. And in the Quran, when al-insan is sometimes used for Adam alayhi salam, it sometimes means Adam. And the first, the slip of our father Adam alayhi salam is nisyan. He was taken unaware by shaitan. He was taken unaware. And that's why the human being has to be vigilant. He has to have azm. And so the disease ghafla is sahu. It's a forgetfulness. And it's يعتري الإنسان من قلة التحفظ وتيقظ. It occurs to the human being as a result of the absence of tahaffuz, which is to be vigilant, وتيقظ, and to be awake. So when Sayyidina Ali radiallahu anhu said,
النَّاسُ نِيَّامٌ فَإِذَا مَاتُوا انْتَبَهُوا. People are asleep. When they die, they intabahu. Intibah is the opposite of ghafla. In other words, the ghafil, when he suddenly becomes aware, you say intabah. Atani ala ghaflatin. They came to me ala ghafla. When I was unaware, fantabahtu. And then I became aware. So when Sayyidina Ali said people are asleep, and when they die they wake up, what he meant is people are ghafilun. They're ghafilun. They're in heedlessness about their destiny, where they're going and what they're going to have to do when they get there. You see, because they're going to have to be taken into account. And because of that, if they really knew that with a wakefulness, a yaqadha, they couldn't do the things they're doing. That's why Imam al-Junayd radiyallahu anhu said, this is the core disease. Because if the human being knew what was going to happen to him, there's no way he could do what he was doing. If he really was awake to it. Now this is not that dissimilar to the Socratic understanding. Because that is in this tradition as well, in the Western tradition, of this idea of people doing things because they're really unaware. If they knew what it was, right? And the metaphor that is given is the metaphor of the cave, right? That human beings are like people in a cave, and there's a lamp behind the cave, and the lamp is causing shadows. And these people can't turn around, and they're looking at the shadows, and they think the shadow is like a real image. And they think that's reality. And then one of them gets away, and he goes out of the cave and sees the real world, the sun and the stars and the trees, and he goes back into the cave and tells them, this is all an illusion. We thought this was real. This isn't real. The real thing is somewhere else. And they kill him. And that's like the prophets. Because the prophets come and they tell people, you're all asleep. Wake up. Don't you realize what... And so this idea of ghafla is really important. And that's why in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the word in many verses. And another word that's used in the Quran is samid. Right? Samid. Ghafil and samid. وَأَنْتُمْ سَامِدُونَ. And samidun is more like a ghafla, but there's more of an awareness there. In other words, the ghafil, he's unaware. He's in ghafla. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Al-Qamar says, كُنْتَ فِي غَفْلَةٍ مِّنْ هَذَا. You were in ghafla about this, يوم القيامة. فَكَشَفْنَا عَنْكَ الْغِطَاءَ فَبَصُرَكَ الْيَوْمَ حَدِيدٌ. We removed the veil. So there's a ghita over the human being that's veiling them from understanding reality. And Allah says in the Quran that وَعَلَى أَبْصَارِهِمْ غِشَاوَةٌ. There's a ghishawa, which is similar to ghita. Ghishawa. And this ghishawa prevents them from seeing things as they truly are. And so a person who's ghafil is not seeing things as they truly are. And the person who's yaqdhan, who's awake, sees things as they truly are. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Allahumma arini al-ashya kama hiya. Show me things as they really are. And then in the other hadith, Allahumma arini al-haqqa haqqa. Show me haqq as haqq, warzuqni ittiba'a, and give me the ability to follow it. وَأَرِينِي الْبَاطِلَ بَاطِلًا. And show me falsehood as falsehood. وَارْزُقْنِي اجْتِنَابًا. And give me the ability to avoid it. So the one who's not ghafil is the one that's their state. They see truth as truth and falsehood as falsehood, and they follow truth and they avoid falsehood. And that's muttaqi. That's a person of taqwa. He does what Allah told him, he avoids what Allah told him not to do. And so he's saying that ghafla is غُفُولْ عَمَّا أَمَرَ بِهِ الْإِلَهُ. It's being heedless about what Allah commanded you to do and what He prohibited you from doing. And that is why people do wrong actions. Because they're heedless about what they've been commanded to do, and they're heedless about what they've been prohibited from. And so when you see somebody, and this is why if you see somebody and you say, who's doing something wrong, you say, attaqillah. If he's a mu'min, he's reminded. And he says, astaghfirullah. Because you've brought him out of his ghafla. And that's a good person. The mutakabbir, because takabbur is something that Allah will remove. And He goes to that. That's why kibr follows after you have ghil. But kibr is really, is something that, a'udhu billah, the person who has kibr, even if they're reminded of their ghafla, they still won't accept it. They go into the state, أخذتهم العزة. They take izzah and they won't. So you say, attaqillah, and they get angry at you for reminding them. Who do you think you are? Because they can't. And that's why ghafla for a mu'min is something, the cure for it is good company. Suhbah. Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu taqullah wa kunu ma'a sadiqin. Be with people of sidq, of sincerity. Have taqwa, but be with sincere people, truthful people that are going to tell you. If you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong. And if you're doing something right, they'll encourage you. And those are the people that will get you out of your ghafla. So one of the real cures for it is being with good people. And then he said, وَهِيَ لَدَيْهِمْ أَصْلُ كُلِّ ذَنْبِ. Those of this science consider it to be the source of all wrong actions, like Imam al-Junayd al-Baghdadi. وَدَاؤُهَا بِأَرْبَعٍ ذُو رَأْبِ. And the cure is in 4 things. And those 4 things possess rectifying qualities. فَاسْتَغْفِرِ اللَّهِ وَزُرْ وَصَلِّ عَلَى النَّبِيِّ وَكِتَابُ وَتْرِ. So he gives you the 4 things. The first is istighfar. Because once you realize that you're ghafil, you begin to realize what you've been doing wrong as a result of your ghafla. And so you want to ask forgiveness. And so doing istighfar. And the ulamas, many of the later scholars said that really istighfar and salat ala nabi are the two dhikrs of the last end days, the last period of time. Istighfar and salat ala nabi. So istighfar is to ask forgiveness of Allah. Right? Asking forgiveness. And that is a cure for ghafla. Because it's a tawbah. Asking forgiveness. Istighfar. And Sayyidul Istighfar, we already did that, and you should have that in the section. Sayyidul Istighfar is one of the best ways of doing that. But you should do, the Prophet ﷺ said that you should ask istighfar at least 70 times to 100 times a day. Astaghfirullah. So it's always a good thing to do, and it's a good thing to do also a practice which most of the early people did was called muhasabah. And muhasabah is using the idea of the merchant. What merchants do at the end of the day is they do muhasabah in their stores. They count the money and they see how much money they've made and or how much they lost. So they do they want to see what the scales say. Was there loss or gain today? And this idea of muhasabah is that you look at your day and you look, was there loss with Allah or gain? If there was loss, you ask istighfar. And if there was gain, you say alhamdulillah. You're grateful to Allah. Because if you, لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ, when you show gratitude, Allah increases you. So that's one way. And he goes into shukr because that's one of the maqamat that we'll get to inshallah. Now, the other thing is to visit, ziyara. Ziyarat al-salihin. Visiting righteous people. Now the salih, you have maratib with Allah. The highest is the Nabi, Rasul. And then the second is Siddiq. The third is Shaheed.
And the fourth is salih. Now, really, they're all salih. Right? They're all salih. A shaheed has to be a salih. The siddiq has to be a salih. And the anbiya are all salihin in their nature. Saluha in Arabic means to be sound. And this is related to salama. Right? Soundness, wholeness. The one who has a qalb salim. So salih is somebody who's sound, healthy. They're not diseased. So their heart isn't diseased like other people's. A salih is the one, the definition of a salih. يُؤَدِّي حَقَّ اللَّهِ وَيُؤَدِّي حَقَّ الْعِبَادِ. That's the salih. He gives what's due to Allah and he gives what's due to the slaves of Allah. That's a salih. So when you see somebody he has taqwa, that's what's due to Allah. Taqwa. Do what He commands you to do, avoid what He prohibited you from doing. That's haqq Allah. Haqq al-ibad are any of those responsibilities that you have in the world towards other people. So the salih cannot cheat. That's fasiq. Because the opposite of salih is a fasiq or a talih. Right? So the salih doesn't lie, he doesn't cheat. Because haqq al-ibad, to be truthful to them. That's a haqq of people. Right? They have a right to be told the truth. You can't lie to them. So the salih is somebody should be visited. Now, most of the ulama not only encourage visiting the salihin who are alive, but also the salihin who are dead. And that means that if you're, for instance, in Medina, you go to Baqi', and you visit the salihin of Baqi', and you give them salam, and tarahm alayhim. And the Prophet ﷺ used to visit Sayyidina Hamza, and he visited the maqbara, and he said, "Kuntu anhaakum an az-ziyara fazuruha." I used to tell you don't visit graves because of what the Jahili Arabs used to do with the graves. But once they were purified of all that Jahiliyah, they were given permission by the Prophet to visit the graves. Visiting the graves, there's a benefit in it. And the graves of the people of Salah, there's a greater benefit in it. So there's a benefit in visiting the salihin, but the graves as a dhikra of the akhirah. But there's also a benefit in visiting the people of Salah, like the ulama and the awliya, these people. I mean, the awliya are the ulama al-amilun. So that is why traditionally, now about women and graves. There's a hadith that the Prophet cursed zawarat lil qubur, and in a riwayah zaira. And generally zawara is a ism mubalagha, somebody who visits graves often. There's a hadith that's muttafaq alayh, in which the Prophet ﷺ passed by the graveyard in Medina, and there was a woman there, and she was weeping, and the Prophet ﷺ said that it's better to be patient. And she said, "Ma usibta bima usibtu bi." You didn't have the calamity that I was given. And she didn't recognize the Prophet ﷺ. And so he left her, and then somebody told her that was the messenger of Allah. And she immediately went and knocked on his door, and then she said, "I didn't know it was you." And the Prophet ﷺ said, "As-sabru 'inda al-musiba 'inda sadmat al-ula." That patience is with the first sadma. Right? It's when it first happened. That's what patience is. In other words, you're not patient later on, because that's just time. The patience is when the musibah occurs. That's when Allah expects you to be patient. You know, if after a year you've gotten over it, and then you say, "Oh, mashallah, he's sabir." That's not sabir. That's just time to get on with your life. But for the sabr is when the affliction occurs. And that's where Allah wants to see us with thabat, with steadfast, and not being shaken in a way that will do anything, make us do something displeasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the point of that hadith is that the Prophet did not tell her to get out of the graveyard. And so the ulama take from that, and there's a difference of opinion. There is a khilaf about it. Like in Arabia,
What about like nowadays when you go to bed and mulay?
Yeah, see, that's where you realize the wisdom of not having women visit the graves. Like in Egypt, I haven't been to Egypt, but I've heard about it. In Egypt,
And this is the danger also, I want to really mention this. There is an adab to visiting graves. In other words, what happens now in graves has nothing to do with what he's talking about. Go to some of the graves like Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, or you go like in Pakistan, they have Baba Farid and Imam al-Hujwiri and a lot of the... Yeah, a lot of these people who were great people of Allah, and they were ulama, and they would be the first to condemn what people do. Tying knots, women who can't get pregnant going and asking the wali to give them a son, things like that. All of that stuff has nothing to do with what he's talking about. He's talking about visiting with adab for the blessing of visiting. It's a ziyarah. That's what it is. It's a ziyarah. And it's very different. So you have to really be able to distinguish. And that's what has given tasawwuf a bad name. Because a lot of people claim that is, from tasawwuf. And it's not. It has nothing to do with tasawwuf. It's all bid'ah, in fact. That really is bid'ah, what happens. So all these women that sit around in Muri Idris, many of them, they go there without hijab on, and they chit-chat all day long, and gossip, and qila wa qala, and so those are all problems. And in those cases, oftentimes, the strategy for the ulama is actually to stop altogether, just for saddan al-dhari'ah, something like that. All right. But anyway, the best is to see the people who are alive. Now, unfortunately, in our time, this is quite rare now to really see a salih. And you have to often go traverse, and go to really difficult places just to get to one, because a lot of them have just fled to places that are hard to get to. So somebody like Murabta Ahmed Fal, who we visited in Ain al-Khashba, who's the father of Shaykh Abdullah, I consider him نحسبه من الصالحين. That's my i'tiqad. When we say visit the salihin, Allah says be with the truthful ones. Obviously, He wouldn't command us to do something if there weren't those people and you couldn't recognize them. It would be foolish to think that you can't recognize people of sidq and salah. And there are obviously degrees and levels of it. So when we're being commanded to be with people of sidq, you just look and you should trust if they're outwardly upright in their sharia. Sharia is our criterion, and we judge men by the truth. Right? We judge men by the truth. And one of the dangers, in fact, that I've noticed with people in tasawwuf, modern tasawwuf, is that in many of the Muslim countries, there's people who go by the name of Pir Sahib or Sheikh or whatever. And a lot of these people, they inherited it from their father, who inherited it from his father. And many of them, they have very little knowledge, sometimes almost none. And oftentimes they use these positions for wealthful gain, like in order to extract money from followers, or marry their daughters, and a lot of things. So what you'll find is there's a lot of charlatans. And nothing worse than a religious charlatan. Nothing. That's the bottom. There's a man in Fez who some people here know, Sidi Ismail, who said to me once, he said, Allah has made the world huge, and He made the ways of gaining halal provision without number. There are untold ways of gaining halal provision. And he said, so anytime you see somebody who's using the religion to gain dunya, he said that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. If they're using it to amass wealth, to do these things, then... And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that do that who claim to be like Sheikh or Sufi Sheikh, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Does that also apply to people who are sort of seeing it as a sort of side benefit, such as the Imam who happens to get supported by his masjid?
No, I mean, that's a different thing. I mean, people have to have livelihood. And خَيْرُ مَا أُخِذَ عَلَيْهِ الْأَجْرِ كِتَابُ اللَّهِ, hadith for Bukhari. The best thing a man can earn wealth from is teaching the book of Allah, which is why that's where the ulama took that it's permissible to teach, and even though the early Salaf were generally opposed to it, the later ulama recognized that people have to have livelihood and the world has become more complicated, things like that. So people have to have livelihood. That's not the point. The point is amassing wealth. Yeah. In other words, using it as a way of amassing, accumulating wealth. And now, Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, he was given massive amounts of wealth because of who he was. What he did was spend out. Murabt al-Hajj is a really good example of that. He gets money from all over. It just goes out. He's just like, nothing. He doesn't have, I mean, you can see he's got a few cows and a tent and an adobe house and a few robes and books, and that's it. And he's just giving out all the time. So he gets money, but it goes right out. And people give him money because people, if they see people that are righteous, they trust them with their money. And Muslims are generous who are practicing Islam, so they want to give their money, things like that. That's another thing. Right? So it's not saying, the point is, it's when that it's hoarding it, accumulating it, that there's not a kind of, right? When your needs are taken care of, and right, and so you begin to hoard things like that. That's the trouble. So you have to be really careful because it's an age, and it's been that way for a long time. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq complained about it. He said in his time, most of the people, so, quote unquote Sufi sheikhs, he said, were complete charlatans. And that was 9th century. And so it's a bad time. And this man himself was a sheikh, but he was genuine sheikh. You know, he was a murabbi. They called him murabbun, people of tarbiyah that do. But he was also an outward scholar, and that is a condition of anybody that does tarbiyah, is they have to have outward knowledge. Right? They can't not have outward knowledge. And unfortunately, a lot of people also, I mean, now in the Muslim world, you have this real, there's such a split now between tasawwuf and, exoteric Islam, esoteric Islam, inward and outward aspects of Islam. And they're like two camps that are pitched against each other. And nowhere does it play out more than on the Arabian Peninsula. Right, where you've got the Najdis and the Hijazis, and most of the Najdis are staunch anti-Sufi, and many of the Hijazis are very pro-Mawlud, Tasawwuf type thing. And they're just at loggerheads. They hate each other. And, I think, unfortunately, we're out of balance as an ummah. And the truth lies somewhere in between. Right? So, You should make dua for them, and ask to benefit from their knowledges. One of the Ahmed Baba Timbuktu, who's a great scholar from Timbuktu, who was actually taken as a slave to Morocco, and when he got to Morocco, he was so much more learned than any of the scholars in Marrakesh that they realized that they'd made a grave mistake. But he mentions in his book, he wrote a book, Dibaj al-Mudhahab. He did a hashia on Ibn Farhun's book of Tabaqat, and he mentions going to several of the graves of the righteous in Marrakesh, and at one of the graves he asked that Allah gave him understanding of 2 books that he wrote, and he said that by Allah he went back and the books, he could read them without any difficulty. And he was a great scholar, so that was traditionally, to ask for the benefit of their knowledges, because most of those people were scholars and things like that. And tarahum, that Allah give them nur in their grave and bless them. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, who's just outside of Fes, and gave fatwa of visiting the graves of the Salihin. And same with Ibn al-Hajj. And if people say that it's a bid'ah, that's just, it's not consistent with the vast majority of our scholars. The vast majority of them have not only permitted it, but recommended it. And those are outward scholars, of fiqh that are well known in the tradition. So Qadi Abu Bakr, his grave is well known outside of Fez. He was poisoned by the Muwahideen and died there as shaheed. And he also fought jihad several times. He wrote 2 commentaries on the Quran. He brought the Ihya Ulum ad-Din from Imam al-Ghazali. He studied with him the Ihya and actually brought it to Morocco and Andalusia. And just a great scholar there. And anybody who's been to that place, there's a lot of barakah there, inshallah. So, but the people who are living, if you have an opportunity to visit them, and also if you should have high himmah. In other words, you should desire to be one, so that our ummah has people that you can visit. Right? We need these people. So, you should make the intention to be one yourself, inshallah, and that Allah give you tawfiq and give all of us tawfiq to do that. One of the poets, he said, إِذَا مَا عَلَى الْمَرْءُ رَامَ الْعُلَى. If a man does not gain heights, if he has not achieved heights, at least he aspires to heights. وَمَنْ يَقْنَعُ بِالدُّونِ كَانَ دُونَ. And whoever's content with less than heights, he's less than heights. In other words, that's an indication that he's a lowly person, that he doesn't even aspire to heights. And the greatest aspiration is to be close to Allah. Yeah. So if you're in the dunya, have a high himmah. And Sidi ibn Ata'illah radiallahu anhu said, if you don't think Allah can take you in this moment and make you one of His awliya, then you don't know anything about His qudra. So you should never have despair, have ya'as. You should want to be from the people of wilayah and the people who are close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So ziyarah is important. If you're able to visit these people, you visit them. And when you visit them, the people of this who I visited, they don't chit-chat. They're not people that you go to, how you doing and how's... You go for the benefit of learning something and also the benefit of their dua. And you should ask them for their dua, because their dua might be accepted. And if it is, then you get the benefit of that. So you visit them, you ask them for the dua, and you show humility with them, humbleness, don't be arrogant. And I'll tell you something about Mullah Ramadan, who was from the Salihin. And he was the father of Shaykh Sa'id Ramadan al-Buti. And Shaykh Sa'id wrote a book, Hada Walidi, this is my father. And he's told about what a great man his father was. But I once asked Dr. Bukhar, who's a Libyan, about him. And he told me, and you can confirm this, he's in New Jersey, I think. He told me, I asked him, he said he met Mullah Ramadan. And I wanted to know, because it's always good to hear stories of these people, because it strengthens your iman. And he told me, subhanAllah, the amazing thing about visiting that man, he said, I've always hated kissing hands. And he said, just something I never really bothered me, that whole idea of kissing people's hands. And he said, I went in there and he said, he put out his hand and he said, I felt pressure on my head. And I went down and I found myself kissing his hand. And he said, I looked back and there was nothing there. And he just said that he was compelled to kiss his hand. And he was a man of Allah. Shaykh Mullah Ramadan. He really was. He was a man of Allah. So those people, they're worth visiting. And fortunately, they still exist. You can find them in... and there's some women that, like I've met, Murattar Hajj's wife, Maryam, is definitely, I consider her from the Salihat, Tuzar. And even their servant, Gabula, people go, when they visit Murattar Hajj, they visit his wife, and then they go visit the servant, Gabula, and ask her to make dua for them. And there's a woman there, Aisha bint Minni also, who's a very righteous woman and a scholar. She's a alima. Fatima bint Nawfal, who's in Dar al-Bayda. I mean, there's good people, alhamdulillah. So if you get an opportunity, you visit them. And with that i'tiqad, and Allah knows their stations. It's a belief And we can't, like when we were looking at the seerah earlier about Khawla, the wife of Uthman ibn Mad'un, when she said, he's in Jannah, the Prophet got angry. So we don't say they're awliya with jazm. We believe that they're people of wilayah, but we can't say he's a wali and make a halaf and wallahi innahu la wali wa in lam yakun wali fa ana kaytu wa kayta. That's up to Allah. But we were commanded to observe the outward. And then he says, Salli ala nabi, pray on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So prayer on the Prophet. The third one is prayer on the Prophet. As-salah ala nabi. What they call in Pakistan Darood Sharif. No, Darood they call that. Yeah, they don't call that in Arabic. Yeah, they just say as-salah ala nabi. But I mean, it's interesting that their language has a word for it. Right? That's a good sign. Right? So Allah commanded us to do that. Bada'a bi nafsihi wa thanna bil malaika. Right? He began with himself and then he said the angels. Inna Allaha wa malaikatu yusalluna ala nabi. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu sallu alayhi wa sallimu taslima. And then also Ubay ibn Ka'ab radiyallahu anhu, when the Prophet ﷺ, he said, Ya Rasulullah, how much of my dhikr should I make prayer on you? And he said, a fourth. And he said, that's good, and if you increase, it's better. He said, half. He said, that's good, and if you increase, it's better. He said, 3/4, that's good, and if you increase, it's better. And then he said, I'm going to make all my dhikr prayer on you. And the Prophet said, if you did that, it's good. Imam al-Jazuli took permission from that for people that feel compelled to that becomes their devotional practice, that they do prayer on the Prophet ﷺ. And there are people that do that. That's all they do. And I've met some of those people, and they're amazing people. They really are. They're always happy. They always smile, and they're really nice to be around. And I guarantee you that is a quality of people that do a lot of prayer on the Prophet ﷺ. They're happy. They're not miserable people. So there's a great light in prayer on the Prophet. There's a great blessing, and it shouldn't be underestimated. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, if you don't have a murabbi, then the prayer acts as a murabbi. In other words, prayer on the Prophet will purify your nafs. So just doing prayer on the Prophet, and he recommends at least 500 times a day. Shaykh Uthman Tanfodio, he used to do 5,000 a day. And he did that for several years. And he saw the Prophet ﷺ in visions many, many times. Imam Malik radiyallahu anhu was always doing prayer on the Prophet. The muhaddithun are famous for that. Because every time they would recite a hadith, write a hadith, they would pray on the Prophet ﷺ. And Imam Malik said that he never slept ever a night except that he saw the Prophet ﷺ. So there's a great blessing in it, and people should know that. And then another thing is tilawat al-Quran. The fourth thing is recitation of Quran, and preferably with tadabbur. Reciting it with tadabbur awakens up the heart. It's one of the things that will wake the heart up. Tadabbur is reflection. Doing it, pondering the meanings, not just reading it. But even reciting it is good. So, tilawat al-Quran, you should have a wird of Quran every day. You should do, hopefully at least like a hizb or a juz a day. You should try to do that every day. If you can't do that, then at least do the surah that Allah's Messenger recommended that we do. Yasin, al-Waqi'ah, Mulk, Tabarakalladhi biyadihi al-Mulk after Isha. Yasin generally after Fajr, Waqi'ah after Maghrib, and Mulk after Isha. Well, if you haven't learned Arabic, reading the meanings in English, I mean that's something I think it's limited, because part of this, and this is the honest truth, part of this is the actual sounds of the language. In other words, it's like medicine. If you look at medicine, if you look at medicine from an energetic perspective, every substance in the world has a resonance, right? It's resonating at a specific wavelength, and so medicines are like that, just like diseases are. So a disease is like resonating, and a medicine, if it cures it, it's resonating in a way that cures that disease. And the thing about the recitation of Quran, it's actually the sounds that are emanating from you. And when we speak, we know now in material science that it's resonating in every cell in your body. Sound waves. So when you're reciting the Quran, these are divine words that Allah has revealed, and they have a sound. I mean, I was once with a man in a gas station, and he was asking about Islam, and he came. There was the mechanics, a Muslim, and I was there, and I had a robe on, and he started asking me about Islam, and then he said that he'd read the Quran, and I said, "You have never read the Quran unless you read it in Arabic," and he said, "No, I can't believe that." And I said, "Well, it's a fact." And then he said, "Why is that?" And I said, "Just listen." And I recited to him the first section of Surah Ar-Rahman, and Wallah alladhi la ilaha illallah. When I finished that, he just said, "I understand now." And he wasn't joking. People are often amazed, Ajami people, when they hear the Quran who are not Muslims, they're amazed at the sounds. Really, they're amazed at the sounds. So the Quran, you have to recognize that it's not just the meanings. It's actually the sounds that transcend, that are part of the meaning in a realm we don't even understand, because everything's meaning in reality. I mean, Allah takes meaning down to the phonemes in the Quran, alif, lam, mim. In modern linguistics, phonemes are meaningless. They become meaningful when they become connected and polysyllabic. Right? Somebody said about Dr. Hamid Algar, they wrote a really nasty thing about a speech he gave and said it was filled with polysyllabic sentences. And Hamid pointed out in his rebuttal that a sentence that's not polysyllabic is meaningless. So, the phoneme, like alif, lam, mim, those are phonemes. A, ma, la. Those have meaning even in Arabic. But we don't know their meaning. So everything's meaning, the whole thing, all the way down. So those are the four that he gives. Now, another thing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that أَغْفَلْنَا قَلْبُهُ عَنْ ذِكْرِنَا. Allah warns the Prophet of sitting with people, right? مَنْ أَغْفَلْنَا قَلْبُهُ عَنْ ذِكْرِنَا. Those we have أَغْفَلْنَا قَلْبُهُ. We have put their heart into a state of heedlessness. Now, this Allah clarifies in the Quran. فَلَمَّا زَاغُوا أَزَاغَ اللَّهُ قُلُوبُهُم. When they deviated, Allah caused them to deviate more. And so people who turn away from the truth, Allah puts them in a state of ghafla. And so ghafla is actually a punishment. And so a Muslim who's in ghafla is actually, it's a result of his disobedience from Allah, with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So ghafla is a bad thing. You don't want to be from the ghafilin. And all of us, I mean, this is just reality. All of us are going to go into ghafla and out of ghafla. This is part of being on, just in this realm and on the earth. Ghafla ends the moment you die. But what you want to be is to be more in a state of wakefulness than in a state of heedlessness in your life. So you want to be in a state where you're not in ghafla. And that's why Sayyidina Umar said, أَفْضَلُ ذِكْرِ اللَّهِ عِنْدَ حُدُودِ اللَّهِ. The best remembrance of Allah is when you get to a limit that Allah has placed. In other words, when you're about to drink the wine, none of you are, but when you're about to drink it, you remember, I'm putting fire into my stomach. And then that's the best dhikr of Allah. When the ma'asiyah, when you want the ma'asiyah,
that you remember Allah and it becomes a zajir or a mani', a radi'. It prevents you from doing the haram. That is what he's saying. So there's degrees of ghafla, and what he's saying is the disease is the one that prevents you from doing what Allah has told you and avoiding what He's prohibited to you. Other than that, it's mustahab to be remembering Allah. So Allah has made remembrance at certain times of the day. He didn't tell you to always remember Allah throughout the day as a wajib, because not everybody's capable of doing that. He said, remember me in awqat mu'ayyana, just in certain times, right? But He encourages us, اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا, make much remembrance of Allah. And that's for nadib, it's mandub, it's not wajib. So the more remembrance you do of Allah, the less likely you are to fall into ghafla when you don't want to. But what he's telling us is the disease of the heart is the one that prevents you from fulfilling your obligations or avoiding what's been prohibited. Alright? And the opposite of those people are those who Allah kataba fi qulubihim al-iman, that Allah wrote in their hearts iman. Right? أغفلنا قلبه عن ذكرنا. Because one of the meanings of أغفلنا is not to put the diacritical marks and the vowelings in a book. Right? That's one of the meanings of it. So that iman that Allah writes in the heart. Now the next disease is غل. وَالْغِلُّ يَا مَنْ يَبْتَغِي تِبْيَانًا أَنْ يُرْبَتَ الْقَلْبُ عَلَى خِيَانًا. غل is a disease of the heart that is related to rancor, anger. It's resentful malice, hiqad. And ghil comes from a root word, which is what they call a thulathi. It can go three ways: ghul, ghal, and ghil. All three ways. The ghal or the ghul is a qaid, right? Aghlal. There's aghlal that binds you, and that's the what's called a ghul. And aghlal, like لِيَضَ عَنْكَ عَنْهُمْ إِصْرَهُمْ وَالْأَغْلَالِ. The Prophet was sent to remove difficulty for them and those things binding them, holding them back. So that's what the ghul is. And ghil is when the heart is bound to treachery. So the heart, a'udhu billah, it becomes, there's like a ghul on it that's binding it to khiyana, to treachery to somebody or malice towards them. Or ghadar or khadi'ah, to betray them or to trick them. And then he tells you what the thing that's holding it together. So the qaid is being held together. Just like you have, like on a handcuff, you have the things that hold it together. The ghul, the thing that's holding the ghil together is hiqad. And hiqad is resentful malice. It's something that results from being angry at a person and holding that anger in the heart, and then that anger becomes foul until it causes you to actually desire harm towards that person. And this is why one of the things Allah says in the Quran, رَبَّنَا لَا تَجْعَلْ فِي قُلُوبِنَا غِلًّا لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. Don't put in our hearts ghil for people who have iman. So you don't want to have ghil in your heart for anybody who's a mu'min, because it'll kill your heart. It'll kill it. And another thing, even though one of the things Allah does in Jannah is He removes ghil completely. So in other words, mu'mins will die with ghil, but you don't want to have it. But Allah says in the Quran, وَنَزَعْنَا مَا فِي صُدُورِهِمْ مِنْ غِلٍّ. And He makes them ikhwanan ala al-ara'ik. You know, they're brothers sitting together. So in the dunya, and Sayyidina Ali, one man who'd fought him at the battle it might have been at Jamal, Ma'rakat al-Jamal. He came and he apologized to him, and that's the ayah that Sayyidina Ali recited to him. وَنَزَعْنَا مَا فِي صُدُورِهِمْ مِنْ غِلٍّ. We removed the ghil from their hearts. So he was saying, that alhamdulillah, Allah will take that ghil out of the heart. So you can have rancor towards a person and Allah can remove it. So you should ask Allah to remove that ghil. Now he says here how to do it. Ahsan ilayhi. Show good to that person. So that's what that man did when he went to Sayyidina Ali. He was the humble. He went and he apologized to him. And that's ihsan to him. So if you have ghil towards a mu'min, you should do good to him. Ahsan ilayhi. And the nature of ihsan, جُبِّلَتِ الْقُلُوبِ عَلَى حُبِّ مَنْ أَحْسَنِ إِلَيْهَا. As a hadith. By nature, the hearts are naturally inclined to loving those who do good to them. Allah has made that a natural inclination of the heart in spite of a person. If you do good to a person, Allah has made his heart naturally inclined towards you. Right? Now, some of the Arab, like the Arab poet, he said, إِنَّ الْكَرِيمَ إِذَا أَكْرَمْتُهُ مَلَكْتَهُ وَإِذَا أَكْرَمْتَ اللَّئِيمَ تَمَرَّدَ. That when you're good to a noble person, you'll possess him or own him. And if you're good to a low person, it makes him even more rebellious. He gets more angry. So there are people, a'udhu billah, but you've done your job. In other words, if you do good to a person to cure your heart, that's what Allah is asking of us, that we do our best. If somebody else is not responsive to that, you've done what you've done to try to do it. And then you're left to make dua for people and to ask Allah. And really remember that Allah can forgive them. Now, he says, تُقْنِطْ الْأَعْدَاءِ. You will cause your enemies from shaitan and his minions who love ghil between mu'mins. Shaitan he loves to do this. He loves to get the believers fighting each other. And that's why I asked the Shaykh once, why is it that so many of the kuffar, they live peacefully together and there's no problems. And the Muslims, you see good Muslims, they come. He said, because shaitan not occupied with them anymore. Their kufr he just lets them, they're fine. They're in kufr. But he said he's very obsessed with the people of iman. So he's always working on them to stray. And that's why shaitan, يَئِسَ أَنْ يُعْبَدْ فِي جَزِيرَةِ الْعَرَبِ وَلَكِنَ التَّحْرِيشْ بَيْنَكُمْ. Shaitan has despaired from being worshipped on the Arabian Peninsula. But, تَحْرِيشْ بَيْنَكُمْ. He has not despaired of causing fitna, dissension amongst you. So we have to be vigilant against him. And تُقْنِطُهُ. When that ghil begins to emerge in the heart, the way you cause shaitan to despair is to reject the ghil and to do good to that person when you want to do harm to them. Alright? And then, أُذْكُرِي مَغْفِرَةً وَارِدَةً فِي الْخَبْرِ. Remember what came in the Sahih Hadith about the Mondays and Thursdays. Because in the Sahih Hadith, according to the Hadith, the Prophet ﷺ says that Allah forgives people on Mondays and Thursdays. And when the angels come, they say, there's two people here that are fighting. They're mu'mins. And Allah says, then leave them, حَتَّى يَفِيئَ or يَصْطَلِحَ. Leave them until they rectify amongst themselves. So what he's saying is, if you have ghil towards a mu'min, Allah's not forgiving you. You see, if you're in a war with another Muslim, Allah's not forgiving you. Now all you have to do is mubadara bis-salam with sincerity. That's all you have to do. Don't turn your back on them. Don't just say assalamu alaikum. If they don't reply to you, you've done your obligation. Then it's in their court, so to speak. So you just do what you can do. That's all. لَا يُكَلِّفُ اللَّهُ نَفْسًا إِلَّا وُسْعَهَا. But that is a frightening hadith. You don't want to have animosity towards another believer because it'll prevent you from getting forgiveness from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.